The dragon's blood-red eye radiated unbearable rage, inspiring awe in all who dared to look at the monster. The beast's mighty paw shattered the massive door with a deafening crack, scattering splinters in all directions. The fearsome monster, ready to destroy anyone in its path, towered over the daredevils, baring its sharp fangs. The three daredevils froze in front of the monster, suddenly realizing the inevitability of the upcoming fight with the terrifying dragon. The ancient being turned to the frozen warriors and contemptuously called them lowly mortals unworthy of his attention. The angry beast roared, "How dare these lowly humans defy him, the lord of the dungeon?" The brave young man assessed the situation and swiftly jumped back, preparing for a decisive strike against the scaly foe. Zhang Yi, having made his final decision, fearlessly leaped forward towards the danger, taking the monster by surprise. The warrior soared impossibly high, gritting his teeth from exertion and concentrating all of his power for the killing blow. The fearless hero charged at the dragon and lightning fast chopped the monster into several pieces with his sharp blade. The attack was so lightning fast and masterful that no one present had time to catch the moment of the crushing blow. The young warrior lowered himself to the ground and smiled contentedly, satisfied with the result of his flawless fighting technique. The defeated creature began to disintegrate into tiny glowing pixels, disappearing from the world of material existence. The monster's body completely dissolved into thin air, leaving behind no trace of its gruesome existence. The victor, having defeated the formidable opponent, was surprised to find a precious fragment of a dragon blood scroll among the remains. The young man grabbed the well-deserved reward and did not hide his jubilation, because such a rare artifact had fallen into his hands. The brave fighter faced the choice of collecting all 9 pieces of the ancient scroll or leaving the task to other seekers. Zhang Yi, without hiding a satisfied smile, did not hesitate to agree to the proposal to complete the collection of magic fragments. After completing the unification ritual, the hero received a 5-star legendary scroll flickering with a purple light. The warrior, carefully holding the precious artifact, regarded it with admiration, as if it were the greatest treasure of the universe. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind the triumphant man, mercilessly plunging a sharp blade into the back of the unsuspecting victim. The green-haired traitor whispered an apology, cynically stating that he would take care of the scroll and Jojo instead of his former friend. Muchen, a cunning and calculating manipulator, finally carried out his sneaky plan, leaving his former comrade no chance. Fearless player Zhang Yi suffered a powerful critical strike dealt by the traitor Mu Chen, losing a whopping 32 million experience points. The system's digital voice coldly stated the hero's lack of resurrection capability, announcing his final death in the virtual world. The young man realized the incredible nature of Apocalypse, a unique virtual reality game created by 1,000 of the best developers over 5 years of work. A thrilling action movie, Apocalypse, tells the story of the middle of the 21st century, when alien beings invaded across the dimensional rifts. The fierce confrontation between the invaders and the Earthlings has caused irreparable damage to the planet's ecosystem, causing mutations among all non-human inhabitants. A brutal system forced people into the game world, threatening to turn those who refused into mindless mobs devoid of their own will. A sad discovery awaited the participants of the beta version. Once they entered the virtual reality, they lost the ability to return to normal life. Shocked users could not believe the dire reality of their situation, desperately questioning the reasons for the inability to exit. The inhabitants of the real world, connecting to the fatal system, disappeared without a trace, disintegrating into tiny particles before the astonished witnesses. The young warrior was in a state of extreme concentration, and a frightening blue glow emanated from his eyes, reflecting an inner strength. The hero painfully realized that he had spent 8 long years in virtual captivity, only to be betrayed by the closest people, friend and lover. The deceived young man opened his eyes sharply, coming back to reality and trying to comprehend the betrayal of his loved ones. Shocked, Zhang Yi mentally turned to the traitors, questioning again and again the reasons for their cruel act that broke his heart. The digital indicator was mercilessly counting down the remaining time. Exactly 2 minutes and 12 seconds to the opening of the gates of the Apocalypse world. The warrior noted with amazement the date, August 28th of the 2025 year, long before the official announcement of the fateful game. The young man approached the window and pulled back the curtain to see what was happening outside, trying to make sure the world around him was real. The stunned hero realized an incredible truth. He really went back in time, in the era before the creation of the virtual reality that ruined him. Mentally addressing the would-be traitor, the fighter vowed to take revenge, making the treacherous Mu Chen pay the highest price for his treachery. Zhang Yi clenched his fist with such force that his hand began to tremble with tension, giving away the emotions raging inside. The young man focused on the primary task of finding the precious divine talent cards scattered around the world before the launch of the ill-fated game. The digital system, Apocalypse, endowed incoming players with random talents that determine their fate in a brutal virtual world. The unique divine talents required prior activation in the real world with special cards that gave an incredible advantage. The development company Sky has released 9 rare divine talent cards, strategically distributing them to various locations around the planet. After reconstructing the location of the artifacts in his memory, the hero realized that the nearest map was on top of the tallest building in his hometown. Without wasting a moment, the guy immediately rushed to run to the high-rise building where the cherished map was located. The young man climbed to the roof of the skyscraper quickly, despite the dizzying height and the fatigue in his muscles. Zhang Yi's hunch was confirmed. The rare map was indeed lying there, shimmering in the midday sun. Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded behind, and a stranger with a determined expression appeared on the roof. With fury in his eyes, Lu Chengjie shouted that everything here only belonged to the owner of the company, including this map. In response, the young warrior calmly remarked that the owner of a find was the one who first discovered it. Turning around behind him, the daredevil saw a host of armed snipers and guards taking up perimeter positions. The gunmen opened fire on the innocent hero instantly, turning the safe roof into a real battlefield. Lu Chengjie threateningly announced the swift consequences for the uninvited guests, followed by a deafening explosion. Not wanting to get involved in the strange gunfight, Zhang Yi tried to escape from the pursuit of the red glowing bullets. Back, the warrior cast a brief glance, assessing the situation and planning how to proceed in this chaos. A roof cliff was suddenly revealed in front of him, threatening to be the end of the young player's desperate escape. Down jumped Zhang Yi to the lower level, hoping to get away from the ruthless guards chasing him this way. When he looked at the clock, he noticed that the fateful 12 o'clock was approaching, the time when everything was about to change. At this crucial moment, the daredevil jumped as high as he could to grab the coveted talent card. The purple-haired heir shouted hysterically, warning his opponent against trying to take the precious card. Zhang Yi reached for his honestly earned card, ignoring the threats and shouts of his furious opponent. Suddenly, the brave man's gaze changed at the sight of the deadly danger just ahead. The powerful cannon began to load Lu, preparing to permanently get rid of the uninvited rival in the fight for the artifact. With incredible speed, a bullet flew straight into Zhang Yi's forehead, seemingly leaving no chance of escape. A strange pixelated picture appeared before the hero's eyes, distorting reality and slowing down time around him. Exactly at noon, as if everything froze, the bullet froze in a millimeter from the head of the astonished warrior, breaking the laws of physics. Something inexplicable hovered over the city, a creature whose nature could not be described in human words. A humanoid figure announced the start of the game in a voice that pierced the consciousness of everyone within earshot. The godlike creature heralded the start of the game, making the entire space around the players shudder. Zhang Yi was asked by the deity about his desire to enter the apocalypse world, offering to make a choice that would determine his fate. Without hesitation, the warrior pressed agree, resolutely accepting the challenge of the new, uncharted digital world. The player's body began to disappear, disintegrating into millions of tiny particles in the space between worlds. Zhang Yi disappeared from the material world completely, being transported to another dimension of existence, virtual reality. Blue pixels covered the entire city, and the mass uploading of players into the new digital space began. Ordinary people watched the inexplicable changes with horror, completely unaware of what was happening around them. Abruptly, citizens began to disappear one by one, becoming unwitting participants in the digital experiment. A strange-looking, unearthly being proclaimed to send the players into a world created specifically for each participant. Zhang Yi was fully prepared for this incredible event, as if he had been waiting for this moment for his entire previous life. The apocalyptic young man spoke with inner trepidation about his long-awaited return to digital reality after a long separation. Something unusual caught the warrior's attention, a shimmering object that strikingly resembled a divine talent card. Zhang Yi took a timid step forward, approaching the source of the mysterious radiance with bated breath. The gold-colored map, emitting a bright light, was looked at by the young man with undisguised admiration and awe. Determination took hold of the young warrior, forcing him to reach out for the coveted artifact despite the possible danger. The fulfillment of a long-time dream filled Zhang Yi's thoughts when the cherished map was almost within reach. A strange girl with long hair resembling an angel suddenly appeared in front of the adventurer, welcoming in the game. Player number 8857 was greeted by a unique game spirit, congratulating him for obtaining a rare divine talent card. The special skill of copying other players' talents was given to Zhang Yi for his own use with a cooldown of 1 minute. 3 main camps are represented by the game universe, providing choices for everyone who enters the world. A camp of elves, beasts, or humans could be joined by the player at will, determining the way forward. Pensive thoughtfulness took over the young warrior as he pondered which camp should be favored this time. In his previous life, he always chose Zhang Yi's human camp. Following the traditional path of character development, a 20% increase in prestige rating is given to human camp players, which is the most important stat. Suddenly, the game spirit interrupted his musings, announcing the presence of something special designed especially for the newcomer. A scroll of mysterious purpose was presented by the spirit girl in her graceful hands, emitting a soft glow. Zhang Yi was extremely surprised when he recognized the legendary dragon blood scroll that had mysteriously appeared in this place. It seemed rather ironic that the scroll, once stolen by a former friend, now belonged to its rightful owner. Thanks to the system's discovery of a rare scroll of dragon blood, a new opportunity for an unusual path choice has opened up. Access to the hidden dragon camp was gained by the player thanks to an incredible find that changed the standard course of events. The confirmation of Zhang Yi's speculation about the existence of secret factions brought a fleeting smile to the experienced player's face. A young boy decided to join the dragon camp without hesitation, choosing an unconventional path to develop his character. Whether such a decision would be the right one flashed through the warrior's mind, weighing all the possible consequences of the unusual choice. After passing through the shimmering portal, Zhang Yi found himself in a spacious carriage where the other participants had already gathered. The beginning of the gameplay hasn't changed a bit from its previous life, which brought out nostalgic feelings. The enthusiastic talk of newcomers about the game's superb design reached the ears of the experienced player who knows the true price of admiration. Impatient questions about the imminent start of the monster hunt were asked by the excited participants, unaware of the challenges ahead. The need to check the status of the character was realized by Zhang Yi first, focusing on the primary tasks. A unique skill, Flame of the Hell Dragon, now possessed the hero, able to attack with a small chance of destroying all enemies. The young man thought the skill he had received was quite good, despite the low chance of activation, compensated by the magnificent effect of the divine talent. It was time to test the effect of the unusual card by copying someone else's skill. Zhang Yi decided to himself impatiently. The bald guy's loud shouts about the benefits of teamwork with him echoed throughout the carriage, attracting the attention of those around him. Zhang Yi was not interested in idle talk, so the warrior approached the braggart with a request to borrow something important. A young warrior approached the ball player with the true purpose of copying a unique skill while hiding his real intentions. The bald guy reacted indignantly to the stranger's touch, questioning loudly the reasons for this strange behavior. An awkward apology was muttered by Zhang Yi, explaining the situation as a simple mistake, skillfully hiding the true purpose of the contact. Successfully replicating the epic talent of searching for the nearest treasures within a 500-meter radius left the experienced player satisfied. Suddenly, the voice of the announcer rang out, welcoming the newcomers to the world of Apocalypse and wanting to enjoy the gameplay. The gathered players were addressed by the mysterious man as warriors, emphasizing the seriousness of the challenges ahead. Everyone present listened carefully to the instructions as they prepared to begin the initial phase of the incredible adventure. The ball player was stopped by Zhang Yi, warning of the extreme danger of rash actions in this mysterious world. The cocky participant mockingly replied, calling the warned party a coward and reminding them of the supposedly game-like nature of what was going on. The braggart smugly offered the rest of the players to simply observe the master's professional actions while exiting the wagon. A strange black energy began to appear around the bald guy immediately after going outside, foreshadowing imminent danger. A huge spider-like creature towered right beside the wagon, ready to attack the first careless player. Instantly killed was the self-confident player by a giant spider, losing the ability to resurrect in the world of Apocalypse. Zhang Yi was prepared for such an outcome, unlike the other passengers who were in a state of horror at what they had seen. The loud cry of the warrior called everyone to realize the monstrous truth. What was happening had long gone beyond the ordinary game. The scary reality explained the young man to those around him. Death in the virtual world means the death of the physical body. A real battle for his own life was called by an experienced player trying to convey the seriousness of the situation. Finding a safe zone became the main task for the participants surrounded by monsters, unsure of how to proceed. The strange device on the top shelf was reached for at this moment by Zhang Yi, recalling the past events of his gaming life. In a previous incarnation, someone in the 7th car used a safety hammer as an unusual weapon. The disguised blue-quality weapon turned out to be an unremarkable item, causing much envy among other players. Hidden in the wagon was a treasure chest of additional value, known only to the experienced traveler. The copied ability was activated by Zhang Yi to discover the location of a valuable chest with the necessary resources. Zhang Yi went straight to the hidden place, eager to obtain a valuable find. An item of incredible value, a potion of dragon's breath containing powerful energy, went to a resourceful warrior. A bright blue light began to suddenly waft from the wagon, drawing the attention of the dangerous creatures nearby. With the looted weapon, the young warrior climbed out, chopping up the huge spider monsters with incredible speed. The watching players reacted with delighted shouts, noticing the blue quality of the weapon in the hands of the fearless fighter. Against the sheer number of spiders, incredible skill was required when using line weapons. The giant furry creatures became extremely angry, surrounding the daredevil on all sides in a terrifying ring. The players called the brave warrior a madman, considering his behavior a sure way to find a quick death. Ignoring the panicked shouts, Zhang Yi stepped back slightly to adopt a favorable fighting stance. A yellow glow began to emanate from the experienced fighter's hand, signaling that the decisive moment of the bout was approaching. It was time to introduce the bloodthirsty spiders to the effects of the dragon breath potion, the warrior decided for himself. The ancient artifact was used by Zhang Yi, summoning the mighty dragon flame forward against numerous enemies. An unprecedented spectacle unfolded right in the air, catching the eyes of everyone present with its splendor. A huge bonfire of fire appeared out of nowhere, consuming the monsters in its merciless dragon flames. The young man received a level increase for his feat, as well as 50 copper coins and extra life points. After the battle was over, the warrior pondered the usefulness of mining additional dragon breath potions for future battles. Shocked onlookers couldn't believe what they were seeing, considering instantly destroying spiders with a single attack a real cheat. Following the map to the City of Hope identified Zhang Yi as the next important task of his perilous journey. Suddenly, a running man appeared in the hero's path, attracting attention with his strange behavior. The stranger was spotted by an attentive warrior, wondering about the identity of the suspicious subject. A mysterious passerby made a plea for help, telling of a daughter kidnapped by cruel monsters. In a past life, many careless players got into trouble in this forest, even though valuable items were stored there. The begging man began to transform into a monster, his smile gradually turning blood red. Looking around, Zhang Yi realized that he was all alone in the silent forest. With a loud call, the warrior attempted to discover the whereabouts of his supposedly kidnapped daughter, offering the stranger his help. Looking around again, the mysterious man had completely disappeared, leaving no trace of his presence. The young man thought it was strange enough that he decided to just keep moving forward along the planned path. Unsuspecting, the warrior moved forward, watched closely by an unknown creature from the shadows. A little crying girl was spotted by Zhang Yi amongst the dense bushes, raising new questions about what was happening around him. Zhang Yi approached the crying girl, warning her of the dangers of being alone in the forest and offering to escort her to safety. A strange girl with purple hair suddenly appeared from the shadows, expressing gratitude unknown. The young man was completely bewildered, trying to understand the identity of the mysterious stranger who appeared as if from nowhere. Ominous words about the brought prey were uttered by the mysterious person, showing the true nature of her intentions. The activation of the mission to rescue the lost girl happened automatically, promising the ring as a reward upon returning to the city. Memories of hidden quests in the dark forest that many players had stumbled upon in their past lives surfaced in Zhang Yi's mind. Missing the opportunity to gain additional experience was not something an experienced warrior could miss. Realizing the value of such unexpected assignments, transforming into her true form began the beautiful girl after accepting the quest, exposing her monstrous essence. The giant spider became a stranger, demanding that the guy stand still and allow himself to be devoured without resistance. Zhang Yi approached the frightened girl, asking her not to run away and promising to quickly deal with the threat before escorting her to the village. A magical weapon began to manifest in the hand of the fearless warrior, ready to meet the monstrous foe in battle. Zhang Yi rushed forward toward the spider woman as soon as the weapon fully materialized in his hands. The monster's legs were attempted to be chopped off by a daredevil, but he quickly realized the futility of attacking against the creature's tough skin. Mockingly, the Spider Girl declared the uselessness of physical attacks, confident in her invulnerability. Despite the difficulties, continued to try to chop the leg of the monster's stubborn fighter, unwilling to give up without a fight. Jung-yi jumped back, realizing the futility of his efforts against the impenetrable defenses of a dangerous opponent. The impossibility of defeating the 20th ranked boss was warned by the game spirit, advising to abandon the quest for the sake of survival. The young man categorically refused to flee alone, determined to save an innocent girl from a terrible fate. With words of faith in the right choice, the angel-like spirit replied, recognizing escape as the only chance for survival. The determined warrior's facial expression changed as he angrily shouted his refusal to accept defeat without a fight. A young fighter jumped forward decisively, declaring that the battle would not end as easily as the enemy hoped. A popular video from the real world mentioned a hidden chest located close to the fight scene. The skill book to defeat the spider was hoped to be found by Zhang Yi in the chest, activating the treasure hunter's special ability. The desired chest was seen by the warrior thanks to the activated ability, determining its exact location amongst the dense vegetation. Attempts to get to the cherished vault was made by the hero, but the ferocious monster in every way prevented his advancement. The monster's paws covered the brave seeker, but he continued to stubbornly reach for the saving treasure chest. The Spider-Woman realized her opponent's true goal, turning around and realizing that the young man was not seeking escape at all. The monster watched the desperate attempts to open the chest with growing alarm, realizing the danger of what was happening. Great anxiety and anger gripped the monster, seeing a carefully thought-out plan go awry due to unforeseen actions. The blue quality item, the lightning chain skill book, was obtained by Zhang Yi before the Spider-Woman could interrupt him. A lightning chain skill capable of dealing 200 damage and severing enemy limbs was studied by Zhang Yi as the enraged spider prepared for a deadly attack. Faster than the monster, the experienced warrior acted, trying to charge his new magical weapon for the decisive strike. To the huge monster sent the young man sparkling streams of energy, hoping for the effectiveness of the recently acquired skill. With a loud challenge, Zhang Yi challenged his opponent, offering to test the true power of his magic attack. Easily coped with a dangerous boss, resourceful hero, thanks to the timely found powerful skill. The epic weapon was received by a satisfied warrior, celebrating a superb catch for today's danger-filled day. The rescued girl was approached by a caring Zhang Yi, comforting the child and offering to walk her to safety. Travelers came to the City of Hope after a long journey through a dangerous forest full of unseen threats. Strange looks began to be cast by the locals at the newly arrived hero, among which the familiar Lu Chengjie stood out. The influential young man was approached by his subordinates, pointing out the rival who had misappropriated the divine talent card. Anger began to rise instantly, Lu clenching his fist hard at the sight of his hated rival in the power struggle. A strict injunction to take his eyes off the stranger was given by the enraged heir to his loyal subordinates, plotting revenge. Unsuspecting Zhang Yi moved forward, enjoying the successful completion of a dangerous quest. The grateful girl, who had miraculously escaped a terrible fate thanks to the bravery of a stranger, looked sweetly at her savior. The little girl expressed her sincere gratitude to the brave warrior, rejoicing at her long-awaited return home after the danger she had endured. Completing the mission brought the hero a ring that increased his luck by 55 points, greatly increasing his chances of success. The rarity of the attribute of luck was something Zhang Yi pondered about, realizing that high scores of this characteristic would guarantee generous rewards for tasks. The loud shouts of the merchants were heard by the attentive young man, attracting the attention of passers-by to their shops and services. A local blacksmith offered his services for improved equipment, promising to take no money if the attempt failed. Zhang Yi thought about the high chance of successful improvement as he watched the work of the talented craftsman being admired by others. The spectators accompanied the forging process with delighted cheers, marveling at the blacksmith's skill in creating incredibly powerful weapons. Zhang Yi decided to try out the mysterious abilities of the master, wanting to know the secret of his incredible success. The epic talent of forging and refining successfully activated the cunning warrior, increasing the chance of successfully refining equipment by 50%. The poison dagger was placed in front of the blacksmith by the young man, hoping to successfully improve the recently obtained trophy weapon. One improvement after another proved successful, confirming the effectiveness of the copied talent and pleasing the crafty player. Great prospects for future business were viewed by a satisfied Zhang Yi, realizing the value of the equipment improvement ability he had obtained. Surprised cheers rang out in the plaza as the spectators discussed the 15th successful result of improving a rare epic weapon. Breathing heavily, the tired hero began, feeling the complete exhaustion of stamina after prolonged use of the copied talent. Zhang Yi realized the need for rest before further leveling up, feeling extremely exhausted after actively using his talent. A tired warrior came to the special place for players to rest after the battle, hoping to regain his strength in a cozy tavern. A secluded room is rented by the young hero, having been given a small key to the temporary shelter by the landlord. The discussions of other visitors about a secret mission someone had completed in the dark forest reached the ears of the attentive young man. Thoughts of reaching level 20 as soon as possible occupied Zhang Yi as he floated on the top bed, planning a change of profession to learn strong skills. After reaching level 20, you can change your profession to one of 7 classes, including knight or assassin. A mental promise of retribution for his betrayal was addressed by Zhang Yi to his former friend Mu Chen, anticipating the inevitable meeting in the future. Farther into the forest advanced a rested lad, ready for new adventures and challenges on the road to power. Having detected the surveillance, loudly demanded Zhang Yi for the pursuer to come out of hiding, stopping the pointless game of hide-and-seek. The mysterious stalker stepped forward, giving away his presence and intentions to the wary warrior. Arrogantly stated Lu Qingjie, the scarred guy that past luck had run out, doubting the opponent's ability to escape again. Far from acting alone, the insidious stalker was surrounded by a group of loyal thugs ready to carry out any order. The computer's forced mode activated unexpectedly, changing the rules of the upcoming fight not in favor of the hero. Threatening to demonstrate his newly acquired lightning chain skill, Zhang Yi spoke out, preparing to fight back against the insolent opponents. The disappearance of the lightning chain from the hero's hand came suddenly, disrupting plans for an easy victory in the upcoming battle. The reason for the inability to use the skills was not immediately realized by the warrior when faced with the silencing, effect-blocking magical abilities. An ominous warning of a 2-minute skill lockdown was uttered by the enemy, suggesting that he resign himself to his inevitable fate. With his fist, one of the bandits tried to strike, underestimating the physical abilities of an experienced fighter. Zhang Huas easily dodged the clumsy attacks of his opponents using his superior reaction and fighting reflexes. The shocked bandits did not understand the reason for taking damage from an unarmed enemy, writing it off as powerful equipment. Contemptuously, Lu called his aides a pile of garbage, deciding to personally deal with the unruly rival. The blue rarity was Zhang Yi's weapon, improved by 15 levels, which gave a significant advantage in battle. His powerful bow was being loaded by the enemy, intending to hit the agile warrior from afar with a deadly shot. Mockingly, the scarred guy offered to test his ability to resist his weapon, confident in his superiority. A meteor shower of arrows launched Lu Qingjie, causing deadly projectiles to fall directly from the sky onto the enemy's head. Zhang Yi lost 50 units of health from each arrow that hit him, rapidly decreasing his vitality reserve. The total number exceeding 100 arrows, the warrior realizing the impossibility of complying with all the conditions for evasion. The Hell Dragon was unleashed by Zhang Yi, using his unique abilities, activating the most powerful weapon in his arsenal. The unexpectedness of such a turn of events was not expected by the opponents, suddenly realizing the true strength of the underestimated enemy. The warrior directed the sizzling flames at the brigands, allowing the infernal dragon to deal with the insolent offenders. Easily incinerated were all the opponents, unable to withstand the power of the dragon flames that burst from the warrior's hands. The initial anxiety of reaching level 20 completely disappeared from the guy, thanking his opponents for the experience and equipment he had gained. A silver moon bow with the ability to meteor shower arrows was obtained by Zhang Yi, who had finally reached the 20th level for a profession change. The City of Hope, visually reminiscent of a European medieval town, once again welcomed the victorious warrior with its streets. Near the central fountain of rebirth, dead players appear with a chance at a new life in this amazing digital world. Zhang Yi approached the revived opponents, expressing mock gratitude for the moonbow, emphasizing its usefulness for future battles. A mad anger was felt by Lu, promising revenge in the future for the humiliating defeat and loss of valuable weapons. Not even willing to listen to the threats, the victor ironically wished good luck to his losing foes before continuing on his way. Past the beautiful streets of the city, the determined warrior continued his journey, enjoying the beauty of the surrounding architecture. A large man, a career change officer, was spotted by Zhang Yi not far from the main square of the city. The desire to change profession was expressed by the young hero, addressing the stern officer with a determined look. The opening of the Profession Change dungeon was announced by an officer, inviting the player who had reached the right level to try themselves. A strange air current began to engulf Zhang Yi, heading straight towards the mysterious Fate Choice dungeon. A determined step forward the warrior took, fully immersing himself in the mystical dungeon that would determine his future path. The 7 great professions of the apocalypse represented knight, berserker, assassin, mage, archer, priest, and beast tamer, offering different paths of development. Beast tamer was considered the least popular profession, despite its unique animal control abilities. The opportunity to shift the dirty work to the pets was overshadowed for tamers by the difficulty of raising and maintaining them. When developing beasts, you must divide all the resources you receive between the tamer and the pets, slowing progress considerably. Due to the rarity of resources in the world of apocalypse, most tamers could not develop further, making the profession the least sought after. Knight was considered the most suitable choice due to its strong start, although it became weaker in the latter stages of game progression. The uniqueness of a beast tamer was the divine talent to obtain 10 times more resources and create the perfect team of pets. The long-awaited hero beast tamer mentor greeted Zhang Yi as if anticipating his arrival in the dungeon. The appeal of the game spirit to the hero contained the advice to carefully consider the choice of profession, which can greatly facilitate the future life. Zhang Yi made a firm decision to choose the rare profession of a beast tamer, despite all the difficulties and warnings of hardship. Congratulations on choosing a rare and challenging profession was received by a guy embarking on the unique path of an animal lord in the world of apocalypse. The successful career change was accompanied by a congratulatory message from the officer who met Zhang Yi at the exit of the mysterious dungeon. Fragments of conversation among passers-by about the deadly dangers of the City of Dead Spirits and the group's death by an elite monster reached the ears of the attentive warrior. Memories of the first dungeon from his past life surfaced in Zhang Yi's mind, realizing that with the right team, the boss wouldn't be much of a problem. A group of adventurers recruiting a team to go to the City of Dead Spirits was spotted by an experienced player in the main square. The unknown man approached the assembled crew, humbly asking to be taken along on the dangerous treasure hunt. Good-natured agreement was expressed by the leader of the group, welcoming the beautiful mage to the team and confirming the available seat. Quickly running up to the group, Zhang Yi asked to take him too, eager to join the promising trek. Doubts about the newly changed profession of a beast tamer were felt by the team members, assuming the newcomer's lack of skills. The need for an extra person still outweighed the doubts, and the team agreed to accept Zhang Yi, splitting the votes in half. The ominous atmosphere of the City of Dead Spirits was felt by a group of adventurers stepping into the gloomy streets of the cursed place. The low damage of the beast tamers was reminded by the squad leader to the new recruit, referring to the recent news in the World Channel. Zhang Yi cited his love of raising animals as the reason for his choice of profession, hiding his true motives from his associates. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an arrow flew towards the group, warning of the hidden danger lurking in the shadows of the city. Hugely fortunately, a deadly projectile flew past the target, causing consternation to the unprepared adventurers. A warning of caution was uttered by the commander, indicating that hostile forces were approaching their small detachment. A large number of undead, thirsty for the blood of the living, were seen by the team members, turning around at the sound of approaching footsteps. Angrily swinging axes, a whole army of skeletons appeared in front of the travelers, ready to tear apart the uninvited guests. The head of the squad immediately began to chop the enemies, the first to rush into battle against the creepy creatures of the netherworld. The team's ranged fighters were approached by the leader with a shout for them to focus on destroying the ranged monsters. Magical power began to charge the beautiful sorceress, preparing to unleash a deadly spell on the undead horde. The willingness to fight monsters was demonstrated by the crazy beauty without showing the slightest sign of fear. The fireball was launched by the talented sorceress, easily shattering the fragile bones of the attacking skeletons with a single blow. A treacherous skeleton suddenly appeared behind the mage's back, putting a sharp sword to the defenseless girl's unprotected neck. The need to immediately help the girl was realized by Zhang Yi, seeing the deadly threat to his team member. The deadly pack was summoned by a resourceful tamer, intent on quickly dealing with the insidious monsters that ambushed them. The basic skill of a beast tamer was the summoning of a flock of crows, distracting the enemy's attention and dealing 50 units of magic damage. The sorceress girl expressed her sincere gratitude, turning her gaze to her unexpected savior. The girl's hand was grabbed by Zhang Yi, who ran up, eager to lead her away from the deadly danger. an alarming warning shouted by the guy to the entire team, explaining the nature of the undead and the need to retreat as soon as possible. The order to continue forward was given by the squad leader, ignoring the warnings of the new member of the group. Near an old building, a squad stopped, discussing tactics for the boss fight. The knight will be a distraction, the others will attack from behind. A suspicious question about the source of knowledge was asked by leader Zhang Yi, wondering if he had already been to this dungeon before. Experiences from online gaming explained his knowledge to the cunning warrior, skillfully concealing the true origin of the information. A venomous dagger created from the fangs of spiders took hold of the young beast tamer, preparing for the upcoming battle. The head guy expressed surprise when he noticed the rare weapon in the newcomer's hands, contradicting his supposed status. Zhang Yi headed toward the doors of the mysterious dungeon, intending to open the way to the team's main trial. An eerie atmosphere was seen by the squad members as the dungeon doors swung open before them, revealing dark secrets. The importance of maintaining the integrity of the team was warned by Zhang Yi, realizing the deadly danger of separation in such a place. A trio of friends were already mulling over the insidious plan, not caring for the safety of their newly adopted companions. After trapping the new recruits, the treacherous comrades shouted their imminent return, traitorously dooming the pair to certain doom. A bad team with the intention of getting rid of them by the hands of the boss was recognized by an experienced warrior, understanding the true purpose of the traitors. It was too late to realize that the huge monster was already in their midst, ready to destroy the uninvited guests. The rushing stream of ice noticed Zhang Yi heading straight towards him and the defenseless mage girl. Firmly grasping the girl's hand, the warrior strove to protect the accidental ally from mortal danger if necessary. The heroic young man covered the fragile sorceress from the powerful blow with his body, quickly jumping aside with her. Sincere gratitude for the repeated rescue was expressed by the mage, realizing that without the stranger's help, she would have been dead by now. Focused on the upcoming battle, Zhang Yi took a step forward as if he hadn't heard the words of appreciation from the rescued girl. An undead archmage of the 30th level was seen in front of them by the adventurers caught off guard, realizing the horror of the situation. Significant superiority was displayed by the powerful opponent over the level 20 group, dooming them to defeat. Without the tank taking damage on itself, there was no way to withstand the boss's attack, realized Zhang Yi, feverishly considering his options. The resourceful sorceress decided to use the available abilities while there was still time to prepare for an unequal battle. 3 strange undead warriors summoned by a talented mage, using a rare spell to create temporary defenders. Short-lived protection was promised by the summoned creatures, forcing the heroes to search for a way to escape the death trap. High resistance to conventional attacks was demonstrated by the boss when the summoned undead engaged him in unequal combat. Zhang Yi asked for a little time, preparing to use special tactics against a powerful opponent. The knowledge of the boss's weakness was announced by the experienced warrior, suggesting that the sorceress trust him to take further action against the monster. The promise to cover the daredevil was shouted out by a brave girl willing to risk her life for their mutual salvation. Multiple fireballs were used by the resourceful sorceress in an attempt to divert the attention of the formidable opponent. Burning red eyes distinguished the fierce undead, easily repelling the magical attacks of their opponents. The gem on the back of the archmage's neck was noticed by the attentive Zhang Yi, identifying the monster's main source of energy. The warrior called the monster's greatest weakness a discovered point, sharing valuable information with an ally. A strange circle resembling a pentagram appeared in the tamer's hands as he began to use the mysterious power. The ability to summon a flock of crows was used by Zhang Yi once again, creating an unexpected tactical advantage. The summoned birds began flying around the boss, clearly interfering with the powerful archmage's concentration and view. There was no time to waste. The determined warrior rushed into battle, while the distraction kept the enemy's attention contained. A resourceful hero managed to hit the archmage's vulnerable point, dealing a critical blow in a moment of confusion. Falling to the cold floor, the undead let out a final shriek, marking the victory of the brave Zhang Yi over the formidable archmage. A staff of current light of epic rarity with the ice wind skill was given to the winner, able to freeze enemies with blizzard. Boundless joy was felt by the guy and girl, realizing the rarity of the weapon obtained after a difficult battle. Giving the valuable loot to the companion was decided by the magnanimous Zhang Yi, realizing the usefulness of the find to the mage class. Confused, the girl questioned the purpose of the gift, to which she received an explanation about the uselessness of the staff for a tamer. The sudden cessation of movement inside the dungeon was noted by the three traitors waiting outside the door for the denouement. The inevitable doom of newcomers was voiced by a red-haired guy who was confident in the boss's superiority over inexperienced players. Happy exclamations of the necessity of taking the spoils rang out among the cowardly company, who decided to return to the scene of the fight. The door of the mysterious dungeon dared to open treacherous traitors, eager to know the outcome of the deadly battle. The shocking sight of the surviving comrades was seen by the returning cowards, frozen in amazement at the impossible. A barbed question of disappointment was asked by Zhang Yi, reminding him of the scoundrel's desire to see only corpses in their place. The trio of traitors were genuinely shocked, unable to believe their eyes, for the victims should have died long ago. Instant flight from the dungeon was undertaken by the terrified tricksters, eager to escape the retribution they deserved. An unpunished retreat could not be allowed by the determined Zhang Yi and the sorceress, preparing to stop the traitors. The caring warrior covered the girl with his body, protecting her from a possible attack by the former group commander. The accusation of betraying his comrades was hurled by Zhang Yi to the leader, recalling the bitter experiences of the past with such treachery. The protective grip of the girl's hand was reinforced by the alert young man, ready to shield his ally from danger at any moment. The skill of summoning dead creatures was successfully copied by the cunning tamer, touching the enchantress's hand during a defensive maneuver. To revive the soul of the defeated archmage, the resourceful Zhang Yi decided to use his newly acquired skill, creating an unexpected twist. The powerful archmage immediately sided with his former opponents. Surprised cries of the archmage's impossible resurrection erupted from the mouths of the traitors, unaware of what was happening around them. To learn the truth was not before the treacherous former comrades, instantly frozen by the powerful skill of the resurrected boss. The story of three traitorous players, deprived of the slightest chance of rebirth in the world of apocalypse, ended with irrevocable death. Slowly, Zhang Yi began to faint, feeling extremely exhausted after the grueling battle and the skill utilization. The young warrior's stamina had reached a critical limit, causing his exhausted body to collapse to the cold stone floor. He felt the need to go to the rest area with every cell of his exhausted body, feeling overwhelming fatigue. Open eyes the exhausted tamer could not keep open, slowly sinking into the saving darkness of oblivion. Childhood memories floated in front of the young man's mental gaze. A conversation with his father about buying a new game after winning. The promise to purchase the coveted novelty was given by his father to little Zhang Yi if his son could win over him. The boy felt mad joy then, confident in his ability to take first place and get the coveted prize. The bitter realization of being irrevocably stuck in a game reality came to the warrior, realizing the impossibility of returning to the normal world. Waking up in the tavern room was accompanied by an excruciating headache and questions about the length of the involuntary sleep. The mysterious letter was noticed by Zhang Yi's attentive gaze beside the bed, raising questions about the origin of the mysterious message. The first priority action was to read the letter he had found, awakening the curiosity of the rested warrior. Gratitude for the multiple rescues was expressed by the wizard girl in a written message left for the heroic savior. The precious ring was attached to the letter by the grateful sorceress, hoping for the usefulness of the gift in the young man's future adventures. Zhang Yi felt sincere joy at such a noble gesture of gratitude, appreciating the attention of the rescued girl. Looking closely at the items from the ring, memories of the many slain players came flooding back to the brooding warrior. The lack of need to worry about equipment was noted by the satisfied tamer, realizing that all that remained was to find just the right beast. The hidden dungeon of the Dragon Crown tomb in the northern part, according to the memories, was still the only place to obtain rare beasts until the 40th level. A wise choice of participants for the trek was required when visiting a dangerous place. Otherwise, it was not possible to get out of there without loss. The difficulty of finding trustworthy companions was realized by the experienced player, realizing that it was easier to say there was a need than to actually find worthy ones. An active girl beckoning to the guild in the square was noticed by Zhang Yi, listening to the promises of various benefits for new members. The thought of joining the guild was a sudden epiphany, making the boy's eyes light up at the realization of the obvious decision. Teaming up with the traitor Mu Chen in his past life made him forget about guilds as the best way to form reliable teams. A determined Zhang Yi headed over to the guild manager, meeting the question of possible help with a desire to create his own players' association. Choosing a name for the future guild was suggested by the girl manager, turning to the determined Zhang Yi. Reflections on the game's creator as a deity and the players who defied the higher powers captured the young warrior's mind. Zhang Wei remembered his father's words from his childhood when he decided to name the guild Hunt for Gods. The only way to win is through participation. Congratulations on creating your own guild were heard from the managers, suggesting that you start inviting other players. The ineffectiveness of handing out flyers on the street was instantly realized by the experienced Zhang Yi, considering this method of recruiting people too casual. After the survival mission, the first competition according to the game schedule should begin, opening up new opportunities. The most appropriate place for real experts to meet was a competition attracting the best fighters of the apocalypse. The first large-scale competition with duels was organized by the City of Hope to celebrate the arrival of the players, inviting absolutely everyone to participate. Zhang Yi made an immediate decision to take part in the competition, seeing a great opportunity to display his skills. Leading voices sounded after the participants were fully loaded, addressing the assembled ladies and gentlemen before the tournament began. The real battle was eagerly awaited by the excited Zhang Yi, anticipating the exciting spectacle and the opportunity to test his strength. The official greeting came from the host announcing the start of the first dueling competition for the brave warriors. The vast expanse of the sky arena spread out before the eager players, awaiting the long-awaited start of the bouts. Analyzing the situation, Zhang Yi realized his gap from the bulk of the players who had reached the 30th level against his 25th level. The long-awaited duel battle has finally begun between the first two players, showing off the prowess of their classes. The enthusiastic shouts of the audience accompanied the assassin's maneuver, who was able to get close to the warlock, depriving him of the advantage of distance. Refusing to surrender, the mage continued to engage in an unequal battle, looking for a way to turn the tense duel around. A prison of shadows summoned a desperate spellcaster, surrounding the assassin with a mystical trap in an attempt to stop the rushing attacks. The unique ability to analyze the enemy and inflict pinpoint damage distinguished an exclusive skill applied by an experienced mage. 1,000,000 coins was offered by the wily assassin to his opponent for his deliberate defeat, tempting the mage with material goods. The warlock remembered the failed opportunity to save the company from bankruptcy, imagining how life would have changed with such a sum. A completely different path could have been taken by the fate of a magician who escaped the addiction to alcohol with the necessary means. Leaving his wife and daughter would not have happened in the alternate reality the embattled mage dreamed of, remembering past mistakes. It was the search for an opportunity to change fate that brought a desperate man into the game apocalypse, giving a second chance at happiness. A firm decision to never give up or lose was made by the warlock, rejecting any suggestion of deliberate defeat. The mystical, soul-sucking power of the enemy was applied by a determined mage, declaring there was no room for failure in his new life. The inevitability of defeat before the power of the magician proclaimed the enchanter, depriving his opponents of choice and hope of victory. Inner tension was felt by Zhang Yi, recognizing the uncommon skill and strength of the confident magician. A familiar name, Duan Feng, recalled the warrior from his past life, often seen in the World Channel amongst the loners going through difficult dungeons. A lad was sent to court number 20, where an impatient opponent, long anticipating the encounter, was already waiting for him. The 35th level Knight Duan Feng had, far surpassing his opponent in experience and strength. The condescending suggestion to attack first came from the cocky knight, emphasizing the low level of the opponent. Doubts about Zhang Yi's ability to endure the fight were expressed by the arrogant warrior, provoking his opponent into a rash attack. A warning against arrogance towards his opponents was uttered by the tamer, unwilling to put up with neglect due to the difference in level. Instantly, summoning a flock of crows decided Zhang Yi, causing his opponent to respectfully appraise his confidence in his own strength. A challenge to check the actual match of words and deeds was thrown by the knight, grabbing his formidable weapon before the fight began. The knight's exclusive skill, Guardian of Balls, applied Duan, summoning several soul balls capable of sustaining 500 damage each. The accusation of being afraid of real combat was thrown by the opponent, trying to provoke Zhang Yi into rash actions. The need to break through the 4 soul balls was realized by the experienced warrior as he analyzed the obstacles to damage the knight. The mathematical calculation showed the need to take 2,000 units of reflected damage, which was equal to Zhang Yi's entire health reserve. A warning about the fatality of doubt in a duel was uttered by the knight, reminding him that indecision gives his opponent a chance to kill. The inevitability of defeat under the current development was understood by Zhang Yi, feverishly thinking of a way to get rid of the defensive balls. Memories of the large number of items obtained from slain players came to the tamer's mind, offering an unexpected solution. The young man's only hope was in his armor, donning protective gear before a decisive move in a dangerous game. The lightning chain was used by the brave warrior, causing the knight to mockingly shout the urge to die from the reflected damage of the defense balls. Duan adopted a smug posture, announcing the end for his opponent in advance, unaware of his opponent's hidden trump card. The hidden undead armor skill engaged the cunning Zhang Yi, ensuring survival after mortal damage and recovering 10% of health. The knight's weapon began to crack under the influence of the powerful energy released in the midst of the epic duel. The shocking realization of the opponent's survival after the reflected damage of the defensive balls struck the cocky knight. Zhang Wei made a decisive move towards his opponent, taking advantage of the moment of confusion to deliver a fatal blow. The young warrior successfully won, confidently advancing to the next round of the tournament to the enthusiastic cheers of the spectators. Recognizing the strength of his opponent, an honest Zhang Yi expressed his honesty, noting the crucial role his equipment played in the outcome of the intense bout. The unusual origin of the armor suggested the defeated Duan, admitting his own mistake in underestimating the talented opponent. Solemn congratulations were pronounced by the host to the participants who managed to overcome the difficult first round of the competition. A familiar mage girl appeared in the arena, catching the attention of the spectators with her confident gait before the start of the second round. A warning against underestimating the talented sorceress rang out among the seasoned viewers who know the true power of the contestant. A sharp demand to stop talking and demonstrate real ability was thrown by the girl to her cocky opponent. The excitement among the spectators of the celestial arena caused the battle for the title of the strongest magician to begin, attracting everyone's attention. Strategic thoughts of recruiting the strongest mage into his guild occurred to Zhang Yi, envisioning the future power of such an association. The intention to increase his own strength was expressed by Duan, suggesting that the guy address questions through the chat room if necessary. Indifference to the knight's suggestion was experienced by the young tamer, considering his recent opponent an emotionless fighting machine. The knight's admonishing words recalled Zhang Yi about hoping to see a championship message justifying his own defeat. The warrior decided to watch the duel of the strongest mages, expecting to invite another expert to the guild. The names of the fighting mages were noticed by the attentive Zhang Yi, recognizing the participants of the exciting magic duel. The girl who survived the betrayal with him in the terrible dungeon was recognized by the warrior among the participants of the magical duel. Opposite each other, two powerful magicians froze, preparing to demonstrate the highest mastery of the magical arts. The icy wind was used by the talented sorceress, applying the ability obtained in the memorable dungeon trials. A self-righteous statement about the imminent appropriation of another's ability was uttered by a show-off mage, displaying exorbitant pride. A sharp refusal to continue the idle conversation was expressed by Han, suggesting that her opponent continue the conversation in the afterlife. The meteor shower was summoned by a powerful sorceress, raining down a huge amount of fiery meteorites on the enemy's head. A premonition of a bad outcome, despite the girl's clear advantage, arose in Zhang Yi's mind as he watched the fight closely. The strange expression on the narcissistic mage's face was noticed by the shrewd warrior, anticipating an unexpected turn of events. A powerful explosion shook the arena, eliciting perplexed screams from the spectators who did not understand what was happening in the epicenter of the battle. The complete incomprehension of the sudden events in the arena was experienced by Zhang Yi, along with the rest of the spectators of the exciting fight. The mysterious disappearance of the narcissistic warlock and the unknown fate of the girl caused widespread concern among those present. A previously unknown skill that had never been encountered in his past life struck Zhang Yi's consciousness with its mysterious nature. The powerful mage spoke condescending words, addressing the girl with feigned regret for her failed finale. Zhang Yi felt sincere pity for the talented sorceress, recognizing her unconditional strength and potential in the arena. A caring warrior approached the defeated girl, offering to help her up and apologizing for the loss of her prized staff. A firm promise to reach the finals and recover the stolen artifact was made by the young man, comforting the distraught sorceress with words of encouragement. An easy victory over the next opponent marked a new dueling match, bringing the guy closer to his cherished goal. Narcissistic magician Wu Qi demonstrated a successful passage to the next round, confidently defeating his opponents. The opponent's fiery wheel didn't stop Zhang Yi gaining another victory and moving on in the tournament grid. After countless rounds, only two finalists remained, Zhang Yi and Wu Qi, ready to fight for the grand prize. An impatient anticipation gripped the spectators gathered around the celestial arena, hardly waiting for the final confrontation to begin. A mocking remark was thrown by Wu Qi, commenting on the determined look of an opponent who was ready to eat his opponent alive. The arrogant challenge to take the precious staff was accompanied by a loud laugh from the cocky mage, confident in his invincibility. Zhang Yi felt a strange displacement into another dimension, as he found himself alone with the insidious opponent in the space of nothingness. The reason for her friend's sudden disappearance was understood by the astute warrior, realizing the enemy's ability to create separate dimensions. The impossibility of victory in the created space was stated by the arrogant mage, explaining the absorption of the chance to revive after respawning. Zhang Yi remained vigilant, realizing the futility of copying his opponent's talent and summoning crows under the circumstances. A third of his health was taken away by the mage's usual spell, making one wonder about the seriousness of the insidious opponent's attacks. An unexpected idea suddenly visited the boy's mind, making his lips stretch into a mysterious smile. The epic weapon was picked up by a determined Zhang Yi, preparing for a risky plan against the overconfident magician. The shocked Wu Qi was genuinely perplexed, not understanding the strange actions of his unpredictable opponent. Zhang Yi took death by his own weapon, shocking the audience and his opponent with his unexpected act. A chance for rebirth was detected by the system in the hero, opening up the possibility of a cunning plan. The special rules of the main competition area allowed a player to revive at the site of death, bypassing the mandatory return to the fountain. The resourceful warrior saw the current situation as the perfect moment to summon a soul, taking advantage of a unique opportunity. Resentment was expressed by the stunned Wu Qi, threatening imminent retribution for playing games with his patients, regardless of the chances of revival. In desperation, Wu Qi shouted for the cursed snakes, begging them to get away as the enemy crows pounced on him from all sides. The exhausted opponent was approached by Zhang Yi, hoping for his willingness to continue the deadly fight to the end. This time, the difference between the forces of the fighters will be obvious to all observers. Such a thought was enjoyed by the tamer before the decisive blow. The speed of the enemy struck the guy with its unusualness. He had never seen such lightning-fast movements before, as if fighting with a completely different creature. The simultaneous strike of a double chain of lightning struck by the clone, and the original, the resourceful warrior, decided to try it out against the dangerous spellcaster. Sparkling discharges streamed down the enemy's body, causing unbearable pain to distort the self-righteous warlock's face as every nerve was pierced. About the impossibility of losing this time, Wu Qi kept saying, trying to get up after receiving 800 units of damage, swaying as if drunk. Deadly swords suddenly appeared behind Zhang Yi's back at the will of the magician, who had sworn to avoid defeat at all costs. With such incredible speed flew the sharpest weapon that cut through the very air on its way to the hero's unprotected back. Fortunately, the copy's timely reaction saved the creator. The arm thrown forward stopped the blade at the last moment before the fatal blow. The copy that had taken the fatal blow slowly dissolved into pixels, gradually disappearing from the material world of the doppelgangers. The doppelganger's noble act could not leave Zhang Yi indifferent, filling his heart with both deep gratitude and fury towards his opponent at the same time. With knuckles white with tension, the boy rushed toward the enemy, his eyes blazing with determination to end the fight here and now. The desire to continue fighting and refusal to admit defeat was shouted by Wu Qi, swinging to strike back with all his remaining power. A blinding yellow explosion was born from the collision of two powerful forces, causing the surrounding space to tremble from the energy released. Stubbornly and desperately, the recalcitrant mage swung again with mad determination in his eyes, meeting his gaze with the cold calm of his tamer. Player Zhang Yi's victory was solemnly announced by the system, granting him the well-deserved title of tournament champion among the top fighters. The winning hand was raised by the announcer, urging the crowd to welcome the new hero, while hundreds of voices expressed their desire to become his loyal subjects. At the moment of triumph, Zhang Yi noticed the proud smile of Han Yaru, whose gaze radiated sincere admiration for his comrade and his achievement. The well-deserved award to the champion was announced by the announcer, holding out a mysterious chest of random equipment for the winner. At the thought of being able to replace the obsolete poison dagger, Zhang Yi's eyes lit up with undisguised delight. For so long he had dreamed of a worthy weapon. Opening the chest revealed a magnificent sword of ice and flame, shimmering with a mysterious, mystical light in the hands of the victor. A satisfied Zhang Yi thought about the well-spent chance of rebirth, the championship title obtained, the returned staff, and the new marvelous weapon. The victor leaned over to his dying opponent with a warning against irresponsible actions, even in the virtual world of the game. After descending from the arena, enthusiastic spectators approached the young champion, offering to add them as friends and become battle buddies in future adventures. A young man, true to his word, approached the wizard girl, returning the promised staff and reminding her of her desire to find her missing brother. Hanyaru's sudden joining of the guild was accompanied by over 100 applications from those wishing to follow suit. Chang'e grabbed the girl by the arm, fleeing from the persistent crowd of fans frantically wanting to come under his patronage. In the City of Hope, the young man reasoned about the strangeness of what was happening, experiencing for the first time the persecution of so many people, as if he owed the whole world a debt. The existing limit of adding random people was something Zhang Yi thought about, realizing that the guild was currently only lacking an experienced healer. Only 10 seats were available to a young guildmaster at his current level of development, limiting the organization's ability to expand. With green hair, an unfamiliar fellow suddenly appeared, attracting the company's attention with his mysterious presence. With a loud cheer, Han Yaru greeted Qinlong's appearance, demandingly inquiring about his elder brother's whereabouts. At length, a mysterious green-haired stranger watches Miss Han as she enters the city, explaining his role as bodyguard while the young gentleman is busy with important business. An attentive Zhang Yi inquired from her companion about the identity of the suspicious alien, receiving an answer about the stranger's friendly ties with her brother. The intention to visit the Tomb of the Dragon Crown was announced by the prudent guildmaster, immediately receiving a strong desire from the newcomer to join the trek. At the entrance of the legendary tomb stood the familiar knight Duan Feng, noting the rapid rise of his recent rival to champion status. The good mood and possible increase in the opponent's level was noticed by the shrewd Zhang Yi, suggesting that they immediately head inside the mysterious dungeon. The brave group of explorers who entered the tomb had been secretly watched by an unknown spy all this time, remaining undetected. The adventurers' attention was drawn to the majestic statues of warriors that looked so realistic as if they were about to come to life. Hanyaru was passing by another statue of an ancient soldier when her attentive gaze noticed something strange and disturbing. The eyes of the stone statue began to glow red as the curious sorceress scrutinized the details of the statue. The dirt on the surface of the stone knight mysteriously disappeared, as if the ancient guardian was awakening from a centuries-old sleep. A warning of danger shouted Zhang Yi to his companions, recognizing the statues as the main monsters of the mysterious tomb. The experienced knight was approached by the group commander, assigning roles for the upcoming battle where Duan should take the blows under the cover of the others. Staying close together was urged by the prudent guildmaster, watching the stone-faced opponents approach. A hostile knight in true iron armor swung his heavy weapon, preparing to unleash a deadly blow on the uninvited guests. The insufficient strength of the stone opponents for their defeat was arrogantly stated by Duan, stepping forward with determination on his face. The deadly weapon was retrieved by the brave warrior, beginning a tense sparring match between him and the stone knight in ancient armor. A blood-red light shone in the eyes of the mighty knight as he condemned the opposing tin to imminent doom. The Ishak took a sharp step forward, catching those present by surprise with his sudden movement. A fierce battle unfolded between the team of adventurers and the ancient guardians of the tomb, filling the space with the clinking of metal. Without wasting precious seconds, Duan easily chopped down one of the many opponents, displaying the skill of an experienced knight. The strange rider on a warhorse was noticed by the weary soldiers, anxiously assessing the new, more dangerous opponent. A level 35 Dragonblood Knight possessed this Dragonblood Knight, far surpassing the ordinary tomb guards. The unusual red armor of this third opponent stood out, indicating his special status among the defenders of the ancient tomb. The mysterious knight pointed his mighty horse towards the fighting group, resolutely shortening the distance for a fatal blow. The timely appearance of the new enemy was noted by the attentive Duan, realizing the need to react quickly to the threat that had arisen. Acting as a tank, the knight applied his protective ability, creating magical spheres around the fragile team members. From the pocket of his armor, the warrior pulled out another deadly weapon, preparing for a fierce battle with a superior opponent. Fully prepared for a fight, the two-armed fighter became a two-armed fighter, clutching a blade in each hand with the intention of destroying the approaching enemy. An exclusive skill applied by the mighty knight, summoning destructive balls and dealing 3,000 units of physical damage to all enemies within a radius. The tired fighter hid his weapon, deciding that he had successfully dealt with all the enemies, unaware of the coming danger. The main boss stood behind his horse after the defeat, calling out to Lord Shigyur in a loud voice echoing through the ancient halls. In the Tower of Eternity, the pensive owner of the game sat in the Tower of Eternity, listening attentively to the girl reporting the master's apparent interest in young Zhang Yi. The reflection of an old acquaintance was seen by the owner in the young warrior, bitterly remembering a long-dead man who was no longer in the world of the living. A grim picture of killing an old acquaintance by throwing him off a cliff arose in the owner's mind, evoking conflicting emotions. For the sake of special observation, the Mystery Master decided to increase the difficulty of the upcoming boss, creating additional challenges for the group of seekers. The power of the dead subordinates was absorbed by the greedy dragon, transforming into the second rank and becoming much more dangerous to untrained warriors. Zhang Yi pondered in bewilderment at the unexpected development, consoling himself with the thought of more valuable trophies from a higher-ranked monster. The need to split up was shouted to his comrades by a prudent fellow, realizing the excessive strength of a second-ranked dragon for their small group. The knight comrade was approached by the guildmaster with orders to use ball defense, developing tactics against a strengthened opponent. Getting into the flavor of battle, the red knight swung his sword, from which flames began to emanate, heralding an even more devastating attack. From the jaws of a huge red dragon burst out real fire, threatening to scorch the daredevils who dared to disturb the peace of the ancient tomb. The futility of resistance was what Duan warned his team about, realizing that his shield wouldn't be able to withstand the second dragon breath due to the enormous damage. Unable to survive the mighty attack, the adventurers found themselves as the dragon's breath dried up, leaving a scorched void in their wake. The dragon's only weakness was reported by Zhang Yi to his ally Qin Long, pointing out the need to strike the eyes of the monster. An exclusive archer skill was applied by the warrior, releasing a special soporific arrow capable of stunning the target for a full 4 seconds. The experienced marksman failed to hit the eye, but still dealt damage to the powerful opponent, causing it to roar furiously. Hitting the weak points would temporarily weaken the formidable dragon, so Zhang Yi urged his companions to attack together. Combat readiness was demonstrated by all members of the team, realizing the arrival of a decisive moment to show their abilities. Yarrow attempted to freeze the dragon, using her powerful ice windscream ability to create a sparkling storm around the monster. The experienced sorceress switched to a fiery attack after changing attributes, swapping the cold for the scalding flames of magical projectiles. Zhang Yi's attitude became maximally serious as he launched crushing blows at the dragon, promising imminent death to the monster. A level 2 dragon began to disintegrate into pixels, struck down by the combined attacks of the brave team of adventurers. The exhausted but satisfied heroes defeated the mighty foe, completing the most difficult challenge in the ancient tomb. The expectedly large number of rewards pleased the high-level dragon, causing the prudent Zhang Yi to rejoice. The offer to take all equipment from the loot was made by the magnanimous leader to his companions, leaving only the mysterious dragon egg for himself. Strangers suddenly appeared in the depths of the dungeon, shouting loudly, calling out to destroy Zhang Yi and his group. The aggressive strangers decided to damage the guy, directing deadly attacks directly towards the surprised guildmaster. With his body, the selfless Qinlong blocked the enemy attacks, taking the fatal blow instead of Zhang Yi. The body of the brave comrade was pierced by brutal attacks, forcing him to settle on the cold floor of the ancient tomb. Justifying his act, the dying warrior recalled saving the girl Zhang Yi, explaining his sacrifice as a simple repayment of a debt. A wounded fighter reassured his comrades, mentioning the existence of a chance of revival and a promise to wait for the group in the city after death. Uncontrollable rage swept over Zhang Yi at the sight of his injured comrade, overwhelming his heart with a thirst for revenge for the dastardly attack. The strangers were addressed by the angry leader, comparing the insidious assailants to despicable rats attacking from the shadows. Only mocking laughter answered the cocky opponents, showing complete disregard for the threats of the enraged Zhang Yi. Lu Chengji was reminded of the inevitability of retribution, gloating at the fulfillment of his warning of future retribution for past wrongs. Shocked by the unexpected encounter, Zhang Yi recognized his old adversary with whom he had recently had a conflict in the arena of the city. The resolute guildmaster asked his allies not to interfere, explaining that he had personal scores to settle with an unsavory opponent. A special scratch was placed on Zhang Yi's palm, using the sharp blade of his sword for a secret ritual. Scarlet blood slowly trickled down the hand of the resourceful tamer, dripping down from the young warrior's trembling fingers. Blood drops began to saturate the magical dragon egg when Zhang Yi intentionally let them fall onto the trophy from the recent battle. A huge dragon spirit began to hatch from the egg, surrounded by a glowing aura, attracting the astonished gazes of everyone present. A state of shock swept over Zhang Yi at the sight of the rarest dragon egg, considered the most valuable beast in the entire apocalypse world. Holding out his palm to the mystical creature, the beast tamer offered to enter into an ancient contract binding the fates of man and dragon. The dragon's winged paw reached out to the boy, symbolizing acceptance of the proposed union between the two different creatures. Mysterious cracks covered the dragon egg, preparing to reveal its amazing contents to the world after the contract was signed. Instead of a formidable spirit, a small dragon appeared out of a burst shell, completely inconsistent with the expectations of those present. The incredible grace of the newborn creature was noted by shocked onlookers who had not expected such a contrast to the legends of powerful dragons. Bewilderment filled the faces of even hostile opponents who did not understand the miracle of nature that had happened before their eyes. The mocking words about being able to easily crush a defenseless creature were uttered by Lu, showing a threatening gesture with his fingers. Flames began to breathe from the angry dragonkin, expressing his outrage at the insulting words of the arrogant man. An even harder laughter came from the cocky Lu, mocking the tiny creature's angry reaction and warning against biting. The proud dragon did not tolerate the taunts, releasing a huge cloud of deadly fire from its small mouth at the offenders. Instant damage was dealt to the surprised opponents as the flames began to greedily consume their bodies, turning flesh to ash. It seemed incomprehensible to everyone how such a diminutive creature could do such devastating damage to adult warriors. It defied logic to have one unfortunate beast crushing an entire group of experienced fighters with its fiery attack. Partial deaths of the attackers ended the unequal battle, with the survivors choosing to teleport away from the fierce dragonkin. A caring Zhang Yi reached out to his new pet, who had been hit by the taunts, calming the angry creature. Regretting the escape of the main enemy was expressed by the guildmaster, suggesting that his comrades leave the dangerous dungeon after completing the mission. Outrage at the arrogance of the attackers was expressed by Han Yaru, condemning their reckless attack on a superior opponent. From the symbols on the equipment, Zhang Yi determined the identity of the attackers, assuming they were affiliated with another camp or a race from another world. The mysterious meaning of the scene sign tried to unravel the thoughtful guy, analyzing possible variants and hidden meanings of the symbol. Their revived comrade Qin Long was seen by the heroes returning to the city, happily greeting the surviving ally. Something unusual was noticed by the attentive warrior, drawing the attention of the others with his surprised exclamation. Qin Long was humbled by the little dragon that appeared, which he affectionately called Cutie, blurring into a smile. The proud dragon showed an aggressive reaction, categorically rejecting the definition of cute, which did not correspond to his formidable nature. The death of the crowned dragon, according to the game rules, caused the world boss of the Golden Skeleton King to appear prematurely, something that had not happened in Zhang Yi's past life. Literally seconds after the system message, mysterious green swirls appeared, coloring the cloudless sky an ominous emerald color. The foresighted guy realized the imminent arrival of momentous events, preparing for the inevitable meeting with the world boss. The effectiveness of the Skeleton King's appearance was commented on by the mage girl, pondering the colossal power of the oncoming enemy. Confirmation of the boss's incredible strength was expressed by the guy, agreeing with the mage girl's assessment of the impending enemy's might. In his past life, the Golden Skeleton King had managed to single-handedly destroy half of Hope City, the young man recalled anxiously. Only after killing a powerful skeleton will the new city of the apocalypse open up, where Zhang Yi hoped to find his longtime assailant. The puzzled fellow expressed his bewilderment, receiving only 2 eggs instead of 3, when it was explained to him about the contract he had made with one of the precious artifacts. Upon hearing about Area 886, the mysterious stranger realized the significance of the information, realizing the need for immediate action on the situation. A veritable treasure trove of dragon eggs was hidden by an unknown man in his secluded room, carefully guarding the valuable collection from prying eyes. The arrival of the Golden Skeleton King in the city has forced players to organize the defense of the settlement, preparing for the imminent attack of the world boss. A powerful skeleton apologized for being late, addressing a certain Shigure and promising to exterminate all living creatures in retaliation for his fallen comrade. The Skeleton King tried to scrutinize at least one person in the hushed town square, preparing to attack. Green smoke swirled at the spot where the ancient skeleton had fired a powerful spell, creating a gateway for his undead. Countless skeletons began to emerge from the mysterious green smoke, ready to do the bidding of their golden lord. Tasked with defending the city was a mission against the world boss, requiring players to stop the invasion of the Golden Skeleton King at any cost. Excellent rewards have been promised by the system to the 3 players who will inflict the most damage to the deadly enemy during the fierce battle. The need to maximize damage in addition to engaging in assassination was recalled by Zhang Yi from his past life, planning to gain valuable rewards. The guildmaster turned to his friends with a call to remain calm, reminding them of the Golden King's slowness and the importance of keeping their distance. To follow his instructions, asked the experienced warrior to his comrades, guaranteeing victory over the boss when tactics are properly executed. A concrete plan of action was voiced by Zhang Yi, instructing Duan to distract the skeletons while the rest of the team followed the leader. The epic clash between the brave heroes and the terrifying skeleton began on the outskirts of the city, attracting the attention of all present. The order to destroy all living things was given by the Golden King to his countless soldiers, sending them into battle against the defenders of the city. The first fights broke out between the simple skeletons and a group of defenders, determining the outcome of the initial stage of the great battle. Brave warriors dashed through the crowd of hostile skeletons, noting the awesome power of the undead attacks with their anxious cries. The wounded man was being treated by a little girl healer, begging to bear with him a little longer in anticipation of a soon relief from his suffering. A warning of danger outside the city walls shouted Zhang Yi, urging everyone to immediately return to the protection of the city fortifications. The confident gait of the boy striding toward the skeleton was noticed by the frightened girl, admiring his boundless bravery. A new wave of small skeleton soldiers suddenly appeared on the battlefield, complicating an already tense situation for the defenders. Caution was advised to his comrades by the attentive Zhang Yi, noticing the appearance of an additional group of bony opponents. A determined Duan felt his stardom, drawing 2 deadly weapons from their sheaths and rushing forward to meet the danger. The famous Whirlwind Ball ability was used by an experienced knight, dealing with a large crowd of skeletons in one powerful move. The people watching were anxiously talking, fearing that the reward would go to another guild's hunt for gods, given the current development. The impossibility of allowing rivals to capture the bounty was discussed by members of another guild who were willing to fight for their share against competitors. The insulting reference to Zhang Yi was uttered by one of the outsiders who decided to use the fireball against the cocky brat. The origin of the sudden fiery explosion was not understood by the puzzled Zhang Yi, caught off guard by the sudden attack. The group of people in strange robes were discovered by a guy who turned around, perplexed as to the reason for their aggressive actions. Frankly, the leader of the strangers explained his intentions, claiming a desire to capture the reward for defeating the world boss. The lack of time for idle talk was noted by Zhang Yi, suggesting that the opponents should prove their right to be rewarded with their own strength. The Golden Skeleton King came into action, swinging in for a deadly blow and promising to send all the stupid humans to hell. A powerful explosion shook the ground after the impact of the boss' huge sword, scattering shards of rock and shaking soil around. Perplexity gripped Zhang Yi as he tried to comprehend the sudden events in the midst of the chaotic battle. The little healer girl appeared in front of the confused warrior, explaining her presence as a desire to help a team in need of a doctor. With a loud warning of another dangerous attack, the attentive Qin Long, who was watching the boss, tried to keep his comrades safe. The foot stuck in the ground was discovered at the critical moment by Han Yaru, trying in vain to free herself from the unexpected trap. A huge skeleton with green energy suddenly appeared in front of the defenseless girl, ready to deliver a deadly blow. The urgent need to save his friend was realized by Zhang Yi, seeing the gravity of the situation and the danger approaching her. The pointlessness of resistance was emphasized by the sinister skeleton, calling death the only possible way out for mortals. The moment the deadly weapon swung, an unknown warrior put up a block, preventing the defenseless girl's imminent death. Literally out of nowhere, a mysterious stranger appeared, covering the girl from the dangerous opponent with his powerful body. The order to immediately flee was given to the savior by the mysterious warrior, promising to personally deal with the dangerous enemy. With a mocking laugh, the mighty boss replied, commenting scornfully on the appearance of yet another mortal who decided to challenge him. A demonstration of full strength was demanded of the King of Death by a confident stranger with a huge weapon, showing not an ounce of fear. The question about the real power of the so-called King of Death was asked by a defiant warrior, doubting the might of a formidable opponent. A lightning-fast leap forward was made by the brave stranger, landing many swift blows on the huge boss's body. 5,000 units of damage, only so much damage the strongest warrior could inflict. confirming the expectations of the incredible power of the world boss. The Skeleton King was dismissive of the injuries he had sustained, comparing the stranger's powerful attacks to a light tickle. The fearless player made a confident statement about simply warming up, hinting at the hidden powers saved for the real battle. The Berserk's special state was activated by a mysterious warrior, calling to accept his blood in exchange for the bestowal of great power. An exclusive battle form that reduced health by 1% every second, but greatly increased the damage dealt described the state of a berserker. A huge number of ball marks appeared in the air as the berserker used his powerful striking ability, shaking the very space around him. A triumphant fellow turned to the fallen skeleton, mockingly inquiring about the sensations after such a crushing blow. Still, the recalcitrant boss managed to stand up, promising the wretched mortal harsh retribution for the insult with action. Block with his huge weapon set the cold-blooded warrior preparing to continue the fierce confrontation. A truly epic battle of the titans began between the berserker and the world boss, drawing admiring glances from all present. The dangerous tactic of wasting health to increase strength was noticed by the observant Zhang Yi, worried about the brave warrior's nearly depleted life reserve. The skeleton threatened his opponent with the death blow of a huge weapon, anticipating the impertinent berserker's imminent demise. Puffs of smoke were noticed by the attentive Zhang Yi in front of him, making it difficult to see the critical moment of the intense battle. Only 1 unit of health remained on the brave lad, making his death almost inevitable to all watching. The immortal body divine talent of the immortal body suddenly activated on the berserker, causing the evil skeleton to be bewildered. With a mocking comment about a simple tickle, the nonchalant player replied, continuing to provoke the enraged boss. Complete invulnerability for 60 seconds after activation was granted by the divine talent card, driving the world boss into a state of uncontrollable rage. Vain attempts to do any damage were made by the frustrated skeleton as he watched his blows pass through his opponent. The incredible power of single-handedly confronting the Skeleton King was noted by an impressed Zhang Yi, admiring the unknown warrior's talent. The talented stranger was watched closely by Duan Feng, assessing the fighting qualities of a potential ally or rival. The mighty skeleton experienced complete exhaustion of stamina, breathing heavily after a series of futile attacks against an invulnerable opponent. The long-awaited moment of enemy weakness awaited the cunning berserker, promising to demonstrate the full power of his deadly capabilities. The red eyes of a warrior proclaiming the coming of his decisive move in a deadly game burned with gambling fire. The berserker's gaze looked insanely dangerous, ready to chop everyone with his huge weapon, inspiring awe in all observers. 10,000 damage was dealt by the warrior in one crushing blow, causing those around him to question the reality of what they were seeing. Deactivation of the berserk state occurred after the effect ended, returning the fighter to normal functioning. The 40th level of development of the ring was noted by the fallen warrior, indicating the extreme rarity of his magical artifact. In the wrong hands, getting the evil outfit into the wrong hands could cause serious trouble for everyone around it, given its destructive potential. A grateful Zhang Yi approached the berserker, receiving an unexpected response of helping Han Yaru exclusively without regard for the others. Surprise struck the curious guildmaster as he pondered his girlfriend's connection to such a powerful and mysterious warrior. The girl's older brother turned out to be a formidable berserker, causing widespread amazement among those present to learn of the unexpected kinship. With a soothing gesture, the caring brother placed his hand on his sister's head, promising to spare her any worries and anxieties. Nonchalantly, the caring brother offered his sister to take the ring, reassuring her about his well-being after a hard fight. The observant Zhang Yi was surprised to see how easily the girl had obtained such a powerful artifact from a generous relative. Thanks to the successful defense of the city by Zone 886, access to a new settlement, the mysterious Demon Tower, has opened up. Items of varying value were received by the participants in the heroic defense when it came time to distribute their well-deserved awards. The golden boots with a 5-point increase in all stats went to Zhang Yi as a reward for showing valor. A team of adventurers found themselves outside the majestic Demon Tower after crossing through a magical portal. The colossal difference between the City of Hope and the new settlement was noted by travelers, comparing them like heaven and earth. In his mind, Zhang Yi imagined the hundreds of floors of the Demon Tower, traversing which opened a passage to the next mysterious city. Only 50 floors the warrior was able to traverse during his 8 years in Apocalypse in his past life, facing extremely dangerous monsters. The young man considered the rewards awaiting the daredevils on the upper floors of the mysterious tower absolutely worth any risk. With a mysterious smile, the owner watched the boy, anticipating the development of intriguing events in the near future. A mysterious figure sat on the top floor of the majestic tower, patiently waiting for worthy applicants to appear. The real game promised to begin with a mysterious entity anticipating a clash with the adventurers in its territory. The anxious voices of the companions were heard by Zhang Yi, warning of the Demon Tower's imminent closure in a few hours. An experienced guildmaster encouraged his friends to go through several floors together, using the coincidence of the rare opening of the tower once every 7 days. An invitation to look at the tower together was received by a girl from the approaching Zhang Yi, unaware of his ulterior motives. The cunning tamer was able to successfully copy the talent of the immortal body with a discreet touch, using the favorable moment to obtain the valuable ability. The lone dungeon was the Demon Tower, requiring the group to split up to complete challenges, followed by a reunion later. The impatient Duan was the first to decide to go to the trials, bidding farewell to his comrades and wishing everyone good luck in the dangerous venture. Zhang Yi thought unflatteringly of his comrades' hurried departure, having barely found the perfect place to level up and improve his skills. The need for immediate action instead of rest was realized by the determined warrior, intending to follow the example of his departed comrade in arms. Already with the first monster entered into a fierce battle, brave hero, starting the trial of the Demon Tower from the bottom floor. The tireless adventurers advanced to the 3rd floor, battling local monsters and overcoming numerous obstacles. Higher and higher climbed the heroes who had successfully overcome the 3rd floor, inexorably approaching the more difficult challenges of the tower. Zhang Yi managed to reach the 40th level of development through intense battles, strengthening his strength with each defeated opponent. The unexpected weakness of level 70 monsters compared to past experiences was noted by the surprised warrior, easily handling the obstacles. The sudden appearance of the mysterious creature from the open doorway was accompanied by a contemptuous address to the lowlife who dared to challenge the master of the floor. The 55th level monster expressed outrage, resenting the insolent intrusion that had disturbed its long sleep. The commanding son who led the demons during the invasion of the city turned out to be a strange monster against the uninvited guests. The bewilderment Zhang Yi experienced when he recognized the 15th floor boss on a completely unexpected level of the tower against all rules. A truly epic battle began between the adversaries as the brave lad rushed forward, threatening to brutalize the cocky monster. The hero's small dragon was strong enough, using the deadly Black Dragon Breath ability against the enemy warrior. Completely engulfed in dragon flames, the opponent only laughed mockingly, showing absolute immunity to the fire attack. The absence of any damage was realized by the anxious Zhang Yi, realizing the prematurity of facing such a powerful enemy. The inadmissibility of retreat forced the determined warrior to draw his weapon, trying to do some damage to his invulnerable foe. Instead of a successful attack, the hero received a crushing blow from a superior opponent, throwing him back several meters. The 10-second warning of the Demon Tower closing sounded in the players' minds, threatening the loss of all progress made. One last chance to show his true abilities was offered by the desperate Zhang Yi to his cocky opponent before the imminent closing of the tower. Angrily, the warrior swung his weapon, promising immediate death for the insolent provocation from an unwise mortal. Gradually, the formidable knight began to disappear as the allotted time expired and the mysterious tower closed until the next cycle. Teleporting to the exit was experienced by a relieved Zhang Yi, realizing his incredible proximity to death from the monsters of the dangerous tower. An anxious question about her brother's whereabouts was asked by Han Yaru, receiving reassurance from a returning comrade about her relative's imminent exit. Her friends tried to calm the worried girl down, reminding her of her brother's incredible strength and ability to stand up for himself in any situation. Han Yaru formally agreed with the arguments of her comrades while not hiding her deep concern for the fate of her missing brother. The special mission of the Guild War in Istoka City has been announced by the organizers, offering generous rewards to any association that chooses to participate. Among the possible rewards mentioned was a teleport race, one of the best items in Apocalypse, turning the owner into a rich man without much effort. Zhang Yi saw this event as a strategic opportunity to find the traitor from his past life faster, planning his next actions. The urgent need for rest before the upcoming trials was emphasized by the caring guildmaster, addressing his tired comrades. 4 hours later, the experienced commander scheduled a general gathering, planning to send the entire group to the Guild War. The new allies were approached by a friendly Zhang Yi, suggesting that they get to know each other better after the upcoming battle to strengthen their relationship. The girl doctor joyfully agreed, while the embarrassed Qin Long awkwardly reacted to the unexpected proposal. Confirmation of the arrangement and a promise to meet later was given by the confident guildmaster, finalizing the discussion of the team's upcoming plans. The inevitable victory in the upcoming war was dreamed of by the smiling fellow, rejoicing in the fully staffed positions in his promising guild. On the 8th floor of the demonic tower was the girl's brother, perplexed about his strange stay after the official closing of the mysterious structure. The experienced warrior looked ahead tensely, anticipating an encounter with an unknown creature lurking in the darkness of the forbidden floor. The tall shadow was noticed by the vigilant berserker, strongly urging the unknown to show himself and not delay the inevitable encounter. The strange cyborg uttered an ominous warning, regretting the boy's unfortunate decision to enter the forbidden zone of the tower. The unknown creature began to glow bright green, foretelling eternal imprisonment for anyone who dared to enter the forbidden territory. A perplexed question about the nature of the enemy was asked by Brother Han Yaru, trying to categorize the mysterious creature as a monster or a player. The uselessness of any knowledge to the doomed man was emphasized by the enigmatic stranger, rejecting both assumptions about his identity. The instant decision to activate the immortal body was made by a resourceful player, preparing for the inevitable encounter with an unknown threat. Successfully dodging the cyborg's lightning-fast attack was demonstrated by the nimble berserker using his incredible reactions. The deadly blade went straight for the warrior's neck on the next attack, threatening to instantly decapitate the careless foe. The experienced fighter took a saving step back as the new attack reached for him like a living deadly weapon. A timely block with the weapon was managed to be placed by the skillful warrior, preventing a direct hit from the deadly blow. The specific berserk technique was instantly recognized by the mysterious stranger, showing an unexpected awareness of martial techniques. The divine nature of his opponent's talent was realized by the shrewd cyborg, changing his attitude towards the unexpected guest. The reason for the sudden stop interested the surprised fellow, receiving an unusual answer about the ordeal past and the dullness of further combat. A bonus reveal of the game's secret was offered by a mysterious cyborg, showing unexpected generosity to a worthy opponent. The imminent onset of a catastrophic apocalypse, after which survival will be impossible, foretold by a gloomy fellow. The boy was disappointed by the information he received, hoping to hear something more concrete and useful for his purposes. The limited information revealed was emphasized by the strange cyborg, suggesting that the rest is learned on one's own through personal experience. The shocked berserker inquired about the possibility of leaving the forbidden zone, receiving a disappointing reply about having to wait 7 days for the tower to open. The mysterious stranger ended the meeting with a gradual disappearance, as suddenly dissolving into space as he had appeared. A pensive Zhang Yi suspected a special connection between the divine talent and the predicted disaster, analyzing the cyborg's strange reaction. Doubts about the completeness of the information received tormented the inquisitive mind of the warrior, pondering the possible reticences of the mysterious being. The rested comrades were greeted by a friendly Zhang Yi, ready for new adventures with a renewed team. A call to try hard turned the enthusiastic leader to his companions, setting them up for the challenges ahead. The group learned the special rules of the city of Istakov. Those who died here kept the chance to be reborn, losing only 20% of the crystals. Fixed crystal positions, often guarded by various bosses, set this unique city apart from other locations in the game world. The need to quickly collect the maximum amount of crystals was realized by the team, preparing for decisive action in a limited time frame. Zhang Yi addressed the gathered guild members, suggesting that they discuss the strategy of the upcoming battle for the crystals. Given their small numbers, the decision to split up and capture maximum points was suggested by an experienced leader, guaranteeing the possibility of mutual defense when attacked. The battle cry, "Let's go," rang out from the lips of the enthusiastic guildmaster after a detailed explanation of the tactical plan to his companions. Rapidly scattered members of the team to occupy strategic points, following the instructions of their prudent commander. The assigned places were diligently defended by all participants of the operation, realizing the importance of holding positions in the upcoming conflict. Tense battles with monsters at checkpoints led brave heroes, seeking to establish control over valuable resources. The Godzilla robot was beheaded by the skillful Zhang Yi, displaying outstanding fighting prowess at a critical moment in the bout. The level 3 water crystal mine was conquered by the winner, greatly strengthening the position of his promising guild. The most valuable source of crystals was a captured level 3 mine, allowing the team to control significant resources in the battle for supremacy. At her post, Hanyera was vigilantly guarding the mine, ready to defend the strategically important facility from any intruders. A team of 5 people was spotted by an attentive girl, recognizing the approaching guild, Promise Gate, of the 3rd rank. The weak defense of each mine was noted by Zhao Ming, the leader of the rival guild, as he assessed the situation before the inevitable attack. The cloaked members of the enemy guild launched a crushing attack on the commander's orders, swiftly rushing towards the lone defender. The shackling roots urged the attackers on, instantly robbing the mobility of the spellcaster caught off guard with their sudden hold. The shocking swiftness of the attack couldn't be realized by the startled girl, trapped in mere seconds. A captive sorceress has approached the representatives of the guild, Gate of Promises, demanding an explanation and immediate release. The captive's pleas elicited only the mocking laughter of the ruthless leader, giving the cold-blooded order for her immediate murder. In a tense battle with the N-21 monster, Zhang Yi was participating at this moment, displaying incredible martial arts skills. An alarming red signal on the map was noticed by an attentive leader, identifying an attack on one of his guild members. The urgency to act was realized by Zhang Yi, anxious to maintain control of the important mines at all costs. The unexpected resurrection of the Godzilla robot took place on the battlefield, turning the situation around at the most critical moment. The opportunity to deliver a treacherous stab in the back was used by the insidious robot while the guy was busy dealing with an attack on an ally. Bright blue flames burst from the monster's mechanical maw, rushing towards the unsuspecting victim in a crushing torrent. With incredible speed, the deadly attack approached the hero, promising imminent doom to the careless warrior. Zhang Yi only noticed the deadly danger when he turned his head and saw the flames of a heavy opponent pointing towards him. A momentary activation of the dragon was made by the resourceful tamer, causing the pet to breathe defensive fire against the attacker. The golden boots obtained in the boss battle decided to be worn by a prudent warrior, increasing his combat capabilities in a critical situation. A loyal dragon named Xiao Hei was approached by a caring master, entrusting the defense of a strategic position to the pet before leaving to help her friend. The system alert of the golden speed skill sounded in the player's mind, greatly increasing movement thanks to the magical boots. A calming thought was mentally conveyed to the captive enchantress by Zhang Yi, promising a speedy arrival and deliverance from danger. Zhao Ming appeared in front of the frightened Han Yaru with a knife, regretting the need to kill such a beauty early. A strange sound in the distance caught the self-assured leader's attention, making him wary in anticipation of unexpected danger. Rapidly, Zhang Yi appeared to rescue the girl, causing the enemy fighters to immediately react, rushing to protect their commander. With just one powerful swing of his sword, the mighty warrior threw the attackers aside, demonstrating his superiority over his many opponents. Outrage at the bullying of the defenseless girl was expressed by an enraged Zhang Yi, who addressed a contemptuous question to the arrogant leader. A furious threat of certain death was uttered by the angry Zhao Ming, resenting the stranger's insolent interference in his plans. Deftly chopping through the restraining tree branches, the brave warrior made his way to his captive friend, wasting no time with empty threats. A deadly warning from his own sword promised Zhang Yi to the enemy leader as he approached a dangerous distance from the enemy. 500 crystals were received by the victorious warrior for killing Zhao Ming, according to the system alert, confirming the successful completion of the fight. Releasing the girl from the restraining branches, Zhang Yi carefully inquired about her well-being, showing genuine concern for her friend's condition. Suddenly, a mysterious man in a purple suit appeared, applauding and commenting on what was happening as a perfect stage for his entertainment. The girl was approached by an unexpected guest, expressing surprise at the new encounter and introducing himself as the guild leader of the Despicable Heroes Guild, Si Tu Yang. The newly arrived leader made shameless claims on the girl, prompting an immediate rebuttal from an outraged Han Yaru. A determined Zhang Yi grabbed the girl by the arm, unwilling to listen to any further explanations and eager to leave the unpleasant company as soon as possible. The suggestion to have a duel with a reward of 10 level 3 mines if he lost was made by the cocky Si Tu Yang. A terrifying bet in the form of a girl was demanded by the smiling opponent in the event of Zhang Yi's defeat, showing the true motives behind his challenge. Zhang Wei expressed his abrupt refusal to engage in a meaningless fight with the narcissistic narcissist, suggesting that his opponent get away amicably without too much trouble. Threatening to use 10 times speed, the angry Si Tu Yang promised, resenting the brat's rejection of such a generous chance. The legendary talent of increasing the attack speed by 1,000% within a minute possessed the opponent, gaining a tremendous advantage in battle. A firm intention to deal first with the leader and then with his pathetic minions was expressed by Zhang Yi. Unafraid of the enemy's threats, the incredible speed of the enemy's attacks could hardly withstand the guy, not having time to fend off the lightning-fast lunges of the superior enemy. A deadly blade strike was delivered by the approaching opponent, piercing through the body of Zhang Yi, who was caught off guard, to the horror of those watching. The superiority of his legendary talent was smugly emphasized by Situyang. Confident that it was impossible to match his unique abilities, Han Yarrow shed inconsolable tears as she saw her friend's defeat and considered him dead at the hands of a ruthless assassin. An unexpected claim of having something better was made by the supposedly defeated guy, mentioning his divine talent to the surprise of those present. A contemptuous reference to a pathetic opponent was uttered by Zhang Yi as he prepared to demonstrate the true power of his superior gift. The enemy blade was intercepted by the unharmed Zhang Yi with his own hands, causing his opponent's indignant cry of inability to avoid his deadly strike. A sudden change in expression occurred on Si Tuyan's face, as the incomprehension in his eyes was replaced with unconcealed fear at the unexpected turn of events. The arrogance of his opponent's legendary talent was mocked by the unharmed warrior, offering to test his opponent's true worth without his supernatural ability. The confused Situyang made futile attempts to strike a fatal blow with his sword, unable to understand the reasons for his intended victim's survival. Versions about the illusory nature of what was happening were feverishly tossed around by the bewildered enemy, unable to find a logical explanation for the enemy's incredible survivability. A panicked Situyang turned to his idle friends, demanding immediate help in a hopeless situation. The order to destroy the insolent smartass was given by the irate leader to his guildmates. Desperate for support from superior forces, the hypocritical inconsistency of the concept of a duel was emphasized by the astute Zhang Yi, accusing the opponent of initially planning a devious ambush. Furious shouts demanding that he shut up were emitted by the enraged Situyang, promising imminent death to his recalcitrant opponent. Mighty power was wielded by the incoming enemy guild members, impressing everyone present with their unique abilities. The satisfaction of being able to mine additional crystals was experienced by the pragmatic Zhang Yi, viewing the attackers as a valuable source of resources. Numerous members of the Despicable Heroes Guild descended from the roof at the same time, surrounding the lone warrior on all sides. The attacks of different elements aimed at the unperturbed guy, not taking the slightest damage, were to no avail. Shocked exclamations of an unfathomable ability to block absolutely all blows rang out among the bewildered attackers. The end of enemy attempts was marked by the patient Zhang Yi announcing the beginning of his offensive after a prolonged defense. The hero's much larger dragon came to his master's aid, unleashing hell dragon flames on defenseless foes. The rapid decline in health was watched with horror by the shocked Situyang, realizing the hopelessness of his situation. The stubborn refusal to give up the mines after defeat was expressed by the recalcitrant leader, unwilling to admit the obviousness of his loss. A decisive fist strike was delivered by the irritated Zhang Yi, unwilling to listen to the meaningless objections of his defeated opponent. 1,000 crystals were given to the winner for his successful feat, significantly increasing the resources of his prospective guild. A concerned question about the incident was asked by the girl doctor, who came running in, expressing genuine alarm about the condition of her comrades. A brief explanation about the attack of the two guilds and the heroic defense of the leader was given by the calmed Han Yaru, recounting the recent events. 15,000 crystals were earned by the guild, hunting gods according to the overall ranking, showing the team's impressive performance. Half an hour before the end of the competition, a satisfied Zhang Yi noted, discussing the need to steal mines from the leader to achieve first place. The assurance of no problems was expressed by a smiling Han Yarrow, reminding them of a professional archer among their friendly team members. A delicate offer to test his strength was received by Qin Long from the attentive girl, accompanied by an assurance that such a test was optional. Uncertainty in his abilities was politely expressed by the shy archer, doubting the success of the possible attempt. Childhood memories of intense excitement at failure surfaced in the uncertain warrior's mind, explaining the reasons for his current indecision. The archer thought about the ability to live up to expectations as he watched the arrow fly toward a distant target. In the final duel of the pass, once again the fatal arrow failed to reach its target, bringing bitterness of defeat to the young shooter. Angry spectators, who did not forgive the decisive mistake, showered the missed archer with angry reproaches. With a demand to leave the firing range forever and never to return, the surrounding crowd descended on the guy, not hiding their contempt for his uselessness. The rightness of the cruel critics was then recognized by the doubting young man, reflecting on his incompatibility with archery. The flattering title of Best Archer was bestowed by Zhang Yi to his comrade-in-arms, seeking to inspire confidence in the talented archer. The guildmaster turned to the memorable dragon eye shot, reminding his comrade of his ability to perform under tremendous pressure. The commander convinced his subordinate of the ease of massacring the wretched opponents, predicting the successful completion of the mission. A bright light filled the eyes of the enthusiastic Qin Long as the leader's encouraging words reached his consciousness. The archer promised to make the most of his efforts, inwardly preparing himself to live up to his expectations. A determined marksman climbed to the roof to take up an advantageous position, drawing the bowstring of his deadly bow. An apt archer took aim at the despicable heroes of the enemy guild, casting away the last doubts before the responsible shot. The enemy leader was targeted by a cold-blooded sniper, realizing the strategic importance of decapitating the enemy structure. Qinlong prayed for the success of the upcoming shot, using the golden technique before releasing the tensioned bowstring. The impossibility of losing a girl to a despicable brat was pointed out by the arrogant leader of the enemies, unaware of his near death. The released arrow rushed towards the target, cutting through the air on its way to imminent defeat of the arrogant leader. A perfect shot entered the heart of a nasty opponent, causing the sniper to mock the foolishness of playing games with a professional of his craft. The location of the invisible gunman was desperately trying to locate the wounded enemy, straining his vision before the eternal darkness set in. The question of the next victim was asked by Qin Long after the first successful defeat, increasing the psychological pressure on the remaining opponents. An experienced sniper jumped off the roof of the building, changing position to prevent detection of his tactical location. Zhang Yi's associates were called upon to adjust the ranking, guiding the team to the final stage of the military operation. 200 crystals were received by the fighters for each monster destroyed, greatly increasing the resources of their respective guild. Only 50 seconds remained for the team to achieve first place, requiring maximum concentration from each participant. 35 seconds before the end of the competition, the patient Qin Long released his ultra-fast arrow, completing his careful aiming. The second-place guild, Hunt for the Gods, was in second place 20 seconds before the final gong, desperately striving for a decisive lead. As the deadly arrow approached the final target, the last 12 seconds of tournament time melted away, deciding the fate of the competition. After destroying all the key members of the rival organization at the last second, Zhang Yi Guild emerged victorious, taking a well-deserved first place. The leader addressed his talented sniper with gratitude, recognizing the crucial role his skills played in the team's overall triumph. About the impossibility of losing to some snot-nosed children, the angry members of the defeated guild were indignant, not believing in the reality of the fiasco. The organizers of the competition prepared a worthy award for the champions, arousing the admiration of all present. A great deal of treasure, weapons, and boots were discovered by the winners as they opened the coveted prize chest. The greatly simplified movement between multiple locations thanks to the teleport was pondered by a satisfied Zhang Yi. With a threat to forget about a quiet life, the angry Situ Yang turned to the winner, mentioning the expectation of a race of other representatives of his guild. The phrase about the race of others remained unclear to Zhang Yi, causing vague, anxious premonitions. The possible connection between the cryptic words and the attackers in the dragon-crowned tomb was something the worried guildmaster was trying to establish. The hero who returned to the city continued to be closely watched by unknown individuals lurking in the shadows. Secret surveillance of the guy was being conducted by a little girl in a hoodie, waiting for the opportune moment to act. A little girl was pushing her way forward, asking those around her to let her pass with the innocent look of a normal child. Han Yaro's pocket was deliberately reached into by the girl's deft hand, carrying out a carefully planned theft. Cunning theft, an exclusive skill of the assassin, was utilized by the young thief with astonishing skill. The cunning girl made it her goal to get the precious ring, choosing the perfect moment to steal it. The stranger's suspicious behavior was instantly noticed by the attentive archer, loudly pointing out her actions. The missing ring, a gift from her brother, is discovered by a confused Han Yaru, realizing the fact of a daring robbery. A quick flight was made by the exposed thief in an attempt to escape with the stolen valuables. The need for an immediate pursuit without giving a chance to escape was emphasized by a determined Zhang Yi. The pursuit of the stranger was begun by the quick-footed hero, intent on recovering his girlfriend's stolen property. The defiant girl, confident of her unattainability, mocked her unsuccessful attempts to catch her. The futility of the chase was confirmed by Zhang Yi to the returning archer, attributing the thief's disappearance to the sudden teleportation. Moonlight City as a possible teleportation site was suggested by the comrades, mentioning the locations belonging to a completely different race. In improving the talent of the dragon race through gaining the prestige of the three camps, saw the prospect of the guildmaster linking a visit to a new city with the possibility of learning about the traitor. The decision to go to an uncharted city alone was announced by Zhang Yi to his friends, instructing them to wait for the return of the girl's brother. The need to maintain teleportation coordinates for a quick return in case of danger was realized by the prudent warrior. A determined traveler approached the teleporter operator, ordering travel to the mysterious city of Moonlight. For 100 coins, teleportation to Moonlight City was performed, impressing even wealthy travelers. The expensiveness of the teleport tax was noted by the practical Zhang Yi, feeling the pain of losing an impressive amount of 100 coins. The late hour and someone's desperate cries for help were the first impression of the new town's insecurities. The brightly colored rabbit toy was noticed by an attentive guy approaching the scene and assessing the situation. A shaking girl desperately begged for help from the attacking men, attracting the attention of a passing hero. The quick running of the kidnapped woman and her fatigue from the cat and mouse game was mockingly inquired about by the muscular guys surrounding the frightened victim. The trembling girl mentally prepared herself for the worst outcome, expecting imminent retribution from her ruthless pursuers. The human shield for the victim was the suddenly appeared Zhang Yi, preventing the impending strike with a decisive intervention. The inadmissibility of hurting girls was pointed out by the noble intercessor, emphasizing the difference in principles between himself and his attackers. The weapons of the rude assailants were broken by the determined hero, ignoring their demands to leave and not interfere with the disgusting action. The superior strength of the unexpected intercessor was quickly appreciated by the terrified bandits, realizing the need for an immediate retreat. Within seconds, 3 hooligans fled the scene, unwilling to confront a dangerous adversary. The reason for the pursuit was explained by the rescued girl, confessing to stealing items from the boss of the relentless pursuers. A curious Zhang Yi inquired about the identity of the attackers and their motives, trying to make sense of the situation. Members of the Guild of Gods that instills fear in the entire Moonlight City, the trembling girl called the Pursuers. The connection between the people from the Dragon Crown tomb and the Gods Guild was established by a shrewd warrior, confirming his initial suspicions. The need to leave the dangerous place was pointed out by the caring hero to the little girl, expressing concern for her safety. The reason for the harassment from the stranger tried to find out the reason for Zhang Yi turning around, marveling at the inexplicable attention. Fear of the return of dangerous people explained the girl's behavior, admitting to a lack of ideas about further actions. The consent to accompany the little companion was given by the magnanimous warrior, waving his hand as a sign of permission. The girl assured her new acquaintance of the usefulness of her presence due to her knowledge of the city, promising not to cause any problems during their journey together. Strange traveling companions have arrived at a hotel in town to purchase 2 rooms in need of rest after an eventful day. Before going to bed, the temporary companions said their goodbyes and went to their places for a well-deserved night's rest. About the unsurpassed comfort of a soft bed after a hard day, dreamily reflected the tired traveler, preparing for sleep. Suddenly, the door to the room was ajar, disturbing the peaceful atmosphere of the tired hero's bedtime preparations. In a sound sleep was by then an unsuspecting lad, not noticing the approaching danger. With a snide smile, the little wench sneaked into the room, plotting evil against the trusting stranger. The greedy thief mentally counted the 10,000 coins that would soon come into her possession, anticipating the rich booty. To kill the sleeping lad, the wily girl swung her dagger, unaware of the impending failure of her villainous plan. The sensitive warrior dodged the deadly blow in his sleep, displaying incredible reflexes even while unconscious. An angry remark about simple luck was made by the irritated assailant as she prepared to deliver a new, more accurate blow to her victim. The name of the traitor Mu Chen was shouted out by a guy who was actually awake, delivering a crushing blow to the treacherous girl. In bitter tears about the unbearable pain from the blow received, the perpetrator caught red-handed, posing as an innocent victim. After consciously waking up, asked Zhang Yi about the reason for the girl's presence in the room, receiving a far-fetched explanation about a nightmare. Permission to stay and a promise of supervision was given by the suspiciously kind hero, concealing the true thoughts of the treacherous companion. Patiently uncovering all the little deceiver's plans, the shrewd warrior promised himself, assessing the pretender with a studying eye. The location of the Guild of Gods in the Moonlight Church was agreed upon by the girl in the morning after leaving the hotel, confirming Zhang Yi's question. The unexpected appearance of some kid from behind was accompanied by an inappropriate comment about the little girl's attractive looks. The stranger's hand reached toward the defenseless girl with the intent of grabbing her, threatening the safety of the little companion. The astonished Zhang Yi recognized his former fellow traitor Mu Chen as he gazed at the green-haired stranger's features. A bewildered cry about the source of the knowledge of his name erupted from the surprised green-haired boy, not recognizing the longtime acquaintance. A real rage seized Zhang Yi at the sight of the man who had betrayed him in his past life, awakening his thirst for revenge. A crushing blow is delivered by the enraged hero to the traitor, declaring his identity secondary to the coming retribution. Mu Chen's back hit the hard surface after the unexpected attack, losing his balance from the force of the unexpected blow. The situation with the beating of the green-haired boy, who usually acted as an aggressor against the weaker, was called a strange event by observers. Outraged questions about the identity of the attacker and his insolence were asked by a stricken Mu Chen, not understanding the reasons for such an aggressive attitude. The green-haired lad was warned of the stranger's danger and the undesirability of provoking him by those around him. Noticing the unusual strength of his opponent, complete indifference to the traitor's outrage was expressed by Zhang Yi as he prepared to take decisive action against his longtime enemy. The immutability of the essence of the former comrade was noted by the hero, remembering the betrayal in his past life and observing the bullying of the weak in his current one. The ability Kratia was activated by Mu Chen, seeking to gain an advantage in the unexpected confrontation. The green-haired fellow addressed the enemy with a mention of territoriality and the impossibility of getting out of there alive, threatening imminent reprisal. The ability to make the player invisible and hide the smell was recalled by Zhang Yi. Recognizing the tactics of using the skill, Kratia, the prudent warrior decided to be as cautious as possible in this situation, analyzing possible variants of events. A deadly blade suddenly appeared in front of the hero's face, miraculously not hitting vital organs at the last moment. Despite his efforts to dodge, the guy got a cut on his cheek from his opponent's weapon, demonstrating incredible skill. A complete repetition of history using the same skill was realized by the astute Zhang Yi as he recalled past events. Unforgettable for the vengeful warrior were the memories of betrayal on that fateful day that changed his life forever. Inadmissibility of losing to a former comrade, and this time firmly decided for himself adamant hero, preparing for a decisive battle. Zhang Yi issued a death sentence to his enemy, announcing the inevitable change of roles in the current confrontation. Deprivation of any chance promised the angry beast tamer, causing Mu Chen to be perplexed about Mu Chen's ability to anticipate the direction of attacks. The deep imprinting of every movement in his memory was reported to his opponent by Zhang Yi, explaining the incredible predictability of his actions. A crushing kick to the chest was delivered by the enraged warrior, displaying a superior fighting technique. The stricken opponent flew back a few meters from the incredible force of the blow, experiencing excruciating pain. With a mockery of assassination plans and lack of strength, the triumphant Zhang Yi addressed the defeated enemy, displaying clear superiority. About the incredible bad luck in meeting a madman, the shocked Mu Chen thought, not understanding the reasons for such fierce aggression. To hell, the ruthless tamer of beasts offered to send the traitor, showing not an ounce of mercy to his longtime enemy. The unexpected appearance of the mysterious cloaked man from behind ended with Mu Chen swiftly grabbing Mu Chen, caught off guard. Rapid movement with the captured victim was made by the mysterious stranger, remaining unrecognized due to the incredible speed of his movements. An overwhelming desire not to let the former comrade be taken away swept over Zhang Yi, despite the complexity of their past relationship. The kidnapper's trail broke off at the approach to the Church of Moonlight, where the pink-haired girl who had accompanied the pursuer pointed. The danger within was characterized by the church sought, according to the warning of a small companion, confirming the location of the target of the search. A determined warrior expressed his firm intention to get inside, citing personal reasons regardless of the potential dangers. Sleeping pills were suggested by the practical girl instead of a reckless invasion without a plan, emphasizing the unreasonableness of rash action. Surprise at the origin of the sleeping pills in the child was expressed by the puzzled lad, who had not expected such resources in his young companion. Solitary travel explained the necessity of means of protection to the little wanderer, showing unexpected independence and practicality. A determined Zhang Yi resorted to strangling the guards that had appeared, not wanting to draw undue attention to his presence. With sleeping pills, the guy ensured the peaceful sleep of the guards, avoiding unnecessary casualties in the process of infiltration. The uniforms of the sedated guards were taken off by resourceful intruders, changing clothes to successfully disguise their intentions. Disguised adventurers approached the church, preparing to infiltrate the sanctuary under the guise of legitimate guards. In the secret room of the Moonlight Church, a confused Muchen woke up, not realizing his whereabouts after being forcibly displaced. On the amusingness of being defeated by an unknown weirdo who appeared out of nowhere, the stranger mockingly remarked to the captive, enjoying his humiliation. Angry questions about the identity of the kidnapper and his intentions were asked by the angry green-haired boy, demanding an explanation for what was happening. The demand for silence and unquestioning obedience was made by the mysterious kidnapper in the suit, emphasizing the senselessness of the captive's questions. The offer to replace the tired guards was made by the disguised intruders as they approached the church, skillfully disguising their true intentions. The tired guards gladly agreed to the unexpected shift, unaware of the deception on the part of their imaginary colleagues. A warning not to sleep on the post was left by the departing guards, mentioning the collective punishment for breaking vigilance. Suspicions about the untimeliness of the shift arose from one of the attentive guards sensing something amiss in the situation. The sleeping power was used by the nimble girl against the wary guards, preventing them from raising the alarm. The location of the person sought was reported by the young assistant after the last obstacles were removed, indicating the proximity of the target. The decision to go inside was made by an excited Zhang Yi, feeling the long-awaited moment of confrontation with his longtime enemy approaching. A strange rustle from behind was heard by the wary fellow, turning around to look for the source of the suspicious sound. Mission accomplished was announced by the girl standing in the aisle, taking on a detached look after completing her mysterious role. The promised reward was given to the girl by the church guards, handing over coins for successfully luring a careless stranger into a prearranged trap. The prevalence of deception in the city was something the departing girl wanted to warn about, regretting an unspoken remark to a careless traveler. The correctness of the girl's guess about the girl belonging to the God Guild or working for them was realized by the astute Zhang Yi, realizing that the goal was not to steal the ring, but to lure him away. Interest in the true organizer of the cunning plan came from a trapped warrior, ready to face a real adversary. At the end of the long corridor, the attentive fellow noticed three ominous figures waiting for the approach of the uninvited guest. The huge, pumped-up guy expressed arrogant disdain for the brat, smugly promising to deal with the intruder easily. The probable reasons for summoning all the fighters at the boss were pointed out by the half-human, half-zombie, suggesting the true strength of the approaching enemy. A demonstration of a crushing victory was promised by the boastful strongman to his comrades, suggesting that they simply wait and see the spectacular destruction of the enemy. The cocky big man stepped forward, reaching a hand behind his back to grab his huge battle axe. The deadly weapon flew towards the guy, spinning in the air with the aim of instantly killing the uninvited visitor. The approaching spinning axe was closely observed by Zhang Yi, judging his opponent's professionalism in his weapon-throwing technique. With the simple skill of summoning a flock of crows, the experienced warrior decided to start the battle using his basic Tamir abilities. The significant increase in the number of ravens summoned was noted by the true beast tamer, noticing the development of his skill over time. Fury at the use of such a pathetic skill gripped the angry big man, mockingly denying the possibility of victory by such primitive means. The massive opponent jumped up to an impressive height, intending to bring his full weight down on the agile fellow. Smooth ice was formed on the floor by the cunning Zhang Yi, using attribute transformation to create an unexpected trap. The realization of the mistake came to the huge guy too late, when his opponent's cunning tactics had already caught him in a trap. The slipping big man fell on his back with a clatter, losing his balance on the treacherously slippery surface of the magical ice. A concussion was suffered by the barely upright opponent from a violent blow to his head, greatly reducing his fighting ability. The realization of why the boss summoned all the fighters came to the remaining two opponents watching their comrade's humiliating defeat. Both warriors rushed forward, realizing the first comrade's inability to deal with an unexpectedly strong opponent. Real bandages bound the ninja to his opponent, limiting the mobility of the dangerous beast tamer. A wall of bone spikes created a half-zombie, using its unique ability to immobilize a captured enemy. Higher and higher grew the horrifying construct of bones, becoming an insurmountable barrier at the will of its creator. The need to summon the dragon was realized by the bound boy, realizing the impossibility of independent release from the magical bonds. Bewilderment at the dragon's origin in a common tamer was expressed by the astonished ninja, who had not expected such power from a mere opponent. All-devouring flames began to breathe from the summoned dragon, turning the bandages and bone constructs of enemies into ash. The shocking realization of underestimating the enemy came to the stricken ninja as he observed the destructive power of an unexpected ally. A freed Zhang Yi burst out of the burnt bandages, swiftly approaching the confused ninja and delivering a crushing blow. Excessive strength for a given opponent was mentioned by the victorious warrior, correcting the misconception of simple underestimation. The growing dragon was praised by the satisfied owner, foreshadowing an even more impressive development of the pet for the next combat encounter. The opponents who had been beaten by the guy were angrily communicating among themselves, trying to decide the next steps after the humiliating defeat. The tactic of simultaneous attack was chosen by the resolute warriors, shouting shouts of imminent death to the defiant foe. With mocking interest, Zhang Yi offered to observe the results of their new strategy without showing the slightest bit of concern. At the sight of the guy's true capabilities, even the pumped-up fighter, who had previously displayed boundless self-confidence, was frightened. Zhang Yi rushed forward to deliver another strike, rapidly reducing the distance between himself and the stunned opponent. The glistening shine of the axe saw the determined warrior before him, assessing the danger of the approaching weapon in the hands of the enemy. The power of dragon fire continued to be used by the tamer in battle, allowing his majestic pet to scorch everything in its path. With astonishing ease, the lad dealt with the three strange fighters, meeting no worthy resistance in the unequal fight. The order to end the battle was given by the stranger who appeared, authorizing the three defeated men to leave the battlefield in a commanding tone. The pumped-up guy asked his boss for more time to defeat his opponent, unwilling to admit defeat. A furious repetition of the order followed from an angry superior, demanding an immediate cessation of senseless resistance. A mocking Zhang Yi turned to the opponents who feared death, promising to show patience as they awaited the next, more worthy battle. The smiling boss mentioned the guy's repeated stays in the game, Apocalypse, showing a sudden awareness. Zhang Yi was surprised at the origin of such information, outwardly denying understanding of the mysterious opponent's strange words. The play termination demanded by the ringleader, mentioning getting an egg from a secret dungeon at the start of the game as proof of experience. A business job offer with the best of everything was made by a cunning boss trying to lure a talented warrior into his ranks. A meaningful pause was made by the speaker before mentioning the consequences of rejection, psychologically pressuring the potential ally. The impossibility of leaving the meeting place alive in case of refusal was emphasized by the threatening ringleader, moving on to outright blackmail. The thoughtful Zhang Yi had a special hatred for such people, mentally analyzing the unpleasant coercive situation. The wealth and equipment obtained through the tears of innocent people was resolutely renounced by the noble warrior, remaining true to his principles. Two huge dragons started moving towards the unruly guy, obeying the silent order of the angry master. The lack of trumps up his sleeve after using his immortal body was thought of by the anxious hero, assessing his own chances. The danger of a blind fight with an opponent of unknown strength was realized by the cautious warrior, unwilling to risk his own life. The need to save the teleportation coordinates for a possible retreat was pondered by the prudent Zhang Yi, preparing for the worst-case scenario. The joy of the predetermined teleport coordinates in the City of Dawn was experienced by the resourceful hero who had secured an escape route. Disappointment at the guy's teleportation was expressed by the annoyed boss, mentally promising not to let his opponent get away the next time they met. The reason for the unknown person's desire to kill him was explained to Mucheng, referring to the opponent as having crossed Renato's path in a past life. The green-haired young man was in a state of shock after hearing the incredible information about the theoretically impossible connection with past lives. The panicked thought of the mysterious Avenger's imminent return visited the terrified Mucheng, visualizing his imminent doom. The need to act first was emphasized by the cunning ringleader, advising a warning to kill a potential enemy. The promise of help was made by a powerful boss, arrogantly claiming that everyone in the game must submit to his will and influence. Zhang Yi reflected with relief at the timely teleportation, realizing that the enemy dragons would have turned him into ashes at the slightest delay. What remained a mystery to the warrior was the mysterious man who had somehow defined his experience in the game, perhaps possessing a similar rebirth ability. The in-game guardian angel's address to the exhausted lad contained a warning of zero stamina and the need for urgent rest. A quick recovery service was offered for 50 coins, forcing the thrifty Zhang Yi to think about the distribution of the remaining 13,000. Han Yarrow and the rest of the squad were worried about the fate of his unreturned comrade, worried about the outcome of his dangerous venture. The unexpected appearance of the hero in front of the girls was accompanied by a humorous remark about a miraculous rescue from the water, diffusing the tense atmosphere. With regret for the missing ring, the boy informed the girl, reassuring the distraught Han Yaru with the promise of the mandatory return of the missing ring. Wondering about the archer's absence, the pink-haired medic girl received a reply about assigning the task of gathering information to their comrade. The long-awaited archer entered the room, appearing just as the rest of the team was discussing his mission. With an impatient question about the results of the reconnaissance, Zhang Yi turned to the returning Qinlong, receiving a reply about the unpleasant news. The need to attend the auction was explained by an attentive archer, reporting the upcoming sale of a stolen ring that night. The logical conclusion about the presence of the thief at the auction was made by the savvy guildmaster, analyzing the information received. The ideal situation for the return of the ring and the capture of the thief was realized by a satisfied Zhang Yi, seeing the double benefit of the upcoming event. The decisive announcement of sending the guild to the auction was made by a determined leader, with no doubts about the right path. A cheerful presenter welcomed all participants to the monthly auction, announcing the imminent start of the bidding. The reason for the leader's absence from the general event was inquired about by Han Yarrow, receiving a reply about the need to visit an important place beforehand. The memory of a hidden store with good items, known to only a few people even in his past life, surfaced in the mind of the experienced Zhang Yi. A small sign with the inscription "Shop of All Things Possible" was found by an attentive warrior, confirming the accuracy of his memories. The question about the identity of the departed guy was exchanged among the remaining members of the group, trying to solve the mystery of their enigmatic friend. 800 nights without discount and a set of ice and fruit requested from the seller by a determined buyer without haggling about the price. The hidden menu of the store opened before the boy, showing a spoil potion, and the salesman noted his good eye for rarities. At the sight of the price of 4,000 coins per potion, Zhang Yi realized his imminent financial bankruptcy, hoping only for the successful outcome of the auction. After returning to the auction, the warrior was surprised by the unusual silence, suspecting a possible mistake in the choice of meeting place. The starting price for the sheepskin scroll was announced by the leading girl, starting the bidding with an item of dubious value. An agitated Han Yaru approached her comrade to report the absence of a ring among the lots on display, mentioning only a flower of unknown origin. The lack of interest in the subject was lamented by the presenter, suggesting that the unpopular lot be skipped in favor of the more sought-after ones. A hand was raised sharply by Zhang Yi, who recognized the rarity, recognizing the item as a secret dragon race mission scroll. Of the pricelessness of a neglected item mistaken by idiots for toilet paper, the seasoned warrior thought, seeing the true value of the unremarkable scroll. An undead ring, stolen recently from a girl, was offered by the presenter as the next item, causing excitement among those present. 10,000 gold coins for the precious item was assigned by the auctioneer, instantly attracting the attention of a buyer who expressed a desire to purchase the lot. Shitu Yang's presence along with the beast-like race representative was noticed by the attentive Zhang Yi, puzzled as to why they appeared together. The information about the people from the main city of beasts was given to his friend by the observant warrior, explaining his awareness by the sources he had read. The intention to take the ring regardless of the price was expressed by the resolute representative of the beastmen, showing absolute confidence in success. Outrage at the appearance of the beast in a city of people was expressed by a disgruntled visitor, using abusive language toward the stranger. A powerful blow was delivered by the big brute to the offender, physically demonstrating his attitude towards offensive remarks. A sarcastic question about the right to be in the city was asked by the angry representative of the beasts, looking at the shocked crowd after the show of force. The primitive ability to swing his fist was mocked by the stricken man, not recognizing defeat in the verbal altercation. Zhang Yi decided to intervene in the conflict, announcing the failure of the rival who met him and his intention to get his hands on the ring. To his beast-like companion, Wei reminded Si Tu Yang of the guy with divine talent, pointing out his special abilities. Superiority over any opponent, even those with divine talent, the mighty Shui smugly emphasized, showing absolute confidence in his strength. The need to create noise and buy time was explained by the approaching Duan Cheng to his leader, suggesting a distraction. The laughing Qin Long and Duan Feng, who were ready to be provocative, agreed to carry out the errand without any problems. Daring provocateurs headed into the crowd, loudly expressing outrage at the presence of the animal race on human territory. The representatives of the beast-like race were addressed with indignant remarks by people, reminding them of their dislike from the beginning of the game and accusing them of constantly showing off. A real scuffle broke out between representatives of humans and beasts, turning the auction room into an arena of interracial conflict. A high-rank invisibility potion was drunk at this moment by Zhang Yi, ensuring that he would completely disappear from the sight of others for 3 minutes. Several magical potions were prepared by the prudent fellow, realizing the beginning of the active phase of his carefully planned plan. A jar of fire potion and a smokescreen was thrown by the cunning warrior into the crowd, creating further confusion in the designated area. A raucous party broke out in the heart of the crowd, diverting everyone's attention away from the valuable auction items. The ring on the dish was decided to be taken by an invisible guy, taking advantage of the chaos and commotion around the precious object. Zhang Yi realized the perfect moment for the theft as he stealthily approached the target of his risky operation. The beast-like representative did not calm down, continuing to actively participate in the fight with increasing excitement. From the back, the invisible Zhang Yi approached the cocky opponent, mentally noting the swift retribution for arrogance and beating up invisible enemies. A crushing blow to the back sent the guy face-first to the ground, causing him to sprawl on the floor. Complete incomprehension of what had happened engulfed the victim, trying in vain to determine the source of the sudden attack. Swiftly, the invisible Avenger struck at Si Tuyan, using the advantage of complete invisibility to launch a surprise attack. Simultaneous bewilderment was experienced by both victims, not understanding the source of the unexplained attacks and their motives. The 10 seconds before the potion expired caused Zhang Yi to speed up, avoiding possible detection and subsequent pursuit. The golden speed skill was applied by the rushing warrior, multiplying the swiftness of his movements and flying out of the chaos-ridden hall with a bullet. Through the chat, the companions reported the successful completion of the mission, suggesting an urgent exit from the dangerous auction site. The wizard girl asked about the leader's sudden disappearance and the worry for his safety when the whole team gathered together. The successful abduction of the ring was confirmed by a satisfied Zhang Yi, showing off the result of his invisible operation. The return of unpaid items to the owner via inventory was covered by an experienced warrior, explaining the peculiarities of the auction game mechanics. Due to the sealed nature of the ring, the guildmaster promised to track down the real owner and reveal the true thief of the jewelry. After the teleportation, the weary companions sincerely admired the amazing leader, expressing their gratitude for the successful venture. The promise of the mandatory return of the ring was made to the girl by a caring boyfriend in an effort to reassure the worried owner. The teleportation cube was taken out by a determined Zhang Yi, preparing to transport himself to the supposed location of the cunning thief. The anticipation of meeting the real ring snatcher was felt by the determined justice seeker as he activated the magical item. The owner of the stolen ring in the auction incident turned out to be the same girl with the toy bunny who received the recovered item. After teleporting, accused Zhang Yi girl of stealing the ring and luring her into a trap, indignantly stating the revelation of her devious plan. The young rogue expressed her recognition of the lad's abilities, noting the unexpectedness of his successful escape from the Gods Guild against expectations. With a demand to return the ring and a threat to kill, the angry warrior rushed in pursuit of the girl, intending to restore justice. The girl's robe was grabbed by a determined Zhang Yi, foiling the sly thief's escape attempt. The deployed deceiver prepared for the strike, lightning fast from fleeing to active defense. The need for swift action was realized by the warrior, seeing the favorable development of the intended plan of capture. The unexpected appearance surprised Yue, blaming the freak for his long attempts to avoid a well-deserved meeting. The big guy announced his side's good fortune, mentioning the long chase after the little one and rejoicing to meet an additional target. The number of the girl's detractors was inquired by a surprised Zhang Yi, observing the growing number of people wanting to get even with the thief. The game of the frightened victim was started by the cunning deceiver, calling for the protection of her brother, with the pretended hope of his support. A beastly snarl was applied by the ferocious opponent, threatening to simultaneously kill both caught opponents. An enraged beastman appeared in front of the real rhinoceros spirit, preparing to chop the guy down, concentrating attack energy. Zhang Yi was indignant at the girl's behavior, first calling him brother and then cowardly running away from the dangerous situation a second later. 800 health units were lost by the guy from the powerful beastly jerk, feeling the crushing force of the blow. The painfulness of the attack and the initially low defense of the beast tamer was noted by the injured warrior, impressed by the opponent's power. Immediately hand over the girl and kneel down, begging for mercy, the beast-like man advised, addressing the boy with superiority. With an accusation of chugging, the enraged stalker rushed into a new attack, displaying an inexplicable fury. Shock was expressed by Zhang Yi at the absurd accusations, inquiring about the source of such information from his aggressive opponent. Persistent shouting about the alleged act seen continued to be made by the big guy without listening to the defendant's objections. The moment of the guy touching the girl's chin surfaced in the distorted memories of the angry beast, generating unreasonable jealousy. The unfairness of his rival's luck with the beautiful girl explained the true reason for the aggression hidden behind the contrived rage. Zhang Yi remarked about the strangeness and unsteadiness of his opponent, deciding not to continue with the pointless attempts at explanation. The change of attributes to fire was made by the resourceful warrior with his weapon, preparing to employ an effective tactic against an enraged opponent. Flames enveloped the blades in the skillful fighter's hand as he swung for an enhanced elemental strike. The cocky Shua made a disdainful remark about a small trick and the effect of a simple tickle, showing disregard for his opponent's capabilities. Zhang Yi made a tactical retreat from the enemy, realizing the ineffectiveness of the chosen method of attack in the current situation. The real difference in strength was decided to be demonstrated by the beast-like man, stripping off his leather coat to reach his full potential. Demonic flames began to burn in the eyes of the transforming opponent, giving him a truly terrifying appearance. A swirling fire that constantly increased damage appeared around the astonished guy, making him wonder about the nature of the unknown skill. The lack of alternatives other than using the health potion was realized by the practical Zhang Yi as he prepared to recover his lost vitality. No time was wasted by the beast-like man, swiftly approaching the potion-drinking fellow for a decisive strike. Full health was now possessed by Zhang Yi thanks to a really good quality potion that restored his lost strength. The mocking question of depleted stamina was addressed by the warrior to his opponent, stating that the appropriate moment to end the fight had arrived. The futility of attempted confrontation was noted by the thief watching the fight, assessing the chances of the sides from the sidelines. Ridiculously, Zhu called his cocky opponent, asserting the uselessness of advanced potions amidst the real battle just beginning. The legendary talent of Bloodthirsty Rage activated the mighty foe, increasing damage by 100% and allowing attacks to restore health. The beast began to show rapid health regeneration due to the activated ability, leveling out the damage done. The shocking amount of recovered health was astonishing to Zhang Yi, who had not expected such a powerful regenerative effect. The confused warrior had to jump back to develop a new tactical plan against an unexpectedly strong opponent. The transformation of an ordinary man into a killing machine, under the influence of a legendary talent, came as an unpleasant surprise to the seasoned fighter. About a demonstration lesson for those who get in the way of the bloody gate, promised a self-confident opponent, anticipating an easy victory. The futility of the plan to use health potions was realized by the practical Zhang Yi, looking for alternative methods to counter the regenerating enemy. A feigned doubt in the Bloodthirsty Rage's ability to stop him was expressed by the cunning warrior, masking the formation of a new plan of action. The pointlessness of endlessly drinking potions was emphasized by the beast-like opponent, threatening inevitable victory regardless of the amount of health restored. Another potion was swallowed by the unperturbed Zhang Yi, setting in motion a hidden tactical move against the arrogant enemy. The charged lightning ability was demonstrated by a determined fighter, inviting everyone present to witness the upcoming spectacle. Two implacable opponents rushed towards each other, ready for a decisive clash in mortal combat. The beast's deadly axe touched the guy's body, seemingly delivering a crushing blow to a careless opponent. Purposely letting the weapon slip into his body, Zhang Yi realized a cunning plan with an unexpected tactical solution. Surprise was expressed by the confused opponent, wondering about the adequacy and type of potion the guy had taken after voluntarily accepting the blow. The need for a sacrifice for the game to suck the blood out of enemies was mentioned by the mysterious guy, hinting at a hidden strategy. A growing uneasiness about what was happening to him gripped Shui, trying to understand the nature of the strange potion drunk by the cunning opponent. The destructive effect of the improved poison potion manifested itself by reducing the target's health by 100 units every second, slowly sapped the vitality. The offer to hobble the remaining potion was mockingly made by Zhang Yi, demonstrating the superiority of his cunning tactics. The beast-like man realized himself deceived, realizing that voluntarily exposing himself to the enemy had caused his bloodthirsty rage to work and receive deadly poisoning. Confidence in the enemy's priority death due to lower health points was expressed by the arrogant Shue without considering the enemy's hidden reserves. The question of certainty was asked by the cunning Zhang Yi, activating the immortal body at the critical moment of the confrontation to completely change the balance of power. The opponent's too low performance was mentioned by Zhang Yi, suggesting a high-grade potion to remedy the situation. The need for payment for the offered potion was emphasized by the cunning warrior, not about to share the life-saving remedy for free. The immediate question of cost was responded to by a desperate opponent willing to spend anything to save his life. The original price of 150 gold coins was raised to 50,000 by the ruthless Zhang Yi, emphasizing the lack of friendly relations. The shocking discovery was that the enemy had only 48,000 coins, but even that amount was accepted by the condescending salesman. The bitter regret of not trying to drive down the price was experienced by the crying Shui, realizing how easily he had been scammed out of money at a critical moment. The saving potion was immediately started to be taken by the poisoned opponent in an effort to avoid imminent death in this situation. The sudden appearance of the pink-haired girl ended with a lightning-quick kick to the back of the beast-like man who was caught off guard. The vengeful girl looked determined, ready to finally repay her abuser for the suffering she had caused. An indignant cry of absurdity at the absurdity of the interference was let out by the enraged Shui, threatening imminent death to the defiant attacker. The complete paralysis of the body from the poison realized the immobilized beastman, losing the ability to move in the slightest. The helpless opponent watched in horror as the girl drew her deadly dagger for a decisive attack. Numerous dagger strokes were delivered by the vengeful girl to her paralyzed enemy, not restraining the accumulated rage. The long-awaited opportunity for revenge was mentioned by the girl, seeing the critically low health of her nemesis. With a piercing dagger stab to the chest, the determined warrior finished her revenge, killing the huge big man without mercy. Lastly, the dying Shu talked about the lack of relationship with the girl, mentioning her obsessive behavior and inappropriate treatment of her brother. Zhang Wei expressed surprise at the girl's return, assuming she had fled far away and was unwilling to part with her supposed brother. Fear of general hatred in the city explained her behavior to the pink-haired stranger, denying other motives for approaching her. Si Tu Yang watched with envy at the guy who was so lucky with the beauties around him, unaware of the real background of the events. The horrifying realization of the death of their beast-like boss came to the watchers, changing the balance of power in the confrontation. The previously boastful Si Tu Yang tried to slip away unnoticed, avoiding the fate of his powerful patron. The formidable question of letting go sounded in the back of the fleeing coward, stopping him like a thunderclap. The ground beneath the nasty guy's feet began to crack and break, creating a physical barrier to retreat. The golden speed was used by the lightning-fast Zhang Yi to instantly be next to his new target. The demand for an answer as to why the beastman had come to the human city was made by a persistent warrior who did not tolerate excuses. The search for the girl and the return of the map was hastily told by a startled Si Tu Yang, swearing there was no other information. About the mysterious map that could provoke an attack on the main human city, Zhang Yi thought about it as he analyzed the information he had received. A golden card that looked like a divine talent card was pulled out by the pink-haired girl, revealing the true reason for the pursuit. The possibility of each player possessing only one talent was thought about by Zhang Yi, explaining the girl's inability to activate the epic divine card. An unexpected confirmation of rumors of divine talent from a past life was realized by the guy, remembering the girl's story about killing someone. A divine-level talent was transferred between players by killing the previous owner. This method of obtaining it opened up a terrifying prospect. For release after full disclosure, Si Tu Yang pleaded, hoping for the mercy of the victor in an unequal battle. The possibility of letting his opponent go without harm was something Zhang Yi had considered if he hadn't seen the golden card changing the balance of power. A harsh sentence of death with the secret taken to the grave was passed by a ruthless warrior to his enemy, eliminating a potential threat. The watching thief was reminded of the close distance and possible dangerous actions, assessing the vulnerability of Zhang Yi's position. The correspondence of the divine talent card to the capable skill was realized by the cautious warrior, not knowing the exact card in the hands of the mysterious girl. The offer to make a deal to hand over the ring and map in exchange for forgetting past conflicts was made by the practical Zhang Yi. About the seriousness of the intentions of the guy who had been pursuing her for so long, the interested girl interjected, assessing the sincerity of the proposal. The motives of the chase, the importance of the ring or its belonging to a certain girl, the cunning thief tried to figure out, calculating the possibilities. The consent to return the ring was expressed by the girl after reflection, but with evident reluctance, yielding to the persistence of her pursuer. The intention to keep the card was categorically stated by the determined owner, setting clear boundaries for a possible transaction. As a trading partner, Zhang Yi reminded Zhang Yi to keep the existence of the map secret, warning of the possible consequences of disclosure. The warning of inevitable revenge for the slain and the need for a quick exit was expressed by the practical girl, caring for her former stalker. The confident warrior expressed his gratitude for the warning, disparaging the impossibility of the dumb big man defeating him. The guild members chatted amongst themselves about the impressive combat abilities of the beastmen, estimating their considerable strength with respect. A new opponent suddenly appeared and swung to strike, attacking a group of distracted guildmates. Zhang Yi's timely appearance ended up striking the enemy's back, preventing them from attacking the unprepared comrades. The threat to send the opponents to the grave following their boss was uttered by the formidable leader, showing his determination to protect his companions. The returning head was greeted with cheers by all the guild members, who were encouraged by his timely appearance. The return of the ring was reported by a caring guy to the witch girl, fulfilling a promise made earlier. The need for an early level increase was emphasized by the prudent leader, mentioning the main forces of Apocalypse reaching level 50. The connection between divine luck and great risk was pondered by the cautious Zhang Yi, realizing the duality of extraordinary luck. The target for all players will be the holder of the divine talent card once the secret is revealed, making it a coveted prey for any hunter. On the Dawn Street, guild members were discussing reaching the maximum level, wondering about the next steps in the game world. The need to complete the second rank profession task as soon as possible was pondered by Zhang Yi, eager to improve his skills for the upcoming trials. In front of the ordeal hall, a huge axe struck someone with a crushing blow, drawing the attention of the gathered spectators. The excessive number of required points, 20,000, angered the crowds, considering the evaluation requirements exorbitant. The challenge to those willing to take the test was thrown by a girl with a huge axe, demonstratively swinging her formidable weapon. Zhang Wei expressed his willingness to try his hand when he noticed a lush-looking examiner outside the testing room. The dependence of victory not only on physical data, but also on combat skills emphasized the girl, assessing the determination of the candidate. The girl examiner directed the boy's attention to the robot calculating the scores, explaining the mechanism of the test. The condition of getting 20,000 points to pass the test was outlined by the strict examiner, concluding her explanation of the rules. The immediate start of the trial after understanding the rules was suggested by Zhang Yi, activating the golden speed for the first attack. The impressive quickness of the guy's movements was noted by the attentive girl, watching the initial phase of the fight with interest. Chain lightning was used by the resourceful warrior, causing electrical discharges to pierce the body of the girl examiner. 2,000 points had already been obtained by the enthusiastic Zhang Yi, expecting to quickly reach the required number of points in a similar manner. Incredible Eyes considered the spectators' instantaneous receipt of 2,000 points at the start of the test, expressing admiration for the skill of the rookie. The girl in pink swung her huge weapon, using the mighty power of the Void Hammer against the cocky challenger. A crushing force was possessed by the punch, causing the guy to lose 2,000 points in an instant, negating all previous progress. The strong girl examiner was called a second-rank officer by the impressed guild members, assessing her combat power with undisguised respect. The guild has found itself in various dangerous situations many times, but always their resourceful leader has found a way to successfully overcome the difficulties. With difficulty, Zhang Yi stood up after the crushing hammer strike, feeling the full power of the skill used against him. Of his opponent's excessive pride in her only successful hit, the lad mockingly remarked, promising not to let it happen again. In a past life, a failed warrior had challenged this girl 200 times, never managing to defeat the formidable Hammer of the Void. A huge amount of combat experience had been accumulated through Zhang Yi's numerous fights, utilizing it now in the decisive confrontation. Shared vision, The tamer's special ability to share vision with their summoned beasts was utilized by the resourceful fighter. Significantly improved evasion from blows was provided by the applied ability, giving a strategic advantage in a tactical fight. The agile Zhang Yi managed to dodge the powerful hammer strike, displaying excellent reaction thanks to his enhanced perception. With his shocking ability to predict blows, the lad astonished the experienced girl officer, causing her to doubt his skill. 1,000 extra points for successfully dodging the attack was awarded to the overjoyed Zhang Yi as he approached the cherished goal of the challenge. Complete confidence in his ability to avoid any attacks was experienced by the warrior due to shared vision with the recognized ravens, providing superior perception. The connection between the boy's success and the presence of the crows was realized by a shrewd girl officer, analyzing the unexpected tactics of the enemy. An experienced examiner resorted to using the Void Storm hammer, preparing to neutralize her opponent's advantage. A huge number of hammers appeared in front of the guy, making it much more difficult to pass the test normally. The true target of the attack, not himself but the crow, was recognized by the attentive Zhang Yi as he assessed the opponent's strategic move. The downed crow confirmed the warrior's speculation about the girl's cunning, displaying unexpected tactical acumen. The impossibility of continuing to use evasion to gain points was realized by the anxious fighter, deciding to complete the challenge more quickly. With a combination of Dragon Hellfire and Purgatory Lightning, Zhang Yi attacked his opponent, jumping on top of her with lightning speed. 6,000 points were immediately awarded to the warrior for a successful attack, getting much closer to the coveted goal of the challenge. Successful completion of the second rank test culminated in a corresponding title, confirming the hero's growing prowess. The hearts of the guild members who admired his impressive accomplishments and combat skills were filled with sincere joy for their head. Muchen felt much stronger in his new armor, being in the Moon Castle and preparing for the upcoming confrontation. The receipt of the player's strongest equipment was reported by the confident head to his subordinates, guaranteeing victory in the upcoming conflict. The question about the solo performance was asked by a curious Muchen, receiving the boss's reply about the team of capable people assembled for the operation. Special gear upgrades to the highest possible improvements emphasized by a caring leader, ensuring team excellence. The boss appointed Mu Chen as the commander of the upcoming operation, making the ambitious subordinate responsible for the outcome of the mission. A promise to help in a difficult situation was made by a powerful patron, showing his interest in the success of the venture. The limitation on single use of support was outlined by a prudent boss, cautioning against over-reliance on his help. The order to advance to Dawn City was given by a determined Mu Chen to his team, beginning the long-planned retaliation operation. The ominous promise to make Zhang Yi regret the feud was uttered by the cocky boss, anticipating the reprisal of the unwanted opponent. In the kebab shop of the City of Dawn, unsuspecting members of the guild were merrily chatting, discussing the flavors of their recent meal. The caring leader had invited his wards to tomorrow's training session for the second rank test, planning to upgrade their skills. An inquisitive Qinlong expressed interest in the integral skills of the second level of specialization, asking the chapter to demonstrate the new capabilities. Zhang Yi pondered about the amazing abilities of removing control and general fear, admitting to having incompletely mastered his newly acquired skills. During the cheerful conversation of the unsuspecting guildmates, Mu Chen suddenly appeared, interrupting the carefree conversation with his sudden visit. Not alone did the insidious adversary come, but accompanied by a whole company of 4 armed men ready for confrontation. The younger comrade was approached by a mocking Zhang Yi, wondering if it had become too delicious for him to come to meet death. With the assurance that it was impermissible to leave again, the enraged Mu Chen replied, calling his opponent an insulting word and promising imminent retribution. The instruction to block the rest of the enemy's friends was given by Mu Chen to his 4 escorts, leaving the main enemy to be personally massacred. Swordsman Duanfeng volunteered to take on the ninja-like guy with bandages, preparing for a one-on-one duel. An irritated Duan immediately began to pull out his weapon, commenting on the excessive loudness of his overconfident opponent. The unexpected swiftness of his opponent's sword was noted by the surprised opponent, assessing the capabilities of his would-be opponent. The confused fighter decided to resort to flight, releasing a web-like bandage from his hand to create a tactical retreat. The onset of his streak of action was announced by the sinister fellow, preparing to demonstrate his deadly skills. A violet aura of sinister foe passed by the guild leader, rushing straight towards the defenseless team doctor. The blue-violet energy enveloping the girl began to contract, taking over the entire body of the confused healer. Desperate cries for help and rescue were emitted by the frightened girl, engulfed by the mysterious energy of an unknown spell. The inability to move and help the withdrawn girl was realized by the paralyzed Zhang Yi, watching helplessly. The bewilderment about the reasons for the immobility was replaced by an understanding of the use of the Black Shadow skill, depriving one of the ability to move. Triumphantly, Mu Chen announced Lu Black Shadow's control over the enemy, rejoicing at the successful neutralization of a dangerous enemy. Challenged to demonstrate abilities under such unfavorable conditions, mockingly threw the cocky Mu Chen to his immobilized opponent. The dagger-armed assailant prepared to strike, anticipating an easy victory over his helpless victim. Instead of the real Zhang Yi, it turned out to be just a toy thanks to a timely demonic substitution used to deceive the attacker. Forming lightning bolts in his hand, the unharmed guy started, preparing a powerful counter-strike to the surprised opponent. Right at the hapless enemy was a chain lightning bolt fired by a skillful tamer with maximum accuracy. The bewilderment of a completely blocked lightning strike swept over the puzzled Zhang Yi, who had not expected such insensitivity. The impenetrability of his armor, the best available equipment at their level, was boastfully stated by Mu Chen, assuring that it was impossible to injure him. The opportunity to taste his deadly skill, Star Purgatory, was offered by a smug opponent preparing a crushing attack. The shocking realization of the need to summon a dragon as the only way out came to the guy assessing the criticality of the situation. Zhang Wei expressed his sincere gratitude for the timely rescue to the faithful creature, recognizing the difficulty of the battle without his help. Stormwing attack was ordered by the master to his dragon, Zhao He, using the most effective technique against a protected enemy. Immediately fulfilling his master's wish, the loyal beast began, unleashing the power of an elemental attack on the overconfident foe. With great difficulty, the shocked Mu Chen tried to endure the crushing blow from the dragon, realizing the seriousness of his situation for the first time. An indication of the simultaneous development of the beast timer with his pet was made by Zhang Yi, emphasizing the gulf between them after the completion of the second trial. The recognition of the gigantic size of a second-level dragon burst out from the impressed Mu Chen, finally realizing his mistake. The mighty dragon grabbed his opponent in his paw, while his master promised to always surpass the traitor in all aspects of fighting prowess. The reasons for Carlo's silence about the completion of the second-rank trial were pondered by the puzzled Mu Chen as he analyzed what was happening. The memory of the scroll he had received while leaving suddenly surfaced in the fighter's mind, suggesting an unexpected solution to a critical situation. A desperate warrior's hand reached for his pocket, eager to activate the mysterious scroll in a last attempt to change the course of the battle. A demonstration of true ability was offered by Zhang Yi to his opponent, unaware of the upcoming turn of events. A majestic dragon materialized when the scroll was activated, changing the balance of power in the decisive confrontation. The powerful jaws of the red dragon closed in on the body of the confused Xiao He, causing the creature to suffer excruciating pain. The injured dragon Zhang Yi flew aside, trying to escape the death grip of his unexpected opponent. Unsuccessful attempts to free himself ended with him falling and hitting the ground, immobilizing the once mighty flying beast. The veracity of Carlo's words about the dragon was recognized by an impressed Mu Chen, observing the effectiveness of the magical creature against the enemy's giant pet. The girl's release was shouted for by the rest of the faction as the battles with the guildmates continued, demonstrating the dependence of salvation on their abilities. The ability to hail ice decided to use the resourceful Han Yarrow, activating her magic staff against the invaders. The assignment to deal with the girl was received by the skeleton from his masters, advancing towards the inevitable clash. The absolute blocking of the ice shards was provided by the bone shield, neutralizing the sorceress's magical attack without the slightest damage. A resolute promise to put the intimidator of the young miss in his place was expressed by Qin Long, grabbing his trusty bow. The power of the victorious light was utilized by the confident archer, easily destroying the seemingly impregnable bone wall of the enemy. The destructive power the released arrow possessed, swiftly approaching the target at lightning speed. The deadly arrow raced towards the opponents, flashing through the air and approaching its intended target with astonishing speed. Thanks to their joint actions, the girl doctor was able to get out of the magical restraints restraining her, regaining her freedom of movement. The desperate mage tried to remedy the critical situation by applying an additional spell to hold the captive. The spell of spring darkness was powerless against the determined girl who successfully escaped to her comrades despite the magical barriers. Restless questions about Duan's progress were asked by the turned Han Yaru, receiving assurances of the knight's imminent completion of the battle. The fierce confrontation between the ninja and the knight continued with increasing intensity, demonstrating the supreme skill of both fighters. The struggling warrior was wrapped in tight bandages so that only one eye remained visible through the tightening bandages. The determined fighter manages to break free of the restraining bandages completely, announcing the need for a quick end to the protracted bout. A determined warrior rushed forward to meet his opponent, preparing to finally resolve their lingering conflict. Numerous lightning-fast blows fell on the enemy tireless fighter, leaving no chance for successful resistance. The disposal of one enemy was reported by a returning comrade in arms, reminding him to deal with the 3 remaining enemies. A warning against excessive joy was expressed by the sinister fellow, announcing the complete fulfillment of their true plan in spite of seeming failures. The destructive activity continued with a huge dragon summoned with a scroll, wreaking havoc and devastation all around. The insidious deception with the substitution of the true target was talked about by the alarmed guild members, realizing the focus of the attack on their leader. The need to stay away from crowded places was realized by Zhang Yi and his dragon in an effort to minimize civilian casualties. The ferocity of a level 4 dragon emperor made close approach impossible, forcing one to look for a vulnerability in the mighty creature's defenses. The promise to put an end to all old and new grudges was made by a determined warrior preparing for a decisive clash with a longtime enemy. The Dragon Emperor continued to release deadly flames from his mouth, aiming to hit the dodgy fellow with a crushing breath of fire. With a sneer of underestimation or self-overestimation, Muchen turned to the confidently rushing forward opponent, displaying contrived self-confidence. 500 health was lost by Zhang Yi from the Emperor's fiery breath, pondering the possibility of a short-term soul bond to transfer damage. The order to attack the right wing of the huge enemy was given by its master to his dragon, targeting the most vulnerable part of the enemy creature. The vulnerability of the dragon's wings provided a strategic advantage because damaging them immediately weakened the flying monster's combat power. 1,500 health units were lost by the attacked Imperial Dragon, demonstrating the effectiveness of the chosen attack tactic. Astonishment swept over Muchen at the sight of the armor beginning to crack after the blow, unfathomably related to the condition of the summoned creature. A strange discrepancy between the damage inflicted and damage received was noticed by the attentive Zhang Yi as he analyzed the mighty emperor's unexpectedly low defense. The possible illusory nature of the dragon was evidenced by the high difference in damage, suggesting it existed only by contract, not in reality. Puzzled, Muchen was puzzled about what was happening to his burning hand. Not understanding the nature of his own body's strange changes, some hidden meaning behind the appearance of the Divine Guild people, and the summoning scroll began to be realized by the astute Zhang Yi as he put the pieces of the puzzle together. Unknown to the enemy, the side effects of using the scroll were reported by a knowledgeable tamer, revealing the terrible truth of the consequences. The rapid aging of the body as the price for using the contract was named by Zhang Yi, explaining the irreversible changes happening to the enemy. The disbelief in the enemy's words was coupled with Muchen's promise to drag the enemy into the grave with him, even at the cost of his own life. The willingness to give his full strength to the Dragon Emperor was expressed by the desperate summoner, casting aside concern for his own survival. Threats of annihilation against the enemy and the city were shouted by the mad Muchen, raving of universal submission to his coming power. A purgatory of lava rained down on the city by a mad mage, causing the ordinary citizens to be horrified, believing him to be a deranged killer of innocence. The lack of change, even in the face of death, was said by a disappointed Zhang Yi to his opponent, regretting his previous blindness to his true nature. Meaningless assertions about the impossibility of killing, despite being reborn, continued to be shouted by the distraught opponent, losing the last vestiges of sanity. The final madness of the enemy was realized by the attentive Zhang Yi as he observed the progressive degradation of the once cunning enemy. The Dragon Emperor continued to unceasingly rain down attacks on the guy, not stopping even at the apparent madness of his master. The only way to break the link between the illusion and the real body was seen by the shrewd Zhang Yi in destroying the summoning scroll, planning decisive action. The order to cover him was given by the lad to his trusty dragon, preparing for a risky maneuver in the midst of a deadly battle. In a decisive leap, the fearless warrior rushed toward the source of danger, declaring his intention to destroy the magical artifact. A desperate cry of impossibility emitted from the opponent as Zhang Yi approached the scroll and destroyed it with a powerful strike. The fall of the faithful dragon was noticed by an anxious master, watching the aftermath of a fierce battle with the Dragon Emperor. The many casualties and the need to punish those responsible were spoken of by the shocked guild members, seeing the destruction around them after the crushing battle. A near-death sacrifice was made by a loyal dragon to save him, causing Zhang Yi to have a strong determination to save his loyal pet. Behind the scenes of the entire plan was the devious Carlo, as the clever warrior realized, revealing the true architect of today's chaos. The mysterious puppeteer is determined to make the mysterious puppeteer pay for what he has done at any cost, and he vows to get justice. On the outskirts of the City of Dawn, a surprised Han Yarrow spotted his early leader, perplexed as to the reason and purpose of his unexpected visit. Of extreme importance in the world of Apocalypse was the Potion of Revival, capable of complete healing regardless of the amount drunk. A mortally wounded monster of a guy was on the verge of death, needing urgent magical help to save him. A determined Zhang Yi swiftly moved through the forest, realizing the dire need to obtain a life-saving potion for his dying pet. A forest girl named Leia is approached by a desperate seeker, hoping for her help in creating a rare elixir. The memory of the last meeting, when he had brought all the required materials in exchange for the revival potion, flashed through the boy's mind. The exhausted warrior was helped to take the miracle potion by a caring girl, showing unexpected compassion for the stranger. Curiosity about her unknown seekers was expressed by the forest girl as she welcomed a new visitor to her secluded dwelling. With a desperate request for a revitalization potion assignment, a worried Zhang Yi approached the keeper of the forest secrets. The assurance of being able to help a seriously ill friend was given by the compassionate Leia, reassuring the worried visitor. The keys to the 3 valuable potion materials were offered by a knowledgeable fellow, promising to obtain the necessary components on his own. The puzzled girl expressed her perplexity about the source of such precise knowledge, and received only thanks from the swiftly departing warrior. The first mission to obtain the life essence was to return to the Demon Tower, as the experienced Zhang Yi realized as he planned his route. The difficulty of finding 3 rare materials and the half-month of time required was warned by Leia as she assessed the scope of the search ahead. The surprising awareness of the secret mission was noted by Han Yarrow, who was following the boy, watching the actions of his unusual leader. A willingness to help and take over the search for the remaining 2 materials was expressed by a devoted girl, eager to share the leader's heavy burden. An excited lad rushed towards the Dragon Tower, ready to be about to open, thinking of the need to create a life-saving potion for his dying pet. An impatient seeker knocked insistently at the massive gate, rushing the slow mechanism with words about the need to hurry on urgent business. A terrifying adversary appeared from the open gate, curious about the identity of the daredevil who did not fear death and dared to disturb his peace. A demonstrative foot strike on the knight's armor was delivered by the impatient Zhang Yi, showing complete disregard for the formidable guard. The lack of time for pointless conversations was emphasized by the determined warrior, demanding the immediate location of the portal to the next floor. The mighty knight expressed genuine fury and recognition, irritated to find the familiar brat in front of him again. Zhang Yi considered the tense moment of confrontation to be the ideal time to use an untried skill after rising to the 2nd rank. To test the enemy's weaknesses, the warrior applied a powerful soul-searching skill, calling on the omniscient demons to reveal the enemy's vulnerabilities. The hidden fears began to see the enemy in front of them, facing true illusions materialized from the depths of the subconscious. The content of the visions went beyond the limits, leading to the severing of the soul's connection due to the excessive intensity of the experience. It surprised the guy to find actual human memories in the monster, making him wonder about the possible human nature of all the creatures here. A puzzled Zhang Yi pondered about the strange anomaly of 2 portals of different colors instead of the supposed one blue one, noticing that they were directed to completely different places. The need to check the red portal was realized by a curious seeker, daring to explore the unusual passage against the established rules. A brave guy was transported to the 30th floor of the Demon Tower, bypassing many intermediate levels thanks to a mysterious red portal. The god of the game watched with a satisfied smile, noting the long-awaited arrival of a special guest at the intended location. The data exchange button was pressed by the mysterious game master, triggering the mysterious process of information communication. A powerful character expressed a personal desire to come out and play with the guy, completing the data transfer process for an unknown purpose. The completed 30th floor of the Demon Tower was strikingly different from all the previous ones, striking with its unique structure and atmosphere. A surprised Zhang Yi made an unexpected discovery, realizing the direct connection of the red portal to the 30th floor, bypassing the intermediate levels. A significant time savings was provided by the unusual movement, allowing you to focus on the main goal of obtaining the essence of life to save the pet. An incomprehensible pressure was felt by the confused fellow at the sight of the bright purple glow, trying to understand the nature of this strange phenomenon. A protective shield was placed in front of the cautious warrior as a huge purple energy blast rushed towards him with incredible power. A 60th level fallen angel seraphim appeared before the astonished Zhang Yi, displaying a colossal difference in strength and status. The true divine essence of the game was concealed by a majestic angel, appearing before mortal man in one of his many hypostases. The threat of suppression by absolute force was promised by the formidable seraphim to the brave man who dared to reach the 30th floor and was not afraid of death. A masterful movement was displayed by the agile Zhang Yi, perplexed by the need to immediately use powerful skills in the first encounter. Berserk, the brother of Han Yarrow, who had been in a state of forced anabiosis in the tower all this time, began to awaken from his slumber. A small shard of stone fell on the waking warrior's face, helping to finally break free from the embrace of the long, magical sleep. The awakened warrior stood up in confusion, trying in vain to realize what was happening around him after a long magical sleep. Confusion about his whereabouts gripped the fighter, remembering only the 8th floor before being mysteriously transported to an unknown location. Zhang Yi's familiar figure was noticed by the berserk, who opened his eyes, gradually getting used to his surroundings after waking up. Excruciating questions about the current location and events were swarming in the mind of the confused warrior as he surveyed his unusual surroundings. The shocking realization of passing a second-rank test visited Berserk, considering such an action to be true suicide for an untrained fighter. About the strange actions of the local boss, the fallen angel, pondered the puzzled warrior, not understanding the true intentions of the divine being. Ancient witnesses to the terrible massacre in the City of Dawn by the cruel seraphim were the surrounding skeletons preserved from those bloody times. The lack of reasons for optimism was realized by the resourceful Zhang Yi, at the same time developing some unusual plan of action. A determined warrior approached the ancient skeleton's skull, uttering a cryptic foreword, triggering a mysterious process. The opportunity to avenge the suffering caused offered Zhang Yi to the silent remains, awakening long-forgotten feelings in them. The confusion of the enemy's intent was replaced by shock at the mighty angel watching the mortal's incomprehensible actions. A divine-level talent for summoning spirits was used by an inventive fellow, causing skeletons to rise from the dead with a new purpose. Rebellious skeletons began to gather around the godlike creature responsible for their long-ago demise, hungry for long-awaited retribution. A multitude of bony hands clinging to his legs, the alarmed seraphim noticed, realizing the growing threat from the seemingly harmless remains. Taking advantage of the skeleton's distraction, the brave Zhang Yi rushed to extract the precious essence without wasting a second. The threat of heavenly lightning was uttered by the angry, godlike being, intent on curtailing the mortal seeker's defiant actions. A powerful Thunder Realm spell that dealt 500 units of magic damage and lasted for 10 minutes, filling the vast area with deadly discharges. Uncontrollable rage gripped the mighty seraphim, promising to demonstrate his true, crushing power. The raised hand of the angel was preparing to deliver another thunderous blow, concentrating the destructive energy for the decisive attack. A shocking dilation of pupils occurred to the astonished Zhang Yi, realizing the inevitability of the impending disaster. The end of the games was proclaimed by the screaming angel, moving into the deadly phase of the confrontation with the defiant mortal. The thunder-filled blade of the glittering weapon was held by the formidable seraphim, preparing to unleash the full force of the elements upon the enemy. A sudden beam pierced the powerful being's body, coming from nowhere and changing the entire course of the battle. From the back came a decisive blow from Berserk, the sorceress's brother, appearing at the most critical moment of the deadly confrontation. Notification of the carrier damage and impending creature shutdown was received by all players watching the incredible events in the tower. Temporary good fortune with the promise of an inevitable future encounter was stated by the retreating creature, forced to interrupt its existence. Zhang Yi asked Bahomang about the reasons for the presence and rules of having multiple players on the same floor at the same time. Gratitude for the incredible feat was expressed by an admiring witness, recognizing the decisive role of his young comrade's ball. The replay of all the revival and battle scenes was ordered by the head of the game in the Tower of Eternity, analyzing what had happened. Carefully watching the replay to discover the mistake that had been made, the anxious god began, studying every moment of the unusual battle. The berserker's mysterious appearance behind him is spotted by an astute observer in one of the shots, revealing a key moment of unforeseen developments. At the side of the god of the game sits his loyal supporter, participating in an important analysis of a critical security failure. A curious observer asked to enlarge the lower corner of the screen, wanting to scrutinize the events in great detail. The astonished game spirit noticed the intervention of the 8th floor cyborg, mysteriously delivering a berserker at a critical moment in the battle. It was only 3 hours until the demon tower closed, when the green-haired mage suggested that the head was hardly planning to stay there until dark. A sudden system alert interrupted his musings, and immediately the protagonist noticed something startling that caused genuine surprise. 2 familiar faces appeared before the astonished tamer, the mysterious guild leader and the sorceress's brother, who appeared as if from nowhere. Watching his companions closely, the young man noted that no one had mentioned Han Yaro's mysterious disappearance since early morning. The brave warrior thought about the strangeness of what was happening, analyzing the unusual behavior of his companions and noting the disturbing inconsistencies. A memory of last night flashed through the hero's mind as he saw the girl standing alone in front of the stone statue with her eyes closed. Reflecting on the enchantress's nighttime sojourn in the deserted square, sparked a hunch from the astute tamer about a possible quest for prayer. The prayer act was a special entertainment assignment in the world of the apocalypse, requiring ritual worship at 3 o'clock in the central square. Mention of a rare reward in the form of a shining dreamstone flashed through the seeker's mind, recalling the odds of obtaining the prized item. Confidence in knowing the location of the mysterious villa was expressed by the group commander, suggesting the possible stay of the missing sorceress there. The extremely cold city greeted the arriving trio with the magnificent sight of Meng Ling's luxurious villa, painted in soft pink hues. The inability to send an important message was discovered by a confused Qin Long, noting with surprise the complete absence of the usual communication in this place. The mysterious belonging of the villa to the deity of dreams was noted by a knowledgeable warrior, pointing to a special protective formation against apocalyptic foes. The peculiarity of the villa territory with the inability to exchange messages between players was explained by an experienced tamer, emphasizing the unusual properties of the place. Confidence in finding the missing one here was expressed by a determined Zhang Yi, cautioning the companions to separate after entering because of the difficulty of re-encountering. Purple dream spirits have appeared in the mysterious forest, posing a serious threat to unprepared travelers. The group quickly prepared for battle, while the fearless girl activated her powerful fierce grip against the enemies. The young companion observed approvingly as the enchantress used a special apprehension skill to restrain the spirits. Among the fighters, the young man recognized Han Yaru, the Ice and Snow Lord, who resolutely took command. The talented sorceress applied a rare exclusive mage skill, creating a ferocious storm of ice crystals. Thanks to the skill and determination of a charming magician, the group managed to defeat the ghostly enemies. After the battle, attentive seekers noticed an amazing dream flower growing from a vanished spirit. As they approached the find, the excited travelers assumed the value of the plant, but suddenly they heard alarmed shouts. With growing horror, the group watched as the unknown warrior reached for the magical flower with trembling fingers. Inexpressible feelings of fear and panic gripped the 3 young heroes as the gruesome spectacle unfolded. When touching the remains of the dream spirit, the girl was unaware of the high chance of an elite bloodflower monster. Even an experienced warrior did not expect the sudden appearance of a formidable boss who scornfully called them poor little people. The creepy creature turned to the frightened travelers, mockingly suggesting they return home before it was too late. The seekers, who had just defeated the spirits, froze in a daze, sensing the deadly danger emanating from the new enemy. The shocked heroes stared in horror at the female boss of the bloodflower, inspiring a primal, paralyzing fear. The monstrous creature immediately braided them with scarlet vines, depriving them of the ability to move and stagger against their will. The group was perplexed as to why the monster looked like Han Yaru, until they realized the connection to the top-level dream transformation skill. The pink-haired companion screamed desperately for help, trying in vain to break free from the deadly captivity of the plant's bonds. The observant sorceress noticed that the strange flowers only existed in semi-darkness, which led her to a life-saving idea. The determined sorceress quickly pulled out and threw a special glowing crystal to the ground, preparing to put her plan into action. The magician explained that mystical plants are afraid of light, so you need to use light spells against them. The brave warrior managed to break free of her grasp by using sunshine, a special skill that creates healing light. The priestess girl was relieved to thank the savvy companion whose quick reaction had saved them from imminent doom. Suddenly, a deadly arrow appeared out of nowhere, swiftly cutting through the air with frightening accuracy and speed. The deadly projectile pierced through the body of the sorceress, making the blood freeze in the veins of the shocked witnesses. Frightened people shouted the appearance of elite Bloodgate monsters whose characteristics showed up on the pop-up tables. The group realized that the bright flash had attracted unwanted attention, but they decided to fight for the valuable reward anyway. The new beastmen-like opponents rudely ordered the uninvited guests to get out of their territory immediately. The aggressive aliens claimed that the spirit of the Bloodflower belonged exclusively to their guild, Bloodgate. The young man recognized the largest guild of Extreme Ice City, infamous for bullying newcomers and weak players. Han Yarrow suggested that the group retreat, realizing that in this situation, they were becoming an easy target for dangerous enemies. The trio tried to stealthily escape, but one attentive member of the enemy guild still noticed their movements. The observant opponent recognized the enchantress among the fugitives, agonizingly trying to remember where he had seen this girl before. The cunning enemy created a gust of wind that tore the protective mantle off the sorceress's head, completely exposing her face to view. Beastmen exclaimed with surprise that this girl had attended the recent auction, attracting everyone's attention. The enemies surrounded the terrified trio, gloating that fate itself had brought their assailants to them for inevitable retribution. The protagonist's companion tried to smooth over the conflict by explaining that they were just a little sister with them, with no claim to the spoils. The aggressors ignored the peace offerings by viciously kicking the speaker in the stomach, demonstrating their true intentions. The boy fell on his back and rolled back several meters from the force of his opponent's brutal blow. The beast-like enemy mockingly said that after meeting him, no one would be able to just walk away alive. The impatient opponent did not hesitate and immediately swung his huge axe for a fatal blow. The determined sorceress activated her rare divine-level talent for emergency spirit summoning. The summoned magical essences instantly appeared in front of the girl, stopping the deadly strike of the battle axe. Observers noted with bewilderment the recklessness of the attackers, because the guy was only hiding the doctor, and the girl did not touch anyone. A fierce battle rages between aggressive beast-like creatures and a brave young man and his enchantress. The talented magician used her ancient staff to create a powerful fireball against the attackers. Unexpectedly, the cunning enemy came close to the sorceress, taking her by surprise with his swift maneuver. The cruel adversary threatened the girl with real trouble since she refused to settle things amicably. Near the villa gate, Zhang Yi noticed the people fleeing and immediately inquired about the reason for their panicked flight. Frightened fugitives informed the protagonist of beast-like creatures mercilessly killing all players they encounter. The alarmed trio realized the seriousness of the situation and the need to urgently rescue their friend in distress. The mighty beastmen viciously strangled Han Yaru, who was already almost unable to breathe from its death grip. A cruel enemy offered the girl a chance to survive in exchange for information on the whereabouts of their guild leader. The other opponents mockingly commented on how the beautiful girl was needlessly sacrificing her life for her friends. After gloating laughter, the attackers were suddenly chopped in two by an unknown force, shocking everyone present. The enemy who was strangling the sorceress was horrified to see a deadly battle axe flying straight at him. Following the weapon, a powerful fist was rapidly approaching the stunned enemy, ready to deliver a crushing blow. The enraged Zhang Yi punched the girl's abuser right in the cheek with all his might, putting all his fury into the punch. The outraged tamer angrily asked the defeated enemy how he dared to treat the defenseless girl so rudely. A distraught Han Yarrow apologized to her rescuer for bothering her, explaining that she only wanted to help him. The opponent who had recovered from the blow smiled wickedly, stating that the naive hero was completely ignorant of the situation. The insidious enemy ordered his subordinates to seize the daring young man to subject him to cruel torture. The anxious Zhang Yi realized the danger of the situation as he saw numerous enemy fighters surrounding them from all sides. Suddenly, the aggressive warriors heard strange battle cries behind them, causing them to turn around. Qinlong and Ba Huang menacingly promised to easily deal with the girl's abusers, showing their readiness to fight. The young handler explained that opponents were always insidious, so one should not give in to their provocations. The caring sorceress held out something important to the hero, warning him to be careful when using the mysterious item. She gives him a coveted death ring that can increase all of the wearer's attributes by 10 units. The satisfied tamer thought that this powerful artifact would prove to be exactly what he needed in his current situation. The hero rushed forward swiftly, using the power of absorption and easily dealing with all attacking opponents. After scornfully calling the Bloodgate members useless people, the young man mockingly offered to show off his stamina. After getting a significant performance boost from the ring, the brave warrior noticed enemies starting to fire their bows. The bold Zhang Yi thanked his opponents for the arrows, explaining that they would help activate his special skill. Intentionally setting himself up to be hit, the cunning tamer activated a passive skill that gave him a chance to summon a hell dragon. Fortune smiled on the fearless fighter, and a mighty hell dragon actually emerged from the flames and smoke. Purple flames burst from the mouth of the summoned creature, destroying everything around it and sowing panic among the enemies. The shocked opponent could not believe the hero's strength, refusing to accept the reality of a swift defeat. The desperate enemy activated his bloodthirsty rage skill, vowing to avenge all of his fallen comrades. Unexpectedly, the attacking enemy's weapon broke at the most crucial moment, leaving him defenseless. The shocked opponent froze in horror, bewildered as to how the steel that had just seemed reliable had failed him. Paralyzed by fear, the enemy was afraid to move, realizing the hopelessness of his position in the face of imminent doom. Putting his sword to his defeated man's throat, the calm hero reminded him that he had already killed him once and was ready to do it again. Decisively decapitating his enemy, the warrior philosophically remarked that he hoped he would be reborn into a better man. Qinlong inquired about the plans for the elite monster, to which he was instructed to keep him alive temporarily. Turning to the sorceress, the wise tamer advised giving the elite creature the honorosis received for the quest. The monster immediately perked up, calling the heroes the lucky warriors who had returned his stone and offered to follow him. The puzzled searchers looked at each other, and the girl asked quietly if it was really worth going after the mysterious creature. Following the unusual guide, the group heard his cryptic words about awakening a sleeping soul from the depths. A female figure began to form from the water surface they approached, taking on the features of a beautiful goddess. The maiden who emerged from the water solemnly greeted the chosen ones, introducing herself as one of the 9 gods of the apocalypse. The majestic goddess said excitedly how long she had waited for this fateful meeting with worthy travelers. The mysterious deity mentioned the times long past and the interminably long wait for a suitable chosen one. The generous goddess announced that the first player to find her would receive a special, exceptional reward of the highest order. Han Yarrow realized with delight that the dream flower she had been searching for so long and hard was in front of them. The mage girl was genuinely happy, realizing that the dragon would now be saved thanks to the magic flower she had found. The faithful Qinlong turned to his companion to look around, calling him respectfully, "Young master." Tamer reminded his comrades to study the preparation of the revival potion that the herbalist had synthesized earlier. Zhonghui had successfully completed the difficult task of creating a miraculous elixir, obtaining 1 precious portion. The satisfied warrior thought that at last everything had worked out, and his faithful dragon would be able to continue his life by his side. The caring owner gently stroked the weakened pet, soothing it and offering it a drink of a healing potion. The tamer carefully gave the dragon a sip of the powerful elixir, carefully observing the result of the magic. Xiaohe immediately began to transform, his entire scaly body glowing with a bright light of healing magic. Han Yarrow exclaimed happily that she had missed the dragon and was happy to see him back to life and health. The mysterious goddess watched the merry company of young heroes with interest, standing a little apart from them. Suddenly, the villa's hidden mission activated right in front of the astonished adventurers. The confused mage girl froze, not realizing what was going on around her at this strange moment. A vigilant Ba Huang warned everyone of the danger, urging his comrades to use extreme caution. The enchanted sorceress looked at the beautiful goddess with wide-open eyes, not hiding a delighted smile. 1,000 years ago, ghostly hordes invaded the peaceful continent of the apocalypse, bringing destruction and fear. Mengling's villa remained the only free place under the safe protection of the dark invasion. 10 powerful gods sacrificed themselves to fight back the enemy and seal the king of the Ghost Clan. The defeated king then pronounced that the sealing only delayed the inevitable return of the dark forces. After the Great War, the whereabouts of the other 9 divine protectors were irretrievably lost. The last goddess told the heroes that she had fallen into a long sleep, awaiting the coming of worthy seekers. The woman explained that the manifested image was only an illusion left for the chosen one before falling into a dream. A shocked Han Yarrow watched as the image of the dream goddess dissolved into thin air right before her eyes. The activated quest asked the heroes to find the lost gods by following the cryptic clues of ancient lore. The attentive tamer warned the companions of the move to the quest location and the need to be ready. The wary hero heard strange noises behind him and immediately turned around to see the source of the noise. Strange monsters with burning red eyes suddenly attacked the group of friends from all directions. The leader shouted loudly to his comrades of the approaching danger, urging caution in battle. The determined enchantress volunteered to stop the monsters, while the fearless ringleader took on two of the strongest enemies. The talented sorceress used a powerful ice wind against the horrible creatures, trying to hold back their onslaught. Satisfied with the temporary success, the magician announced that the situation was under control and everything was ready for a counterattack. Suddenly, the girl noticed with horror that the ice had begun to crack, which meant that the magic control was not working on the enemies. The freed monsters broke free from the ice captivity completely, shaking off the remnants of the freezing spell. The enchantress's brother rushed towards the monsters without a shadow of fear, deciding that a direct confrontation would be the best solution. Obeying the true nature of a berserker, Bahuang rushed forward with a fierce cry, clutching a huge weapon. Flames were coming from the leaping warrior in all directions, ready to scorch the hated monsters to ashes. With one masterful stroke of his heavy blade, the enraged berserker severed the head of the nearest monster. Keeping pace with their comrade, Zhang Yi and the faithful Qin Long fought the hideous creatures. Magnificent attacks were displayed by the guild leader, making swift leaps with an unusual battle ball. The successful completion of his part of the battle was reported by the satisfied commander, having dealt with all the enemies. In the thoughtful magician's opinion, getting out of the strange space required awakening the goddess and completing the task. The attentive girl's gaze was caught by the unusual spirit butterflies fluttering mysteriously nearby. Zhang Yi swiftly activated his treasure hunter skill, anticipating the situation to clear up soon. In the depths of the lake, thanks to his special skill, the hero saw a mysterious chest hidden under the water. With bewilderment in his voice, the archer asked about the sudden appearance of monsters where it had recently been peaceful. The long defeat of the Ghost Clan was pointed out by the puzzled enchantress, not realizing their presence in this place. In the sudden appearance of the mysterious butterflies, Zhang Yi saw the confirmation of his suspicions about the unreality of what was happening. Into the dream of a dream goddess, rather than a real villa according to the Tamer, their small group had fallen. By the strange laws of dreams, rather than the ordinary rules of the game, the young man explained the appearance of the long-defeated ghosts. Only a dream goddess can hold multiple players at once, as a seasoned tamer rightly pointed out. Into the mysterious lake, without the slightest hesitation, the desperate fellow dived, urging his friends to follow him. Suddenly, vicious tentacles emerged from the depths of the water, grabbing the defenseless sorceress by her slim waist. The insidious outgrowths clutched the girl's fragile body with such force that she couldn't even move. Zhang Ai rushed to his comrade's aid without delay, slashing the sinister tentacles with his blade. The water monster's amazing regeneration was noticed by the archer, activating a defensive avoidance spell. The comrades were ordered to find and open the secret door by the Tamer, determined to apprehend the dangerous creature himself. A powerful berserker and a skilled archer rushed underwater in search of the mysterious entrance, following the directions. The brave searchers applied all their strength to the heavy door, but it proved difficult in a watery environment. There were only 5 short seconds left before the water avoidance ability expired, forcing the heroes to hurry. With hope in his voice, Bahuang shouted to his comrades the necessity of a final tug, after which the door must yield. Suddenly, the magical defenses against the aquatic element dried up, leaving the seekers vulnerable to the dangers of the underwater world. The brave heroes managed to open the massive doors, but they were met by powerful blocking enchantments of ancient origin. At this time, Zhang Yi continued his fierce battle with the giant underwater monster, skillfully binding its wriggling tentacles. Thanks to the tamer's swift actions, a beautiful enchantress was rescued from a deadly captivity. Stretched out his strong hand, the brave savior, urging his companion to grasp it tightly at this critical moment. Activating a protective block, the young man pressed the fragile girl against him, creating a barrier against the attacking tentacles of the terrifying monster. Despite the measures taken, one of the slippery tentacles managed to coil around the careless fellow's leg, threatening to drag him into the depths. The friends immediately rushed to the aid of their friend in distress, intending to cut the insidious tentacle of the huge creature. From the entrance came Bahuang's desperate cry, demanding that the mysterious door be closed immediately before it was too late. With one lightning-fast blow, the determined warrior cut the monster's tenacious tentacle, freeing his captive comrade from its dangerous grasp. The shocked searchers discussed what had happened among themselves, recognizing how close they had come to being killed by the tentacles of the huge monster. Zhang Yi soothingly said that the danger was over, as the sea monster would not be able to penetrate through the closed door. On the walls of the mysterious room, the heroes discovered strange symbols, marveling at their unusual, mysterious shape. The experienced tamer recognized the language of the ghost clan in the ancient signs, recalling the goddess's mention of dark forces taking over these places. Most likely in the past, it was here that a brutal battle took place, from which only a small part of the terrible evidence has been preserved. The travelers pondered anxiously about the connection between the invasion of the Ghost Clan and the impending disaster of the apocalypse world. According to ancient prophecies, a terrible catastrophe is about to break out in an apocalyptic world, leaving no chance for salvation. Something important was noticed by the attentive Han Yarrow, excitedly urging everyone to look forward, where a strange elevation could be seen. On a high stone platform in heavy chains languished the captive goddess of dreams, to whom the heroes had cried out their arrival for rescue. Upon closer examination of the situation, the astute searchers realized that their appearance here was not accidental, but part of a conspiracy. The mocking voice of a conniving woman suddenly sounded from the elevated throne, and she scornfully called the guests little bugs. The mysterious stranger wondered if the uninvited guests realized whose territory they dared to trespass on. With a sinister grin, the lady seated on the throne said that she had not expected such a long journey of these mortal beings into her domain. The captive goddess was approached by a cruel woman with words about the impossibility of avoiding the destiny, no matter how hard she tried. She said accusingly that it was the prisoner who had brought those annoying butterflies into her realm of darkness. The villainess told of her joy at a little entertainment in the form of killing uninvited guests in front of the helpless goddess. The brave seeker shouted indignantly, demanding that the unknown invader immediately release the captive goddess from her shackles. With a sneer in her voice, the mysterious woman replied that she had no intention of releasing her captive unless she was forced to do so. With a threatening intonation, the mysterious stranger declared that no one who had entered her domain had ever left there alive. In a swift motion, the sinister woman threw her magical chains straight forward, displaying incredible strength. Using the mystic chains as an extension of her body, the Lord of Darkness seized the huge stone that was in the middle of the hall. In one powerful motion, she pulled her guns, causing the giant cobblestone to shatter into many dangerous shards. In the surrounding space, the attentive heroes noticed countless ghost remains, realizing the opportunity to use them in battle. A telepathic message was sent by the dream goddess to the sorceress, revealing that there was far more power lurking within her than she could have imagined. With growing unease, the evil overlord watched the mysterious interaction taking place right in front of her. Helplessly, she watched as a mystical bond was established between the goddess and the young enchantress, giving them an unexpected advantage. All the skeletons and zombies of this place began to gather around the astonished heroes, suddenly standing up to defend the uninvited guests. With a mocking laugh, the villainess reminded her that not even the goddess herself had been able to defeat her with such tricks in the past confrontation. Without collusion, Ba Huang and Qinlong simultaneously jumped forward, pledging to support their comrades with all their available strength. In response to the daring challenge, the insidious woman decided to use her special abilities, calling the heroes nothing more than walking corpses. As the warriors approached, it became clear that the villainous mysterious chains had the ability to lock and enslave souls. With growing horror, the brave searchers realized the nature of the devilishness taking place, sensing the approach of an unknown danger. With a rasping laugh, the cruel dungeon mistress accompanied her actions, declaring the captives to be her future puppets. Gradually, the heroes began to feel a strange pressure on their minds, as if someone invisible was trying to take control of their bodies. The first to succumb to the sinister influence was the mighty berserker, whose face was beginning to pour blood with veins seeping from the internal struggle. With a sadistic pleasure in her voice, the adversary said what she enjoyed most about watching her comrades kill each other. Under the full control of the villainess, Ba Huang lunged at his own sister with his weapon drawn for a deadly blow. With desperation in her voice, the girl shouted to her brother, recalling their kinship and childhood nickname. Baby girl, not stopping in front of the sisterly pleas, continued the controlled berserk attack, but Zhang Yi, who intervened in time, blocked the blow. The animal tamer tried desperately to reach his friend's consciousness, but all his cries to wake up went unanswered. With a triumphant grin, the dungeon mistress announced that it was not worth the trouble, for now the berserker was her obedient puppet. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the brave warrior shouted to his comrades to leave this dangerous place immediately. From his last strength, the exhausted Zhang Yi continued to defend himself against his possessed friend, feeling the approach of complete exhaustion. With a contemptuous grin, the villainess noted that her obedient puppet was incapable of feeling fatigue, unlike her living opponents. The berserker's name was shouted aloud by his friends, begging him to stop and remember his blood ties to the sister he was attacking. With genuine horror, Han Yarrow watched her siblings' actions, refusing to believe what was happening before her eyes. As if bereft of his own will, Qinlong drew his deadly bow, preparing to fire arrows at his own companions. Noticing the new danger, the alert Zhang Yi cried out to the enchantress about the threat approaching from behind. In the next instant, 3 deadly arrows simultaneously rushed towards the fragile figure of the girl, threatening to pierce her unprotected body. The arrows almost reached their target, but at the last moment, the unexpectedly appeared undead stood in defense of the fragile sorceress. At the sight of this miraculous rescue, the thought of his girlfriend's improved spirit summoning skill flashed through Zhang Yi's mind. Increasing her control over the captive souls, the evil lordess turned to her puppets with orders to kill her opponents. With fury in her voice, she demanded the enslaved warriors not to resist and to show all their abilities at their maximum level. In the course of the battle, Han Yarrow and Zhang Yi realized the pointlessness of continuing the battle, realizing the need for a different solution to the problem. In this situation, the brave tamer came to the conclusion that the best solution would be to summon his faithful dragon. With a contemptuous grin, the villainess reacted to the dragon's appearance, mockingly calling it a pathetic trump card for the arrogant hero. Activating her deadly skill, the chain arrow of fate, the cruel woman promised to force the hero to watch the death of his comrades. The flaming chain of her opponent swept through the air, effortlessly reaching the body of the startled dragon and dealing it a serious blow. From the force of the attack, the injured Xiao He collapsed to the ground, once again injured in this unequal battle with a powerful opponent. Along with the dragon, the faithful sorceress also fell to the ground, but bravely declared that her injuries were not serious, just a couple of bruises. With a triumphant look, the villainess approached the hero, announcing the inevitable transformation of his friends and beasts into servants of the Ghost King. A mysterious smile blossomed on Zhang Yi's face in response to her opponent's threats, clearly indicating a hidden agenda. In her growing uneasiness, the wily woman noticed something odd that made her wary and turn around. Behind her back, the shocked villain found the huge figure of a second dragon, which appeared as if from nowhere. The brave hero realized with satisfaction that his cunning plan had worked exactly as he had hoped from the beginning. Despite his success with the dragon, his loyal comrades remained in control of the enemy chains, demanding immediate action. Zhang Yi turned to his flying pet, giving instructions to strengthen the left wing before the decisive attack. With bewilderment in her voice, Han Yarrow inquired about the strange fact why their friends still hadn't woken up after defeating the Guardian. As she pondered the timing of the charms or the possible survival of her opponent, the villainous, mocking voice of deception rang out. With an expression of utter amazement, the tamer expressed a conjecture about transferring the soul to the Dreamflower to exchange places with the body. The mysterious lady, with undisguised respect in her voice, recognized the extraordinary tenacity of the heroes beyond her expectations. The antagonist's past as a dream spirit unraveled a shrewd one, linking her fear of light to the nature of such creatures. The reasons for the goddess's betrayal interest the puzzled hero, eager to understand the motives behind such an unfathomable act. At the mention of her former identity, the insidious fiend exploded with rage, categorically rejecting her former name with implacable hatred. The angry woman considered herself the only one capable of bringing the mysterious plan to prosperity, sending the minions of the goddess away. The question about the current time was unexpectedly asked to his in-game guardian angel, Elf Eclipse, by the clever Zhang Yi, planning a trick. The exact morning time of 6:45 was told to the young man by his faithful angel, unaware of the strategic importance of this information. His friend's strange interest in the time of day puzzled the attentive Han Yarrow as she tried to unravel his non-obvious plan. The past affiliation of the opponent to the spirits was explained to her comrades by the tamer, deliberately delaying the time until the sun, which was ruinous for her, had risen. The coming of the perfect moment to attack was sensed by the determined hero, throwing his shining weapon straight at the vicious opponent. The weakness of the thrown weapon was noted contemptuously by the cocky Deviless, not believing it possible to receive harm from such an attack. The expression on the angry woman's face suddenly changed as the true nature of the approaching unusual blow came to her attention. The bright glow of the sun emanated from the blade flying forward, growing more intense with each passing meter. Upon contact with the opponent's body, the weapon caused a multitude of glowing cracks to spread across her entire figure. A deadly blade passed through the villain's chest, leaving behind a devastating trail of destructive solar energy. The collapse of all dreams and plans was realized by the dying Deviless, as she realized the true nature of the sunlight that struck her. But Huang came out of submission to the enemy's charms after defeating the evil sorceress, as if waking up from a deep nightmare dream. A strong, throbbing pain in his head was felt by the freed berserk, coming to his senses after a long mental enslavement. Complete incomprehension of what was happening was reflected on the face of the confused girl, trying to realize the strange events around her. The resemblance of the former adversary to ordinary dream spirits was noted by observant comrades, seeing her inability to control the chains. The villainess's previous being under the influence of the Ghost Clan was suggested by the experienced leader, indicating the permanence of her true nature. The exhausted dream goddess continued to sleep in heavy, magical chains, unaware of the liberation battle that had taken place. After much agony, the captive dreamer found the strength to open her eyelids, returning to consciousness. Han Yarrow was truly astonished at the sight of the awakened goddess appearing before her in all her splendor. The celestial creature addressed his loyal followers with the announcement of a long-awaited awakening after centuries of magical hibernation. A bright yellow light illuminated the entire underground hall as the freed goddess made her way to the ancient throne of power. The rightful place on the main throne was taken by the beautiful Lordess, restoring the broken harmony of this mysterious place. Motherly tenderness was shown by the goddess to the servant girl who had suffered from the forces of ghosts, thanking the heroes for saving her child. The tragic events of a century ago were recalled by the wise ruler when, after sealing the Ghost King, evil spirits bewitched her people. During her forced sleep, the goddess observed the great clash of the opposing forces of the universe. Unable to intervene, unable to discern whether the visions were warnings or mere dreams, the brooding goddess acknowledged, weighed down by the frightening images. Only through the creation of beguiling illusions for credible heroes could the ancient goddess awaken from her centuries-old slumber. The system notifications solemnly congratulated Zhang Yi's team for successfully completing the Lost Goddess quest, awarding precious artifacts. The admiring gazes of the seekers went to the open treasure chest, noting the abundance of valuables for everyone on the trek. With a majestic gesture, the goddess called the young sorceress to her, drawing the attention of those present to the important moment ahead. An ancient staff of unprecedented beauty rested in the graceful hands of the divine Lordess, emitting a mysterious flicker of mysterious power. With solemnity, the Lord of Dreams handed over the magic artifact, the blessing of Honoroi, to the girl, increasing all the characteristics by 20 units. The amazing connection between the staff and the sorceress's magical talent map was noted by the smitten goddess, calling her gift the purest power of dreams. For the time spent on the rescue, decided to thank the hero's grateful unearthly creature, offering an instant return to the beginning of the journey. The teleported seekers found themselves in Meng Ling's transformed villa, marveling at the bright atmosphere of the once gloomy and sinister place. The dying girl's dying wheezes broke the silence of the moment of triumph, drawing the hero's attention to a new tragedy nearby. Disturbing sounds of distress caused the sensitive Han Yarrow to turn around, eager to find out the source of the restless rustling behind the nearby bushes. Priestess Lu Su, her recent companion, was found by the shocked sorceress among the broken branches and crumpled grass in a horrifying state. The unexpected appearance of the bloody army disrupted the dramatic moment, surrounding the heroes in a semicircle with clearly unfriendly intentions. Indignant cries of outrage at the audacity of reappearing here erupted from the lips of the enraged admiral, who recognized the men he hated. Revenge for the defeat of a fallen comrade had brought the Bloodgate warriors here. As the calm Zhang Yi shrewdly remarked to his friends, Han Yarrow decided not to waste precious moments on idle talk, activating her newly obtained dream blessing against her enemies. A scornful accusation of possessing a fake artifact was hurled by the arrogant commander at the young sorceress, unaware of the true power of the item. The opponent's idle chatter was ignored by the impatient Ba Huang, swiftly snatching up a formidable weapon for a decisive battle. The fearless Zhang Yi joined the battle, offering his enemies, blinded by pride, to reveal the authenticity of the powerful artifact. The magical power of the dream blessing was applied by a talented sorceress, granting all team members an impressive 20% bonus to characteristics. The amazed old commander refused to believe his eyes, seeing for the first time the legendary power of the object of his many years of searching. The true relic of the dream goddess, which had been hunted for so long and unsuccessfully by an experienced warrior, was now displaying power in the hands of a young girl. About the persistent unwillingness to recognize the inevitable defeat asked the enemy warriors confident in the superiority of Zhang Yi. The need for a tactical retreat to regroup was tried to warn their leader by prudent subordinates. Cowardly traitors called his own warriors by the maddened admiral, declaring them victims for his dark ritual of reinforcement. The life energy of his own subordinates began to be absorbed by the cruel commander, mercilessly killing one by one in front of the shocked heroes. Out of the blazing darkness, the mad leader summoned more inhuman warriors, ready to carry out any bloody order of their master. The enormous size of the summoned warriors staggered the imagination, for their stature was equal to the height of multi-story buildings, towering over the battlefield. The loss of reputation due to the unavenged deaths of his subordinates was deemed unacceptable by the enraged elder as he prepared for the decisive battle. The inevitability of a fatal outcome for one side was foretold by the summoned monsters, promising a bloody conclusion to the protracted confrontation. The cold-blooded admiral made a deep incision in his palm, ignoring the scarlet liquid running down his fingers. A cruel commander fed the ancient monument with his blood, confidently predicting the inevitable doom of the heroes who dared to oppose him. The nature of the strange skill the puzzled Zhang Yi tried to understand, receiving a warning from his comrades about the formation launched by several people. Raising his head to the sky, the attentive tamer of the beast noticed a strange red glow pulsing over the place of their confinement. The experienced warrior decided to search for a possible exit, leaving his comrades in place to contain the impending threat. As he approached the shimmering border, a thought occurred to the hero about the found limit of the enemy's magic trap formation. The intrepid seeker decided to make a few tentative blows with his weapon against the invisible barrier, testing the strength of the mystical barrier. The futility of trying to break through was realized by the frustrated young man, seeing the barrier's complete lack of response to his powerful attacks. The enemy leader mockingly stated the impossibility of escape, enjoying the victim's desperate attempts to find a way out of the trap. The insurmountability of the blood sacrifice formation was emphasized by an admiral confident of victory, anticipating a swift massacre of his enemies. A chagrined Zhang Yi returned to his team, confirming the inability to break the barrier with ordinary physical strength. Outside, the deadly formation ordered the cruel general to his obedient puppets to reinforce the magical circuit with additional power. Numerous undead creatures began to emerge from the blood-soaked ground due to the increased effects of the dark spell. The impending danger was noticed by the alarmed warriors, warning their comrades of the approach of hideous creatures from beneath the ground. Brave fighters rushed toward the zombies emerging from the ground, ready to fight to the last drop of blood against the superior forces. The true purpose of the formation was unraveled by the astute Zhang Yi, realizing its purpose to slowly deplete the opponent's spirit and strength. An unexpected attack from behind was felt by the guy focused on analyzing the situation as the swarthy warrior crept up unnoticed. A firm hand on his neck felt the hero caught off guard before he could react to the sudden attack from behind. A seductive whisper about the impossibility of escape was heard by the captive young man, feeling the dangerously close breath of the unknown woman. Beginning to strangle her victim, offered the devious stranger to stay with her forever, enjoying the slow fading of life in the eyes of the hero. Concern about the ever-increasing number of ghosts was expressed by an angry Ba Huang, realizing the need to find a radical solution. The four-stone steelies were identified by the astute berserker as key elements of the magical construct that required destruction for release. Red lightning bolts began to run through the body of the determined warrior as he began to execute his plan to destroy the magical anchors. The nightmarish creatures with sharp teeth protruding without skin rushed towards the guy surrounded on all sides, narrowing the circle of attack. The futility of a scattered attack across the formation was realized by the tactically minded Ba Huang, realizing the impossibility of achieving a result this way. Concentrating all available forces at one critical point could create a gap in the magical defenses, giving a chance for salvation. A pink-haired thief girl wandered around Meng Ling's luxurious villa, complaining about her bad luck with the reward for the elite monster and her overwhelming boredom. A sudden flash of red color was noticed by the surprised adventurer, perplexed by the continuation of a long, completed quest. Curiosity overcame caution in the bored girl, causing her to jump inside the mysterious glowing vortex without a second thought. The many prostrate bodies of the Blood Guild warriors were seen by the shocked traveler, finding herself in the midst of an event unknown to her. The ancient formation of blood sacrifice was recognized by the experienced adventurer, noticing even an elder of a well-known guild among the participants in the ritual. The last use of this terrible spell in the attack on the Ice City came to mind, claiming the lives of countless innocents. The possibility of capturing this strategically important place arose in the thoughts of the observant girl analyzing the Blood Guild's goals. Through the gap formed in the magic dome, the experienced thief noticed her old acquaintance Zhang Yi, wondering at his presence here. The blood of the elders supporting the formation fed a large magical construct, the vulnerability of which became apparent when one of the creators fell. The perfect moment to intervene in an unequal fight had arrived, according to the determined girl, ready to act without delay. A deadly blow was struck by the nimble thief to one of the huge monsters, taking it by surprise with her sudden and swift attack. The confusion about the origin of the defiant girl was reflected on the shocked face of the elder, who had not expected a new entrant to the battle. Providing as much help as possible, the brave girl hoped for the strength of her friend, realizing that the further outcome of the battle depends only on him. Inside the magic trap, the swarthy stranger froze in surprise, feeling her supernatural power suddenly weaken. The sudden decrease in the ghost's power was sensed by the attentive Zhang Yi, noticing the change in the force balance of the confrontation. Taking advantage of the enemy's moment of weakness, the agile fighter managed to topple the insolent foe, freeing herself from her death grip. Frightened cries of possible body damage broke out from the defeated ghost girl, losing her magical defense. The condition of the leader after the fight was inquired about by the solicitous Ba Huang, receiving assurances of his readiness to give a vigorous repulse to his enemies. The need for immediate escape was realized by the trapped heroes, realizing the risk of being trapped inside the crumbling magical construct forever. Powerful tremors shook the ground beneath the fugitives' feet, making it difficult to navigate the unstable ground of the cracking battlefield. Gathering their last strength, the exhausted warriors rushed to the exit from the death trap, trying to get ahead of its final destruction. A saving hand was extended to his friends by the brave Zhang Yi, urging them to grab onto it and leap forward as fast as possible. Firmly grasped the hand of his faithful wizard friend, the heroic young man, unwilling to leave any of his comrades behind in the doomed formation. A joking remark about athletic skills was made to his partner by the brave young man, estimating the distance in front of them to be only one jump for her. A violent rage gripped the cornered enemy, causing him to grit his teeth until he gritted his teeth in desperate anger. A fatal fate for all present was foreseen by the distraught opponent, intent on letting no one live out of the death trap. The vow to take his enemies with him, even at the cost of his own life, came out of the desperate admiral's mouth with genuine hatred. From the dissipating smoke, the silhouettes of the members of the illustrious guild, Hunt for Gods, gradually emerged, coming to the aid of their comrades. The unwavering confidence in his team's survival was expressed by a confident leader responding to the threats of a defeated opponent. A little thief girl with pink hair threw the lifeline, urging everyone to grab the unexpected help as quickly as possible. With powerful hands, the grateful Zhang Yi grasped the throne rope tightly, seeing it as the only way to salvation. A determined hero began the upward climb, while keeping his faithful wizard friend from falling into the deadly abyss. From on high, the escaped warrior addressed his defeated foes, declaring a well-deserved death for the many atrocities of the Bloody Guild. With naked weapons, the enraged Zhang Yi rushed straight to the main culprit, who had brought so much suffering to innocent people. Due to severe blood loss, the weakened old man was unable to resist, not even attempting to defend himself from impending death. Retribution came to the bandit leader in the form of a deadly blade, plunged straight into the chest of the unresisting villain. The saved young man expressed his sincere gratitude to the pink-haired assistant, recognizing her crucial role in defeating the dangerous criminals. The unexpectedly generous thief, showing an uncharacteristic concern for the welfare of others, held out a healing potion for her wounded companion. Surprise at the unusual kindness of the famous villainess was expressed by the grateful Han Yuru, accepting the unexpected gift with sincere joy. The curious hero inquired about the reasons for returning to the dangerous icy city, receiving a paradoxical answer about the safety of the riskiest places. An alarming warning of personal danger is relayed by a caring young woman reporting $1 million bounty on a young man's head from the mysterious Carl. Zhang Yi was shocked when he learned of the fabulous sum of 1 million coins that had been set for his elimination by a powerful enemy. The changing balance of power in the extreme ice city after the destruction of the Bloody Guild was reported by the departing thief, making it clear that a coup had been accomplished. The innocence of the regular players and their non-involvement in the atrocities of the Bloody Gate was reminded by a compassionate sorceress calling for justice. 100 beautiful temples and shrines were shown to guests by the hospitable Liu Su upon arrival in the extremely icy city, taking pride in its majestic architecture. Doubts about the possibility of a small team destroying the city's largest guild were expressed by the astonished townspeople as they discussed the incredible news. The strange looks of the beastmen since their arrival were shared with the leader by a concerned Han Yaru, fearing a leak of information about their quest and the artifact. Before returning, the prudent Zhang Yi instructed his archer to spread the news of their guild's victory over Bloodgate to stabilize relations with the locals. From the abilities she saw of her leader, the girl was delighted, noting his incredible intelligence and foresight. In this harsh society, as Zhang Yi quickly determined, power status was becoming the only meaningful currency for gaining respect. In order to strengthen their position in the extremely icy city, the team headed to the central building of the Guild Association, planning to expand the lineup. At the sight of the new visitors, the green-haired employee of the Guild office perked up, blurring into a professional smile. A female employee met the young guest with an intrusive offer of various services, approaching with unmistakable intentions. Waves of murderous aura nearly knocked the empathetic leader off his feet, coming from the jealous Han Yaru in response to the administrator's behavior. Without wasting a second, the young man politely declined all additional suggestions, focusing only on the official registration procedure. After successfully raising the status of the hunt for gods, the enterprising founder's thoughts turned to finding the strongest players among the locals. In front of the gathered crowd of citizens, the charismatic Zhang Yi unfolded his speech, reminding them of the deliverance from the tyranny of the Bloodgate. An inspirational speaker called for unification under new and just banners, promising equality to all who joined his guild. A determined male voice sounded from the back of the crowd, volunteering to be the first to join the prospective community. Between love and peace drew a parallel to the philosophy of his guild's eloquent leader, winning the hearts of potential associates. Interested candidates began to flock from all sides, unaware of someone's attentive eyes watching from hiding. In the spacious clearing in front of the tavern, the heroes, tired from the day's troubles, gathered to celebrate the first success of the recruitment campaign. Under the clinking of mugs with foamy beverage were sung in honor of the head and prosperity of the guild, hunting the gods picked up by all present. As the enthusiasm of the recruits grew, a satisfied smile spread across Zhang Yi's face as he saw his plans come to fruition. In the midst of the festive mood, a worried Qinlong approached the leader, reporting strange happenings in the city. The impossibility of acquiring the necessary potions was told by a frustrated archer, explaining the complete lack of goods on the store shelves. Despite carefully following the commander's instructions, the loyal companion could not find a single drop of potion in the entire city. Zhang Yi instantly drew a strategic conclusion from his subordinate's words, realizing the impossibility of replenishing critical resources. Behind the organized campaign against them was clearly someone with serious financial clout, capable of buying up the supplies of an entire city. The nightly renewal of the assortment in all outlets was quietly reported by the attentive young man, suggesting the appearance of a mysterious adversary at that very time. Vigilant guards stood guard at each market stall, having been instructed to memorize strangely behaving people, avoiding direct conflict. Amidst the evening bustle, Zhang Yi spotted a familiar thief, Du, desperately begging to leave a single item in the emptying stores. The attentive leader asked his companions to follow the original plan while he himself investigated the events taking place. From the ample pocket of the mysterious stranger in the robe, pursued by the thief, several smoking bombs flew out directly into the town square. With genuine bewilderment on her face, the dazed girl froze, not understanding the sudden appearance of explosive devices in a peaceful neighborhood. The outraged cries of citizens for fines for violating the strict prohibition against using explosives within the city limits spread throughout the square. Instantly reacting to the danger, the brave Zhang Yi rushed to save an old acquaintance, dragging her away from the site of the likely explosion. A concerned young man inquired about the condition of the rescued girl, perplexed as to the reason for her pursuit of the man bombing the main city. Ever since entering the city, the shrewd Du had been following the suspicious couple relentlessly, casually noticing their large-scale buying up of all goods. The logical connection between the infiltration of strangers from the outside and the disappearance of goods was established by the savvy tamer. Nodding to his thoughts, a determined hero grabbed the girl by the arm, urging her to join forces to resolve the dangerous situation with unknown saboteurs. The newfound allies rushed in pursuit of the mysterious figures in robes, causing the pursued to chatter nervously about the new threat. Between themselves, the fleeing intruders exchanged anxious phrases, noting the need to get rid of the persistent pursuers. The saboteurs decided to use a few more bombs to distract the chase, preparing to drop them on the heroes running after them. At the critical moment, guildmate Zhang Yi appeared in the square, managing to put up a giant fortified shield in front of the allies. With unconcealed horror, the bomb throwers screamed at the sight of the unexpected defense, realizing the imminent backlash of their attack. A deafening explosion rang out in the very center of the square, shaking nearby buildings with a powerful shockwave. After the main guild forces arrived, excited comrades inquired about the commander's condition, reporting numerous injuries to innocent townsfolk. Pointing at the perpetrators of the city's chaos, Zhang Yi confirmed his unscathed, directing his companions' attention to the captured saboteurs. The experienced Ba Huang made a professional assessment of the situation, defining the actions of the bomb throwers as atypical of ordinary players, more like the work of a divine guild. The observant leader noticed a familiar symbol on the captive's clothing, recalling its connection to the sinister Carlo behind the attack. Zhang Wei expressed his gratitude to the devoted Han Yaru, asking her to stay in the Ice City to control the situation, while he himself went to the Moon City. A determined Dai Yu announced her intention to join the expedition, recalling her personal vendetta against common enemy Carlo. With sincere indignation, the brave girl spoke out about the insidious plans of the enemy to spoil the city, promising to return the favor for the trouble she had caused. At the gates of the Moon Castle, overbearing guards blocked the way, incredulous at the purpose of the uninvited guest's visit. With a nonchalant look, Zhang Yi displayed the special badge, rebuking the guards for their blindness and mentioning the fictitious assignment of the president himself. Hasty apologies were made by the embarrassed guards, justifying themselves by not immediately recognizing the high-ranking envoys in plain clothes. As they moved deeper into the castle, quiet cheers of joy were exchanged between the successful tricksters, proud of their acting talents. Behind the massive doors, the infiltrating spies saw a large gathering of people in identical robes, busy sorting various goods. Suddenly, there was a firm shout from behind, causing the sneaking spies to flinch and follow the invitation to come closer. The ostensible employees were severely reprimanded for lateness, dodging a minor delay on the way back. With undisguised irritation, the stern warden ordered the men into formation, threatening severe punishment for the slightest delay in carrying out the orders. Silent glances were exchanged between the shrewd spies, silently agreeing not to test fate with jokes and to obey instructions unquestioningly. While scrutinizing the formation, the observant Zhang Yi noticed the plethora of human equipment in the hands of those present, deciding to monitor what was happening more closely. The boss's imperious voice echoed across the room, ordering everyone to enter the next room immediately through the tall doors. Heart-rending cries for help came through the ajar passage, making even the most cold-blooded of the crowd shudder. With icy calmness, the head warden reacted to the worried looks, brushing off the frightening sounds as a mere accident. Following the others, a curious girl slipped into the mysterious hall, eager to see with her own eyes the source of the terrifying screams. Yu, who was trembling with fear, clung tightly to her companion, not hiding her terror of the unknown. With a clatter, the items dropped from the frightened thief's hands fell to the floor, causing the tense Zhang Yi to instantly fear the consequences. In the impenetrable darkness of the far corner of the hall, numerous pairs of glowing red eyes belonging to unknown monsters gradually emerged. A grotesque combination of dragon and lizard features were displayed by the frightening creatures held in huge cages along the walls. About Carlo's methods of taming such monsters, the experienced Zhang Yi quietly warned his companion, explaining the deadly danger of showing fear. The enemy's cunning plan to buy up the city's resources to convert them into experience for the creatures was unraveled by a shrewd tamer, marveling at the scale of the operation. With ill-concealed disgust, the brave girl commented on Carlo's mental state when a new visitor suddenly entered the room. In his own right, the legendary Carlo appeared in the room, casually inquiring about the progress of the monster cultivation with a general respectful silence. A detailed report on the need for 2 weeks to fully complete the project was presented by the operations manager, trying to please a demanding boss. A subordinate proudly reported about the exceptional aggressiveness of the grown monsters, ready to tear apart any living soul, expecting praise. The largest of the dragons possessed the most powerful fire breath, enveloping its cage in periodic bursts of deadly flame. Decisively stopping the pretense, the brave Zhang Yi rushed towards the president standing at his back, choosing the perfect moment for a surprise attack. Instead of a fatal blow, the cunning hero cleverly pinned a special piece of paper with mysterious symbols on the unsuspecting Carlo's back. Moments before, a genius tamer had successfully copied Monopoly's talent, gaining 100-fold multiplication of rewards in gold from the clueless victim. Among Carlo's prized possessions was a silver dragon flute, reserved exclusively for the rarest class of beast tamers. The mighty Carlo used a mysterious silver flute to completely control the surrounding monsters, extracting otherworldly melodies from it. With undisguised surprise, the astute Zhang Yi noted the incredible power of the tool that could subdue even dragons, puzzled about the origin of such a rare artifact. An impatient president's demand to speed up the cultivation process resounded across the hall as the knights eagerly awaited their monstrous racers. After obtaining the necessary information, the cautious tamer quietly suggested to his companion that they leave the dangerous place before they were exposed. At the most tense moment of their impending escape, Carlo's commanding voice suddenly addressed them, ordering them to stop immediately. The frightened hearts of the two spies froze, fearing the possible exposure of their elaborate disguise. The experienced Carlo eyed the strange couple with a piercing stare, noting their unusual behavior with undisguised suspicion. To the surprise of the spies, the powerful leader turned to a subordinate standing nearby, with orders to deal with the tubes scattered on the floor. The shiftless workers were infuriated by the irascible manager who called them a useless bunch of garbage, incapable of basic tasks. With hasty bows, the pretenders paid their respects, humbly accepting the irate leader's order without the slightest objection. Upon leaving the dangerous lair, the brave scouts exhaled a sigh of relief, rejoicing at the restored safety and dreaming of a well-deserved rest. On the rooftop of the Extreme Ice City Tavern, the attentive Han Yarrow noticed the unusual brooding of the returning guild leader. About the secret cultivation of creepy monsters president was narrated by a concerned guide to his companion, sharing the valuable information obtained. The shocking information about founding a special unit of knights for these creatures was supplemented by a serious Zhang Yi mentioning the overheard plans for the siege of the city. With undisguised concern, the excited Tamer asked his comrade about the possibility of holding defenses against such a threat. A realistic guy gave an objective assessment of the city's defensive capabilities, noting their starting level and potential resources. An elemental feldspar with special properties was recalled by a knowledgeable warrior, capable of temporarily resisting dragon flames and strengthening city buildings. With a look full of determination, the wise leader turned to the devoted sorceress, preparing to voice an important request. The division of duties was suggested by a shrewd strategist, planning an independent search for the elemental rune while the enchantress defends the city. Relying on his knowledge of goblins, the experienced Zhang Yi set off, mindful of their habit of settling far away from human settlements. During the search, a strange footprint imprinted on the soft ground of the forest trail caught the attention of the observant explorer. The gigantic size of the mysterious imprint made an experienced traveler wary, assessing the possible danger. After comparing it with the footprints known to him, the astute tamer came to the surprising conclusion that the print belonged to a giant atypical for these places. The erudite seeker pondered the traditional feud between goblins and giants, recalling the confrontation between brute force and ingenious cunning. Distant shouts interrupted the attentive lad's reverie, causing him to instantly shift his gaze in the direction of the disturbing sounds. The menacing roar of a hunting giant, anticipating the capture of a small goblin, echoed around the area, breaking the usual silence of the ancient forest. With a menacing growl, the giant demanded to see the contents of his clasped hand, towering over the small figure. Zhang Yi instantly reacted to the cries for help, activating the magic power of the maul to rescue the stranger. From the powerful energy blast, the huge body of the enemy flew backwards, shaking the ground as it fell into the dense thickets. Furious curses were hurled at the impudent man by the enraged giant, who had not expected such a sudden attack. The unwillingness to put up with the bullying of weak creatures was expressed by a determined young man explaining his intervention. Of the imminent retribution for intruding into his affairs, the infuriated giant roared, clenching his massive fists until they crunched. With a deafening crack, ripping the nearest tree out of the ground, The monstrous foe prepared to crush the defiant little man. The giant's original victim froze in mute horror as she watched the unequal confrontation unfold before her. Instantly assessing the physical superiority of the enemy, the experienced fighter focused on finding his vulnerabilities. The bulky creature's eyes filled with dull bewilderment as he lost sight of his lightning-quick opponent. Moving lightning fast behind the enemy's back, Zhang Yi pointed out the giant's clumsiness as a major advantage in battle. The monster's head, cut off by the precise movement of a sharp blade, ended the unequal duel in favor of the agile fighter. Thanks to a cheat ability copied from Carlo, instantly reached level 62 Seeker after defeating the monster. Suddenly, the expression on the hero's face changed as he noticed an unusual movement in a nearby tree after the battle. The tiny goblin girl was discovered by an attentive savior in a hidden hollow tree, where she was hiding from the giant. After confidently reporting that there was no danger, the good-hearted hero invited the frightened stranger to leave the shelter. The little gobliness regarded the stranger's words with obvious disbelief, questioning the veracity of his claims. After a brief hesitation, the miniature stranger extended a trembling palm to her unexpected protector. Tears of gratitude for the rescue flooded the face of the emotional goblin girl, touched by the heroic deed. Noticing the valuable crystal pendant, the practical Zhang Yi inquired about the possibility of acquiring elemental stones. The special importance of the pendant was emphasized by the young goblin girl, offering to help in return on the condition of a safe escort to the camp. Without hesitation, the noble savior agreed to escort the little girl home, vowing the complete safety of the journey. During the leisurely journey, the curious young man asked his companion about the search for the chief god of the goblin people. Deep thoughts about the connection between the disappearance of the goblin god and the recent ghost invasion occupied the hero's analytical mind. With a joyous exclamation of arrival, the gobliness interrupted the pensive warrior's musings, pointing to the unseen destination of the journey. The mysterious crystal was taken out of the pendant by the little guide, holding it gently in her open palm. With the magical glow of the stone, ghostly butterflies appeared around them, dancing a mystical pattern in the air. The true identity of the ancient being was revealed by the enigmatic smile of the little guide, transformed by the magic of the crystal. A mysterious seal suddenly opened before the astonished travelers, manifesting itself right on the ground. Without hesitation, the brave Zhang Yi jumped inside the shining symbol, dragging his little companion with him. Two figures instantly disappeared from the gloomy forest, transported by ancient magic to an unknown destination. About the economic value of various ores, the practical young man inquired, receiving confirmation of the rarity of elemental crystals. A small goblin girl was talking about the high quality and difficulty of mining the stones he needed, when her story was interrupted by a loud, hungry sound. Carefully offered his companion a chicken leg to the attentive Zhang Yi, noticing the girl's signs of hunger. With rapturous comments about the extraordinary flavor, the peckish little girl pounced on the offered treat. After a short rest, the travelers continued their journey through the mysterious mines, going deeper into the underground. From the sight ahead, the shocked Zhang Yi froze in shock, unable to believe his own eyes. The unfinished food fell to the ground from her weakened fingers as the little gobliness saw the horrifying scene. A real nightmare appeared before the travelers. Many lifeless bodies of warriors amidst the flames raging everywhere. Bitter tears flooded the face of the shocked gobliness, who did not understand the reasons for the terrible tragedy of her people. An observant Zhang Yi speculated about the invasion of the goblin camp by the giants, noticing signs of a fierce battle everywhere. The sequence of the attack through the mountain pass was reconstructed by an experienced tracker, analyzing the location of bodies and destruction. In the residual energy fields, the skillful tamer recognized the similarity to the elemental crystals he was looking for. Immediate action was called for by a determined young man, offering to escort the girl to meet the cruel giants. The tactically minded fighter appreciated the advantages in the upcoming fight, noting the limited movements of the giants in the forested terrain. Cautious scouts crept closer to the invaders' camp, eager to overhear the enemy's conversations. Between themselves, the huge creatures boasted of the successful finding of a camp thanks to their captain, despite the unfavorable weather. The giants' mocking laughter at their fallen comrades filled the little girl's heart with anger, ready to attack immediately. The impulsive companion was held by the arm by the prudent Zhang Yi, reminding her of the superior enemy forces in their territory. Suddenly, the proactive hero decided to act for his companion, throwing a battle stone at the nearest giant. An enraged giant called for the immediate capture and burning of the impertinent man, waving a burning club. In one lightning-fast movement, the agile warrior dealt with the huge creature, freeing the little goblin girl's captive companion in the process. The freed prisoner froze in genuine amazement, recognizing in his rescuer the goblin princess who had disappeared a few days ago. It was a startling revelation for Zhang Yi to realize the true status of his little companion, who turned out to be a real princess. The heavy footsteps of another colossal creature began to approach the fugitive's temporary shelter, shaking the ground. The need to wait was urged upon his comrades by the cautious strategist, noticing a new threat looming toward their hiding place. With a rude threat, the angry giant burst into the tent, unaware of the deadly danger awaiting him inside. Kai Sen's thunderous roar echoed through the camp as the enraged captain of the giants discovered the guards who had allowed themselves to fall asleep during an important duty. To the captured goblins, the cruel leader threateningly promised imminent death if they did not behave honestly when questioned. Bewilderment seized the massive figures of the giants at the sight of their motionless companions, whom they mistakenly believed to be asleep, suggesting that these lazy pigs should be awakened. Thanks to the successful use of the invisibility potion, Zhang Yi was able to stealthily slip away from his pursuers, feeling relieved at his successful escape. The abundance of guards around the camp made the cunning young man think of the difficulty of freeing prisoners, which required special care and ingenuity. The need for deliberate action was emphasized by the experienced strategist, warning of the inevitable increased vigilance of the giants at the slightest mistake. Sincere faith in her savior's abilities was expressed by the little princess, while pulling out a mysterious ancient object from a hidden pocket. The Goblin Clan communicator was demonstrated by a frail individual, explaining its purpose for maintaining constant communication between companions during a dangerous mission. The strange behavior of the giants, who had ceased their aimless fermentation and frozen in wary postures, was instantly noticed by the attentive eye of the tamer of beasts. Worry about the possibility of scouting out the location of the giant's kingdom gripped the hero's thoughts, realizing the need for the ringleader to weaken the guards for the plan to succeed. The distracting noise was deliberately created by the resourceful Zhang Yi, seeking to draw the guards' attention to a distant source of sound in order to carry out his cunning scheme. The immediate reaction was a murmur from the massive guards, who demanded the immediate appearance of the mysterious intruder from his hiding place. Deftly pretending to be a random traveler, Zhang Yi, who had come out of hiding, explained his presence, hoping to deceive the giant's vigilance with his innocent story. Recognizing the alien as the culprit of their troubles, the mighty creatures expressed their recognition of the alien, accusing the man of using an insidious potion to incapacitate their comrades. The captain's shrewdness enabled him to discover the young man's surveillance, to which the defiant warrior responded with an insulting remark about the lack of intelligence in his mighty adversary. Fury clouded the giant's mind, who could not bear the humiliating insult to his intelligence, and rushed to the attack with a deafening battle cry. His lightning-fast reaction allowed the agile fighter to dodge a crushing blow from a massive fist that nearly grazed his head. A demonstration of true power was promised by the infuriated ringleader, preparing to use his most devastating skills against the defiant man. The activation of the special skill, the giant fist, was accompanied by a frightening glow of the captain's eyes, reflecting the boundless rage of a powerful creature. Lack of agility prevented the huge opponent from hitting the skittish hero, who continued to methodically dodge the deadly blows. The instructions for placing the tracking device on the big guy's body were relayed through the communicator by the dodgy Zhang Yi, coordinating the actions of his diminutive companion. The Goblin Princess expressed her willingness to fulfill the responsible assignment, embarking on a risky plan for their plucky duo. Acting skills helped the experienced warrior to portray fright, though his intuition strongly warned him of the possible trap in this situation. The little saboteur felt close to success when suddenly the giant's huge hand grabbed her, questioning her reasons for appearing in the Forbidden Zone. A mocking suggestion of the possibility of a goblin victory in alliance with a human was expressed by the captain, holding the writhing captive tightly by her slender legs. The death sentence for the entire goblin race was proclaimed by a cruel giant, stating that they should have long ago disappeared from the face of the planet due to the efforts of his people. With a clever throw, the tiny princess managed to attach the tiny tracking device to the giant's massive body, unnoticed by the giant himself. Kaisen's mocking roar accompanied the young gobliness's violent rush toward the glowing lava, where he had planned for the royal dynasty to end. With a powerful blow, the giant threw back the brave Zhang Yi, depriving him of the opportunity to save the fragile ally falling into the abyss. The last of her strength was drained from the princess, dangling above the fiery abyss, whose fingers clung desperately to the roughness of the fiery edge of the abyss. A mental farewell to life flashed through the gobliness mind, ready to face death as a fitting finale to the fight for her people. A condescending remark about the naivete of the little creature escaped the cruel lips of the giant, who did not hide his surprise at the tiny princess's bravery. With a careless flick of his huge finger, the monster sent the helpless victim flying over the bottomless abyss of fire, anticipating its demise. Zhang Yi's unexpected appearance beside the falling ally was accompanied by his encouraging words of imminent rescue and protection. The giant's self-assured declaration of impossibility against the central fire of the earth echoed over the eerie abyss. The order to return to the giant kingdom was given by the smug captain, unaware of the strategic error in his actions. Triumph swept over the mind of the observant Zhang Yi as he realized the giant's fall into the skillfully laid trap of their plan. The majestic silhouette of the summoned dragon suddenly appeared amidst the puffs of choking smoke, obeying its master's will. A swift flight on the back of a magical creature brought the princess and the young man together, successfully escaping mortal danger. A concerned remark about the riskiness of the action was made by a wise tamer, recalling the insane ferocity of the enemy left behind. A powerful blow from an unknown enemy suddenly shook the flying dragon's body, causing it to go off course in the underground darkness. Warning of a profound underground fire capable of causing continuous burns, the alarmed Zhang Yi shouted to his companions. An anxious question about the endurance of a faithful dragon was asked by a caring master, realizing the need to cover a still considerable distance. A desperate prayer escaped the lips of the goblin princess, crying out to her deity to protect innocent children and humans from imminent danger. Magical words about preserving fragile lives accompanied the creation of a protective dome thanks to the mysterious powers of the little gobliness. Sincere surprise was expressed by the astonished young man, observing the incredible power of the protective field created by his fragile companion. The divine origin of the amazing artifact was revealed by the princess, explaining the secret of the powerful protective magic. The sad story of the departure of the chief god and the salvation of the sacred relics was told by a young guardian who managed to save an ancient book and a pendant. An alarming crackling sound spread across the surface of the protective dome, foreshadowing its imminent collapse under the onslaught of external forces. Countless fire scorpions attacked the magic barrier, attracted by the unusual phenomenon amidst the usual lava element. A call for steadfastness sounded from the mouth of the brave Zhang Yi as their group managed to break through the dangerous cluster of aggressive creatures. The long-awaited exit from the suffocating cave was marked by a bright light that greeted the exhausted fugitives after their ordeal. Acknowledging the powerful dragon's invaluable assistance, the grateful warrior expressed his gratitude, wondering about the functionality of the installed device. Confidence in the device's performance was expressed by the little princess, proudly calling it an advanced development of the goblin race of Klin. The ingenious gobliness revealed the cunning ruse, confessing to successfully concealing the tracking device among the unsuspecting giant's thick hair. The change in landscape was noticed by the attentive travelers as they watched the green valley change to a vast expanse of sand ahead. The ancient Egyptian grandeur of the kingdom of the giants struck the eye of observers, with its massive pyramids towering above the golden dunes. Enslaved goblins toiled under the merciless sun, doing hard labor for their vast oppressors in unbearable conditions. A call for caution was whispered by the strategically minded Zhang Yi, asking for time to devise an effective plan to free the unfortunate captives. A report on the elimination of the human and goblin was submitted by a subordinate to his lord commander, assuring there was no cause for concern after the attack. Satisfaction with what he heard was expressed by a high-ranking military commander, whose words breathed hope for the truthfulness of the information received. The precious elemental crystals obtained from the goblin tribe were displayed by the respectful servant to his lord with undisguised pride. The interested ringleader began a close examination of the magical artifacts, turning them in his massive fingers at different angles. The curious giant decided to limit himself to a simple weight check, tossing one of the mysterious crystals high into the air. The incredible transformation of the stone occurred at the highest point of flight, filling the entire room with a dazzling glow of ethereal nature. The strange influence of an unknown force was felt by the puzzled giant, mentally questioning the inexplicable changes happening to him. The agonizing transformation distorted the body of one of those present, growing a huge eye from which a desperate cry for help burst out. Uncontrollable aggression swept over the Lord Commander's mind, turning him into an uncontrollable embodiment of primal rage. The prophecy of the coming rise of the giant race flew from the lips of the maddened leader, anticipating a new era of world domination. Countless silhouettes of desert giants filled the horizon, showing the true scale of the mighty kingdom. Instructions for a safe hiding place were given to the princess by the caring Zhang Yi, planning to personally deal with the leader of the hostile forces. A brutal warning to cancel lunch for those late for the changing of the guard was shouted by the ruthless Kai Sen, hurrying his subordinates along. A careful strategist made the time calculation, confidently declaring the imminent arrival of some expected allies. The incomprehension was reflected on the little princess's face as she tried to unravel the cryptic words of her human partner. Sincere astonishment swept over the young gobliness as she witnessed something completely unexpected to her understanding. Zhang Yi's daring leap right above the crowd of giants made the heart of the princess freeze, receiving only a cryptic promise of future explanations. Instant recognition was reflected on the faces of the giants as the bold man landed right in front of them with defiant confidence. A mocking greeting was addressed by Zhang Yi to his old enemy, emphasizing the inevitability of their new meeting after the previous fight. Kai Sen expressed surprise at the sight of the surviving enemy, wondering about the little goblin's fate and admiring the man's bravery. Ironic gratitude was expressed by the cunning tamer, deliberately fueling his mighty opponent's rage with subtle taunts. A hidden sneer sounded in Zhang Yi's words about the giant's invaluable help in pointing the way to their secret kingdom. Uncontrollable anger flared up in Kai Sen's mind. Unable to stand the man's insolence and promising him serious trouble, the mysterious power of the beast tamer was activated by the experienced Zhang Yi, summoning powerful creatures to confront the dangerous enemy. The order to attack the giant was given by the confident tamer to his loyal pack, offering the enemy the chance to test the power of his magical summoning. With an impenetrable shield of black ravens, the young man blocked the crushing blow of the giant fist aimed straight at his head. Warning of the soft sand absorbing some of the force of the blow, the confident Zhang Yi threw a confident Zhang Yi to his massive opponent with undisguised superiority. A mocking remark about the need to wise up came from the mouth of the defiant young man as his strange creatures attacked the bewildered giant. The powerful leader of the group was thrown back a few meters, so crushing was the blow that caught him off guard. Impatience slipped into the experienced tamer's voice as he demanded the immediate disclosure of the location of the crystal vault in exchange for his freedom. An arrogant reminder of the lands of giants flew from Kai Sen's lips, threatening to use his horn to summon all kin in case of danger. A blinding radiance cut through the sky, knocking the magical horn out of the astonished giant's hands with a sudden energy blast. The joyous announcement of the timely arrival was uttered by mysterious figures who appeared out of the bright light before the eyes of those present. Loyal friends from the guild finally joined the battle, promising to end the tyranny of the giants once and for all. Satisfaction with the punctuality of his companions was expressed by the guild leader, greeting the long-awaited reinforcements with a grateful smile. The coordinates sent in advance, and the request for support was revealed by the prudent Zhang Yi, explaining the sudden appearance of powerful allies. Willingness to act immediately was expressed by a determined Han Yaru, urging the leader to pay more attention to his own safety in the midst of battle. The giant fist of the enraged Kai Sen was enveloped in raging flames, contemptuously calling his opponents insignificant trash that deserved to be destroyed. A threat to beat up everyone present was shouted by the infuriated giant, unleashing crushing blows on the shuddering ground around the warriors. An insulting remark about the disparity between a huge body and a primitive mind was thrown by the provoking Zhang Yi, fueling his opponent's rage even more. The legendary two-colored weapon was activated by an experienced fighter, offering the enemy to experience the destructive power of the combined sword of fire and water. A painful scream escaped from the chest of the stricken Kai Sen as his opponent's magic weapon inflicted unbearable suffering with mixed elements. The announcement of the end of the fight was made by a young man confident of victory, considering the outcome of the battle a foregone conclusion after a successful attack. The prematurity of the enemy's joy was noted by the wounded giant, refusing to recognize the final defeat of his forces. The ominous prophecy of Lord Anku's vengeance was whispered by the defeated captain, promising to await just retribution for arrogant opponents. A sudden earthquake swept over the field boy, causing confusion and anxiety among all the warriors present on both sides. A colossal minotaur materialized amidst the chaos, surrounded by dancing lightning spewing from its mighty body. Genuine horror was reflected on the face of the goblin princess, who recognized the ancient enemy of her people in the monster that had appeared. The monster's instant attention was drawn to the mystical pendant around the fragile goblin's woman's neck, emitting an energy attractive to the monster. The giant Minotaur's true target was determined by the attentive Zhang Yi, noticing his unwavering gaze on the princess's magical artifact. Protecting a fragile girl from a monster hungry for a magical pendant was promised by a determined tamer, preparing to stand between danger and the princess. Challenging the mysterious opponent was a fearless warrior, declaring himself the only worthy opponent in place of the defenseless gobliness. The ruthless order to devour absolutely everyone present was given by the terrifying monster to his faithful servant with a blood-chilling roar. An incredible stream of energy began to form in the monster's huge palm, preparing to rain down on the brave defenders with unrelenting force. A powerful energy wave threw the young man back, denying him the opportunity to approach the terrifying foe from a safe distance. An inner realization of the Minotaur's superiority over the defeated Kai Sen flashed in the eyes of an experienced fighter assessing the enemy's strength. An urgent call to his guildmates flew from the lips of a determined strategist, urging his companions to immediately attack. The legendary flame weapon was used by a focused warrior to dissect the invisible soul matter of an opposing creature. The supernatural speed of the blade stunned observers as the deadly sword cleaved the air in a dance elusive to the eye. The protective energy shield activated the Minotaur, completely neutralizing the powerful attack without taking the slightest damage. A brief reprieve of 5 minutes was requested from his friends by the cunning strategist, whose head had already produced an ingenious plan to defeat the monster. Confidence resounded in Zhang Yi's voice as he promised an undoubted victory after the required 5 minutes of preparation for the decisive strike. A disturbing observation about the monster's impenetrable defenses was voiced by the fighting warriors, urging their companions to use extreme caution. The heroic efforts of the 4 fighters shattered against the enemy's indestructible armor, preventing them from inflicting significant damage. Helpless immobility was felt by the healer girl, whose body began to gradually sink into the strange quicksand around her. An ominous takeover has begun for the careless fighters, whose limbs find themselves trapped by a mysterious sand trap. Deep meditation was practiced by a focused Zhang Yi in lotus posture, concentrating radiant yellow energy in the area of the heart chakra. The brave defense of the meditating lad was provided by the goblin princess, forbidding the monster to even think of approaching the warrior. The cold-blooded Minotaur did a thorough analysis, identifying the young man as a major threat with a score of 80%. With a careless motion, the monster tossed the little princess aside, treating her presence as a minor nuisance in his path. The bitter realization of her own powerlessness slammed into the mind of the discarded gobliness, unable to protect the man she held dear. Crystal tears rolled down the cheeks of the distraught princess, mentally crying out to the higher powers to grant her the power she desired. A mysterious transformation began around the girl's frail body, enveloped in pulsing clots of bright blue magical energy. An unknown creature emerged in the princess' place, emitting a murderous aura with an incredible danger index of 90 units. The imperious order not to approach the meditating young man was repeated by the transformed goblin princess with unexpected strength in her voice. Astonishment swept over the minds of the observers who noticed the incredible changes taking place to the once fragile and defenseless sylph. The dramatic transformation of the princess from a little girl to an impressive warrior was accompanied by a daring challenge to a mighty adversary. The enraged gobliness flew swiftly toward the enemy, promising immediate death to the monster who dared threaten her friends. A blinding flash of blue energy marked the princess's successful strike, severing the massive arm of the astonished Minotaur. Regenerative abilities were demonstrated by the mighty monster, instantly regenerating the limb it had just lost. The Minotaur considered the girl's bold attack an unforgivable insult, and immediately rushed towards her with a fierce intent to destroy her. Only 30 seconds remained before Zhang Yi's mysterious ritual was completed, remaining completely still in meditation. The last 3 seconds separated the warriors from the unknown, as the enemy grew more and more furious, sensing the approaching threat. Mortal danger loomed over the goblin princess as the ruthless monster almost reached her, preparing to strike a fatal blow. A sudden awakening from deep meditation was experienced by Zhang Yi, whose eyes flew open, filled with an unprecedented strength. A lightning leap was made by the awakened warrior, rushing towards the scene of the battle to destroy the monster threatening his friends. The legendary stance of the dragon god was adopted by the mighty tamer, forbidding the monster to even think of approaching the young princess. An incomprehensible mystery to the analytical mind of the Minotaur was the level of danger of the enemy, which could not be accurately calculated. The destroying dragon goblet brought down the brave Zhang Yi on the dumbfounded Minotaur, not leaving his opponent a second to think. The body of the mighty monster suffered irreversible physical damage, disintegrating into pieces under the incredible force of the impact. An urgent order to dispatch all but those remaining with the slaves was given by the resolute head, anxious to preserve order among his subordinates. Delighted cries of release burst from the guild members' mouths as their powerful leader won a resplendent victory over the enemy. A magical transformation happened to a goblin princess who returned to her miniature body after an incredible transformation. Sincere gratitude was expressed by the caring Zhang Yi to the fragile girl, gently communicating the end of the danger despite her loss of memory. The immediate dispatch of a scout to search for the captured goblins was reported by the efficient Han Yaru, showing her foresight. The suggestion to leave the inhospitable desert was voiced by a tired warrior, suddenly interrupted by a mysterious sound that caught his attention. The precious find was made by an attentive tamer, discovering among the sands a legendary crystal of incredible value and power. A deep understanding of the connection between the disappearance of the goblin god and the actions of the giants flashed through the experienced traveler's perceptive mind. The covert surveillance of the group of heroes was conducted by invisible spies, reporting to their captain on the movement of targets at a distance of 4,000 meters. Deadly cannons were being loaded by the belligerent giants, preparing to rain down aimed fire on the unsuspecting fugitives. Thundering explosions shook the air, causing the shrewd fellow to warn his companions to immediately retreat from the approaching threat. The brave searchers made a hasty escape to the accompaniment of deafening explosions, not noticing another approaching object. A momentary turn of the head was made by the wary Zhang Yi, trying to discern the source of the new sound among the sand dunes. The amazing sight of a deserted goblin boat appeared before the young man's astonished gaze, suddenly appearing out of the sandstorm cloud. A life-saving invitation to board was shouted by the friendly goblins, beckoning the heroes to their amazing vehicle. Concern for the health of the adored princess was expressed by her loyal subjects, hurriedly examining their ruler for possible injuries. The fate of the absent comrade was inquired about by the attentive Zhang Yi, learning of his friend's detention by a squad of ruthless giants. Curiosity about the origin of the amazing ship capable of moving across the sands was expressed by amazed travelers who marveled at the technology. Information about the last invention taken away by the ugly opponents, the princess proudly narrated, rejoicing in the return of valuable property. The alarming warning of an approaching attack of giants targeting the ship was sounded by a vigilant warrior counting down the final seconds. Activation of the protective barrier was accomplished by an experienced goblin mechanic pressing a mysterious button on a complex control panel. The yellow energy shield showed incredible power, successfully deflecting all the projectiles of the furious pursuers. Calmly allowing the goblins to flee was uttered by the elder of the giants, plotting a more insidious plan to capture the daring intruders. The order to activate the quicksand trap was given by a cunning leader, wanting to prove the true superiority of his people in the desert lands. A death trap appeared directly in front of the fugitive ship, activated by the sinister design of the pursuers. Desperate maneuvers were made by the ship's skilled driver, trying to avoid falling into the treacherous trap of quicksand. A gradual sinking into the sandy quagmire was experienced by the anxious passengers, as they felt an invisible force dragging their vessel into the depths. A soul-wrenching scream burst from Princess Sylph's chest as she realized the mortal danger of falling into the bottomless abyss beneath the sands. The decisive calling of the raven was made by the shrewd Zhang Yi, seeing the need for powerful support to overcome dangers. A wise trap detection strategy was developed by an experienced handler, planning to use the bird's sharp eyesight to maneuver safely. Short commands to turn right and left were shouted by an attentive observer, coordinating the ship's movements through the danger zones. Virtuoso evasions from all dangers were performed by the skillful helmsman, eliciting the sincere admiration of Zhang Yi, who was watching him. The majestic pyramid of giants appeared on the horizon, marking the hero's approach to the main citadel of powerful opponents. The information obtained from Kaisen's memory suggested the location of the lair, where the brave warrior had to infiltrate in order to win. An anxious Han Yarrow made an unexpected stop, restraining the impetuous young man from rash actions before an important mission. A touching concern for Zhang Yi's safety was expressed by the beautiful enchantress as she confessed her inability to see him suffer again. The determined warrior made a fearless declaration of his intention to go inside, ignoring the presence of the formidable guards at the entrance. The division of duties was suggested by loyal guildmates, volunteering to fight the remaining giants for the success of the mission. A mighty transformation activated the ferocious Ba Huang, urging his companions to fight at full strength against the superior opponent. Duan Feng showed amazing skill, materializing sharp blades directly out of thin air thanks to a newly learned ability. A firm promise of a quick completion of the mission was made by Zhang Yi, assuring his comrades of his ability to not let them down at the crucial moment. The shrewd warrior began a careful study of the vast hall, trying to determine the right direction to continue his journey. The mysterious magic object attracted the attention of an inquisitive researcher, making him wonder about its purpose and properties. The sudden appearance of the commander-in-chief was accompanied by a mocking greeting addressed to the unknown guest from the mouth of a huge giant. A careless fling of the human body was made by a brutal general, promising swift reprisal on a subordinate of an impertinent intruder. The nimble Zhang Yi managed to make a lightning leap, picking up his comrade's falling body and promising to personally deal with the enemy. A daring threat to bring the giant to his knees was uttered by the brave tamer, looking straight into the eyes of the cocky giant. A contemptuous laugh exuded from the haughty giant in response to the threat, sarcastically quibbling over the possibility of him bowing to the man. A fair accusation of trespassing and killing subordinates was hurled by the angry commander, listing the crimes of the uninvited guest. The ominous promise to destroy all who stood in the way of the ascendancy of the race of giants was made by the ruthless warlord with icy calm. Indifference to the species of the victims was expressed by the cold-blooded killer, equating both humans and goblins without exception in his sentence. A critical remark about the lack of precision with an excess of brute force was thrown by the astute Zhang Yi, analyzing the opponent's fighting style. The brave fighter sprang forward with a swift leap, advising the giant to be more attentive to his opponent in future bouts. A tactical analysis of the giant's physiology was made by the savvy Zhang Yi, noticing the need to attack the legs to limit mobility. A powerful swing of his weapon was made by the determined warrior, but his attack was unexpectedly fruitless against a skilled opponent. The arrogant comparison of himself to common giants was rejected by the mighty king, emphasizing his superiority over his kin. A crushing kick was delivered by the enraged giant, sending the defiant man into a swift flight across the throne room. A devastating collision with the wall was experienced by the young man, thrown back by the force of the impact, leaving a deep dent in the stone from his body. The surprised giant made the unexpected discovery when the clearing smoke exposed only a strange toy instead of the expected body of the enemy. A cunning illusion was created by the dodgy Zhang Yi, being in a completely different place while the giant was furiously attacking his phantom. A lightning-fast attack from above was carried out by the suddenly appeared tamer, promising a fitting retribution to the unsuspecting opponent. Uncontrollable anger seized the mind of the commander-in-chief, who realized the humiliating deception on the part of the cunning man. A desperate call to his subordinates shouted out by the enraged leader, demanding to share power to create an invincible might. A mysterious bright glow was noticed by the alarmed Han Yarrow, feeling an inexplicable premonition of impending disaster. With a thunderous roar, the giant summoned the humanoid giant to experience the true power of their ancient race, filling with unprecedented energy. An ominous warning of impossibility to escape punishment roared through the energy-enhanced giant, preparing for the decisive blow. An alarming realization of the gravity of the situation came to the paralyzed Zhang Yi, unable to move in the face of the powerful threat. A crushing blow with his fist was delivered by the ruthless giant, sending the helpless young man flying across the throne room. A defiant question about his opponent's abilities was thrown by the defeated warrior from beneath a pile of stones, hiding the agonizing pain behind the defiant words. A furious roar was emitted by the furious leader, promising to punish the insolent man for his disrespectful words with another round of blows. A strategic comprehension of the limitations of the immortal body was made by the cold-blooded Zhang Yi, desperately searching for a way to effectively counter. The harsh conditions of the dragon race's elevation were recalled by the focused timer, calculating the prestige earned among humans and local creatures. A sudden insight visited the tormented mind of the brave warrior, revealing to him the only true solution to the situation. The tactical need to stall for time was identified by the strategically minded Zhang Yi, realizing this as a key element of his plan. A strange weakening of the opponents was noticed by the observant Ba Huang, noting the slowing of the giant's movements after the flash of yellow light. The tactical advantage was realized by the overjoyed warriors, anticipating a quick massacre of the weakened mighty foes. Deadly blows struck Duan and Ba, severing the heads of the elite giants with a victory cry, ending the bloody battle. A well-deserved reward of 200 Goblin Clan reputation points was awarded to the team for successfully slaying a pair of elite monsters. The long-awaited achievement of the requirements for the Dragon Race enhancement was realized by the determined Zhang Yi, gaining the ability to improve immediately. Mystical energy began to permeate every cell of the warrior's body, signaling the need to activate the level-up process. A painful transformation was experienced by the resilient Zhang Yi, overcoming the agonizing sensations to achieve a new powerful state. The triumphant promotion to Dragon Soul Master was completed by a tenacious warrior, overcoming all obstacles on the way to the new level of power. Genuine amazement was reflected on the stunned giant's face, unable to understand how the man had managed to achieve such an incredible transformation. A sarcastic thanks to the enemy race was expressed by a mocking Zhang Yi, explaining the gaining of the necessary reputation points due to the actions of his comrades. A warning of his turn to attack was uttered by the renewed Dragon Soul Master, offering the giant a chance to experience his newfound power. The new level's stunning ability reduced the enemy's health regeneration to 0, denying them a chance to heal in combat. The mighty body of the King of Giants collapsed to the ground. The monarch, who had lost touch with his own flesh, could not believe what was happening. With a cold glance at the defeated enemy, Zhang Yi announced that he had stripped at one of the giant's strength, turning the formidable opponent into a nothingness. More strength, pleaded the desperate commander-in-chief, whose voice trembled with the realization of inevitable defeat in the decisive battle. Without further ado, the cold-blooded victor drew his deadly weapon, unwilling to listen to the pleas of one who deserved only death. The mysterious club caught the attention of the hero's inquisitive mind. Perhaps this thing explained the giant's invasion of the Goblin lands. As he approached the mysterious artifact, the warrior realized that in front of him was a rare elemental crystal of unprecedented power. Determinedly, the young man reached out his hand, eager to touch the mysterious object that radiated the attractive energy of ancient magic. A sudden energy pulse threw the defiant researcher away from the crystal, preventing him from making contact with it. A bright blue glow spilled around the pyramid. The ancient structure began to vibrate, as if awakening from a centuries-old sleep. Worry for her friend's fate gripped the anxious Han Yarrow, who assumed the need for immediate assistance to the leader trapped inside. A unanimous decision to check the situation was made by the brave members of the guild, wanting to find out the cause of the mysterious glow inside the pyramid. From the threshold of the throne room rushed to his friend the faithful enchantress, whose worried voice betrayed genuine concern for his safety. Caution was urged upon his comrades by the experienced tamer, warning of possible traps, despite the death of the king of the giants. The wise sorceress expressed her consent to watch from afar, promising to warn in time of any danger noticed. Pensively looking at the strange mechanism, the goblin princess felt a vague recognition, as if she had seen it before. A sudden insight visited the young ruler, the image in the ancient book. In the same instant, her pendant soared upward, drawing the owner away. The helpless girl began to be pulled toward the glowing club, some invisible force lifting her above the ground against her own will. Desperate cries for help burst from the chest of the terrified princess, unable to understand the nature of the mysterious force that had seized her. An immediate promise of rescue was given by Zhang Yi to his little ward, urging the rest of his comrades to remain vigilant. A lightning dash to the mysterious club was made by the fearless warrior, not thinking about the possible consequences of his heroic act. After the girl's fall, the caring young man managed to pick her up, anxiously inquiring about the well-being of the shocked gobliness. A mysterious figure began to emerge from the glowing club, the unknown man excitedly announcing his long-awaited release. A demanding call for help came from the lips of a mysterious sorcerer trapped in a magical portal between worlds. A perplexed look was cast by Zhang Yi at the strange alien. Where could this person come from in the heart of the Pyramid of Giants? A stunning revelation pierced the minds of those present. Before them stood none other than the legendary goblin god himself. The incredible find stunned the searchers. The one they had been looking for all this time materialized right in front of their astonished gazes. A reverent affirmation of the god's identity was uttered by the trembling princess, who recognized the deity from ancient images in sacred books. The difference in appearance was pointed out by an observant gobliness, noting the youth of the god in the portrait compared to the figure appearing before them. An incredulous astonishment was expressed by the shocked Zhang Yi, not believing that a deity could actually be encased in a magical artifact. A mocking remark about the youth's lack of understanding of true treasures was made by an ancient god whose gaze sparkled with thousands of years of wisdom. The sacred essence of the elemental heart of the race was described by an ancient god, explaining its ability to extract energy from crystals and release it. Reconciliatory words were directed by Zhang Yi to the irritated deity, asking him to turn his anger on him for the carelessly spoken phrases. A vague uneasiness gripped the tamer's soul, despite the obvious accomplishment of the task of finding the god and the expected reward. The mysterious incompleteness of the quest after the discovery of the deity raised suspicions in the mind of the shrewd young man, who began to guess a catch. A soothing promise to visit the tribe was addressed by the caring warrior to the little princess, assuring her that all problems would be safely resolved. The sad sadness of the impending parting was expressed by the touching gobliness, whose eyes filled with crystal tears. A childhood vow on their little fingers was made to each other by parting friends, sealing the promise of an inevitable meeting in the future. Clear instructions were given to the experienced sorceress by the guild leader, sending her to the Ice City to recuperate the injured shield maiden. The mysterious need to finalize certain matters was voiced by a pensive Zhang Yi, without revealing the true reasons for his decision. A reminder of the previously launched quest to find the god turned the attentive tamer to his companions, pointing out the unclear situation. Logical inconsistency noted the analytical mind of the hero. The quest remained unfinished, although the god had already appeared before them in the flesh. The imperious command to obey was shouted by the self-proclaimed god of the goblins, reminding the giants of their leader's death and the centuries-old confrontation between the races. The haughty giants protested indignantly, refusing to recognize the authority of a goblin they felt had no right to command them. Furious dissent was shown by one of the giants, rushing to attack the strange old man and shouting for the eternal freedom of his people. The mysterious action was performed by the ancient goblin, tossing the mysterious cube high into the air with undisguised confidence in his gaze. The mighty elder demonstrated monstrous strength, destroying the attacker and declaring to the others that there was no choice but to obey. The insidious shifting of blame was voiced by the cunning goblin, suggesting that the giants should only blame their misfortunes on the dead lord who had ordered the attack. An unexpected cry from the princess cut through the tense atmosphere of the throne room, demanding that the captive giants be released from their magical shackles immediately. A respectful invocation to the ancient deity was uttered by the plucky sylph, recalling his earlier teachings of kindness and mercy to other races. A deep philosophical question was asked by the wise young ruler, wondering about the difference between the current actions of a god and past oppressions of giants. Visible confusion was reflected on the old man's wrinkled face, puzzled by the little girl's sudden indignation against his decisions. A derisive laugh exuded from the arrogant god, unwilling to take seriously the young princess's objections to his grand plan. Accusations of betraying her own race were made by an angry elder, believing that associating with humans had caused the princess to forget her true origins. An astute guess was made by the elder goblin, exposing the pseudo-god's true intentions in gaining control of their people's precious crystals. A sly accusation of human brainwashing was hurled by an angry god, demanding that the princess immediately correct her distorted thinking. The horrifying effect of the old man's touch on the unfortunate girl's head, causing her to lose precious memories under the stares of shocked bystanders. Heartbreaking sobs burst from the gobliness chest. No way in the world did she want to part with the precious memories of her tortured soul. The energy explosion that occurred due to the princess's mental resistance shook the walls of the ancient pyramid to the ground, illuminating the throne room with dazzling light. Hiding behind a massive pillar, the attentive Zhang Yi, whose suspicions about the self-proclaimed god's atrocities were completely confirmed, was watching. With a swift, almost imperceptible to the eye movement, the brave warrior snatched the little princess from under the magical influence of the evil old man. Remembering the selfless protection once given to him by the tiny gobliness, the grateful young man vowed to fulfill his mission to save her at any cost. The mysterious symbol manifested on the princess's delicate face did not escape the tamer's gaze. Over the vast army of giants, as if they were puppets on invisible strings, an imposter who craved absolute power over the two races took instant control. The false god named the bold man as his main enemy, ordering his new subordinates to capture the rebel who dared to oppose the divine will. Zhang Yi's perceptive mind froze in utter bewilderment before the incredible sight of the mighty giants submitting to the will of the little goblin without a single word of resistance. Adopting a defensive stance with naked weapon, the experienced warrior warned the approaching opponents of the deadly danger awaiting each of them. The irritated old man came to the realization of the need for personal intervention after several unsuccessful attempts to deal with the unruly man by the hands of the giants. The Elemental Club's independent movement towards the hero caused genuine amazement on Zhang Yi's face, who had never seen such a phenomenon before. The magical fetters of the elemental blockade entangled the hero's body at the beckoning hand of the insidious elder, depriving him of the ability to resist. The fate of memory absorption, energy absorption, and subsequent agonizing death was announced by a gloating imposter, enjoying the helplessness of the trapped victim. Categorical refusal to submit to the sinister will express defiant Zhang Yi, ready to fight to his last breath against the insidious plans of the false god. From the unbearable pain piercing every cell of her being, the princess could not even open her eyes, clouded by suffering and unshed tears. Soothing words of encouragement were quietly whispered by the caring protector in the ear of the frightened girl, trying to ease her overwhelming agony with his presence. The analytical mind of the tamer came to understand the reason for the furious attack on the princess. The information stored in the girl's memory posed a deadly threat to the imposter. Screams of despair bordering on madness burst from the chest of the gobliness who had lost control of her mind, denying any knowledge of the situation time after time. Activating a rare soul-searching ability, the desperate Zhang Yi promised to save the little princess from unbearable suffering, not backing down to difficulties. In the depths of the princess's memory, the shocked warrior discovered a terrible scene. A jealous twin brother murdering a true god in cold blood because of an unbearable sense of second-classness. Hiding in a closet, little Sylph became an unwitting witness to a terrible crime. The ruthless erasure of the girl's memory was carried out by a cold-blooded killer, eager to destroy all evidence of his heinous crime for the sake of divine status. It was an unbearable burden on the fragile, childish mind of the princess to realize the horrifying truth of the betrayal and murder of the true protector of their people. The recovery of lost memories was accompanied by an impressive transformation, from a little goblin girl turned sylph into an adult warrior, exposing years of deception. The stunned imposter froze in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend the source of the girl's ability to control the elemental heart against his centuries of practice. The crushingly powerful accusation of murdering his own brother finally ripped the mask off the face of the treacherous usurper whose crime had remained a secret for centuries. Panicked attempts to leave the pyramid were made by a frightened old man fleeing from the young heroes who had exposed his deception. Finding no forgiveness in her heart for the murderer, the sylph brought up a powerful fist. Retribution for the deception had to be met here and now. A tooth flew out from the crushing blow on the imposter's cheek. The princess put all the accumulated pain of her people over the years into that blow. Countless blows rained down on the false god's body as the angry gobliness demanded answers for all his atrocities against their tribe. Bouncing back after a series of attacks, the princess urged the imposter to look at the suffering of the tribesmen victimized by his ambitions. Stealing an elemental heart, killing a true deity, and starting a war with giants was recalled by the warrior, listing the usurper's crimes. The enraged old man responded with contempt for his tribesmen, changing his original plans of mercy to a decision to destroy them immediately. A hunch of the imposter's connection with the ghost stranger flashed through Zhang Yi's mind. The similarity of the energy streams could not be a mere coincidence. From her last strength, the weakened princess uttered a plea to avenge their true god while saving her enslaved tribesmen. The imminent return of the Ghost King was warned of by an imposter, linking the hero's fate to this mysterious creature after death. Disagreeing with the gloomy prophecy was expressed by the fearless Zhang Yi, having his own opinion about his fate in defiance of his opponent's predictions. A purple crystal appeared in the tamer's hands, blaming the old man for the many misfortunes caused to innocent beings of both races. Sincere shock was reflected on the imposter's face at the sight of the mysterious crystal. The source of such rare power seemed impossible to him. On the side of the hero decided to act the spirit of the real god of goblins, recognizing the man as his ally in the fight against the fratricide. Zhang Xi called the imposter to a long-awaited confession of crimes, promising to put an end to his atrocities on this crucial day. With a swift lunge forward, the determined young man launched an attack, using the legendary sword of ice and flame to destroy the insidious villain. Disbelief and elation engulfed the witnesses to the appearance of the true deity. The god who had never left them had returned in their moment of greatest need. Uncontrollable tears of happiness streamed down the princess's cheeks at the sight of the amazing return of the revered deity of their ancient people. The fading spirit of a god addressed his tribe, wishing to speak his last words before his final passing into the next world. A game message from Qinlong suddenly appeared in front of the eyes of the focused Zhang Yi, distracting him from the current events. An attack by strange winged creatures on the extremely icy city was reported by a concerned comrade, describing the devastating bombardment. The information of 6 monsters with bat wings and a dragon was discussed by the worried defenders. 2 monsters had already been destroyed. The memory of similar monsters in the secret room of Carlo's castle surfaced into Yu's mind, tying together the disparate pieces of the puzzle. The tentative nature of the current attack was speculated on by the shrewd Ray, as he assessed the modest number of monsters sent against the city. The need to report to the head of the city about what is happening was expressed by the responsible warrior. Realizing the importance of timely informing the leadership, a mysterious figure materialized from the puddle behind the unsuspecting guy's back, silently appearing like a ghost. Sitting on the throne, Carlo heard the disturbing information about Zhang Yi's absence from the city, while his subordinates were brazenly impersonating him. The perfect time to attack was recognized as the absence of a leader by the subordinates. Never before had the city been so vulnerable to a surprise attack. A sudden coughing fit shook the president's body in the middle of an important conversation, the disease choosing the worst possible moment to manifest itself. The mysterious reaction of the divine talent card made one think of a possible connection with Zhang Yi. Coincidences of this kind don't happen. The need for immediate departure was explained by Carlo to his cronies. All important matters would be discussed later, after his return. Something amiss in the desert was signaled by the strange reaction of the divine talent card. Carlo's intuition rarely failed him. The young princess was addressed by the true goblin god before leaving, her kindness and perseverance earning the deep approval of the entire nation. Uncontrollable sobs flooded the girl's face at the thought of parting with her newly found deity, her soul refusing to accept the inevitable. A golden glow enveloped the sobbing girl's body after the god left, the unknown transformation beginning without warning. The sacred title of the goblin god was being handed over to the new chosen one at that moment, a mystical ceremony of succession being performed before the eyes of the shocked witnesses. A bright flash of transformation was noticed in the distance by a wary Carlo. Such a glow could only be possessed by the rarest artifacts of unprecedented power. Slowly, the princess's eyes opened after completing the mysterious metamorphosis. A new era had begun for the ancient people. The transformed goblin girl appeared as a mature beauty. The title of god now belonged to her, despite her lack of experience and strength. Sincere gratitude for the help was expressed by the newly appointed goddess, handing the precious artifact to the man as a token of appreciation. The chances of defeating Carlo had increased by 10% due to the artifact he had obtained. Zhang Yi's analytical mind instantly assessed the strategic advantage. Unspeakable rage gripped Carlo, who had received a mysterious clue about someone acquiring a rare artifact before he did. The grim vow of annihilation of the enemy was made by a president whose gaze had already seen through space the future rival who dared to precede him. The message from his comrade reminded the mission-focused Zhang Yi to keep up with the news. Getting carried away, he had forgotten about this important duty. The need for an urgent return to the Ice City was reported by the young man to the new goddess. His comrades needed his help more than ever. Riding a mighty dragon, the caring leader left the desert, offering the goblins refuge in the Ice City in case of more trouble. Worry about the whereabouts of the absent leader gripped Qinlong. Without leadership, the situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. The deadly fireball rushed towards the defenseless Du. There was almost no time to dodge for the girl who was caught off guard. Hanyaru miraculously returned after her brother reinforced the city's protective shield. Supporting her comrades became her top priority. An endless stream of strange bats and dragons continued to attack the city. The number of monsters only seemed to increase by the minute. The exhausted defenders called each other to a determined fight. Only by joining forces could the attack of the mysterious creatures be repelled. The tight tension of the bowstring accompanied Qinlong's preparations to fire. The enemy's huge dragon posed a deadly threat to all the defenders. A glowing fireball formed in Hanyaru's palms, silently asking for cover from her comrade to carry out her devastating attack. Suddenly, fiery shells raining down from the sky frustrated the defenders' plans, and a carefully prepared counterattack failed. The fearless warriors miraculously managed to dodge the deadly fireballs, avoiding imminent death at the last moment. A mad fire show was put on by the enemy dragon, spewing streams of flame in all directions with unprecedented fury. The grim assumption of the monster's intention to wipe out all the residents was voiced by the alarmed Du as she assessed the extent of the destruction. Recognizing Carlo's dragon flash through Zhang Yi's mind, the city walls unreinforced by elemental crystals remained vulnerable to attack. The resourceful tamer came to the idea of using a recently obtained artifact, assessing the critical situation from the top of his flight. On the huge dragon, Carlo fixed his aim on the determined warrior, preparing to use his newfound power in actual combat. An unprecedented power was unleashed by the brave Zhang Yi, channeling the artifact's energy directly into the heart of the flying monster. The rapid fall of the enemy dragon began after being struck by a mysterious force. The monster collapsed helplessly from the heights. The exhausted defenders expressed genuine joy at the sight of the returning leader, whose timely appearance had saved the city. Zhang Yi sincerely apologized for being late to his comrades, expressing his gratitude for their dedicated work. The importance of city defense was mentioned by Du, admitting the impossibility of dealing with the threat without existing fortifications. A concerned young man approached the injured enchantress, expressing regret for her suffering during his absence. The mysterious sack was demonstrated by the returning hero to his curious companions, anticipating their surprise at the contents. Admiring gazes went to the beautiful elemental crystal. The breathtaking beauty of the artifact astounded everyone present. The future impregnability of the city walls thanks to the crystals was described by an excited Zhang Yi, anticipating the increased defense. 54 crystals remained in reserve after defeating the dragon. Using just one stone showed their incredible power. The tamer considered the available crystals a sufficient reserve to upgrade a level 4 city. The problem of aerial attacks was solved. A prudent strategist reminded of the need to set traps in an effort to prevent enemies from entering the city. Deserved fatigue was felt by the defenders at the end of the work. Each contributed to the strengthening of their native home. Zhang Yi approached his loyal friend with an important matter. The trusting relationship allowed him to discuss the most sensitive topics. The inevitability of a decisive battle with Carlo was warned by a serious warrior. The fate of the entire city depended on the outcome of this confrontation. The young man turned to his faithful companion for help, and without hesitation she agreed to defend the place that had become her true home. The memory of the golden card, coveted by the bloody gate, was awakened in the girl's mind by the attentive tamer. Instant understanding of the essence of the question was reflected on the face of the enchantress. The precious card appeared in her hands as if by magic. A gold card glittered in the girl's graceful fingers, the hope that her guess was correct glowing in her questioning gaze. The previous insecurity in their relationship was admitted by the outspoken Zhang Yi, explaining the reason for his silence about the important artifact. Valuable information about the divine talent card was revealed by a knowledgeable tamer. Inheriting the skill was becoming possible for the owner. In the gloomy walls of the Moon Castle, the subordinates inquired of their lord about the success of breeding monsters for the upcoming attack. The categorical order for immediate advancement was given by the impatient Carlo. The waiting time was over. The destruction of the Ice City became the priority.